Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It was Christmas break of 2006, my senior year of college, and most of the campus had emptied out. Everyone had scattered, some home to their families, others on trips or catching flights, and some like me, sticking around for various reasons. I had picked up a job with one of my professors during the semester, helping him with research and the occasional odd task. He was one of the few professors I actually liked, older guy, laid back, and generous when it came to things like letting students borrow books or even crash in his office during late-night study marathons. A week before the break, he asked if I could house sit for him while he flew out of state to watch our college football team in a bowl game. He had a big place way out in the country, about an hour outside town, isolated but beautiful. He lived alone except for a tiny white dog that looked like a walking cotton ball, and a few horses he kept in a stable out back. The property was massive, wide open fields, patches of woods, a small pond stocked with bass, and even one of those green John Deere gators to cruise around in. I didn't have anything better to do. I wasn't heading home until New Year's, and the idea of getting out of the dorms and spending a few days with a stocked kitchen and full privacy sounded pretty good. I invited my girlfriend at the time to join me. We'd been dating a few months, nothing serious, but she was fun and always down for something different. We packed up, made a grocery run, and drove out there the day after Christmas. The first 2 days were about as relaxing as it gets. The place had this calming silence to it that you don't realize you miss until you're away from the constant buzz of a college town. We rode the gator around the trails that cut through the woods, fed the horses, made easy dinners, and just chilled. The dog was high-strung but friendly, always trailing a few feet behind us like it had to supervise everything. The professor had a big flat screen and shelves full of old DVDs, so we binged movies each night, curled up under a throw blanket, lights out except for the TV glow. The second night, there was a heavy fog outside. I remember looking out the big kitchen windows and not being able to see more than 10 feet ahead. It wasn't spooky or anything, just one of those thick winter fogs that muffles sound and makes the world feel smaller. We didn't think much of it, but then the third night came. It had started like the others. We ate leftover pasta, had a few drinks, watched something dumb on TV, and finally started winding down. It was probably close to midnight when we heard the dog start barking. Not the usual high-pitched yap she did when she wanted food or attention. This was different. She was pacing by the back door, growling and letting out short, sharp barks. At first, I figured it was just a rabbit or maybe a coyote. We'd seen tracks near the woods and heard them howling the night before. I told her to calm down and closed the blinds. The barking didn't stop. I picked her up and brought her into the living room, but a few minutes later, she ran right back to the door and started again. We still weren't that worried. My girlfriend thought it might be worth checking out, just to be sure. I joked about locking her out, which she didn't find funny, but she went out anyway with a flashlight. I stayed inside and watched her through the window. She didn't go far, just stepped onto the porch and swept the light across the edge of the yard. After a minute or so, she came back in and said she saw something move. She said it looked like a small, gray animal darting into the woods. Probably a coyote, maybe a raccoon. Nothing big. Still, we agreed to keep the dog inside for the night. I double-checked the locks and turned off most of the lights. The house was dead quiet again except for the soft hum of the heater kicking on and the occasional creak of wood settling in the cold. We stayed up for a bit, both of us a little on edge, but not saying it out loud. You could tell the mood had shifted. The dog, now sitting in my lap, would occasionally perk up her ears and stare at the windows, but she wasn't barking anymore. Eventually, we decided to go to bed. The guest bedroom was down the hall from the living room, cozy but small. We got under the covers without much talk, just glad the weirdness seemed to have passed. The silence settled heavy again, and after a few minutes, I started to drift off. That's when I heard it. It started faint, so faint I wasn't sure it was real at first. A soft sound like singing, but not clear, not musical. More like humming, or a lullaby whispered under someone's breath. It was slow, like the rhythm of someone trying to soothe a baby. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, not moving. The sound didn't stop. My mind started racing. Was it in the house? Outside, I tried to convince myself it was just the wind, maybe moving through the eaves or catching something on the porch. But I knew what wind sounded like. This was different. The tone was almost human. Still, I didn't say anything. I didn't want to freak her out. I stayed frozen, ears straining, heart picking up. Then she turned to me under the covers and said, low and firm, "We need to get out of here." I still didn't say anything. "We need to go. Now," she said again, sitting up. Her voice wasn't shaking, but it was the most serious I'd ever heard it. I asked why. "You didn't hear that?" she said, already grabbing her hoodie and sliding on her shoes. The singing, like a little girl, out by the window. That was it. I didn't need convincing after that. I threw off the covers and started pulling on my jeans and boots. I told her to grab the car keys and the flashlight. I kept trying to stay logical. Maybe it was a neighbor's kid playing a prank, maybe someone's radio, but nothing about it felt normal. We didn't pack anything, just grabbed our jackets, the dog, and got the hell out. I called my buddy from the car the moment we stepped outside. I didn't want to walk through that dark field without someone else on the line. Cell service was spotty, but I got enough of a signal. I told him to just talk to me while we got to the car. He was confused, but he did. The night outside was cold and still. The moonlight made the fields glow, but the woods looked darker than pitch. I kept scanning the edges of the trees as we walked. The dog was trembling in my arms, silent now. Every crunch of grass underfoot felt like a gunshot. We made it to the car, started it up, and didn't look back. We didn't talk much on the drive, just sat in silence with the heater blasting and the dog curled up on her lap. We crashed at my place in town. Didn't sleep much. The whole thing left this sour, unsettled feeling in my gut that I couldn't shake, like something had been off and I couldn't name it. Next morning, after the sun was up and it felt safe again, we drove back to clean up. I didn't want to leave the house in a mess, and I didn't want the professor coming home and thinking I was irresponsible. Plus, I needed to get our bags and stuff we'd left behind. The place was untouched. Nothing broken. Nothing stolen. The back door was still locked, blinds still down, the heat still running. The yard was empty, snow undisturbed. No tracks. No signs of animals or people. The dog acted normal again, running to her bowl and sniffing around like she'd just had a night out on the town. We gathered our things, checked the stables and the barn, and walked the edge of the yard. Still nothing. It was like nothing had happened at all. But I couldn't forget the sound. That soft singing, low and slow, rising just enough to cross the distance between window and bed. It wasn't a hallucination. I didn't imagine it. She heard it too. I still don't know what it was. Maybe someone was out there. Maybe a squatter had stumbled onto the property. Maybe a neighbor's kid got lost and wandered too close. Maybe it was some kind of wildlife mimicking sound. I know some birds and animals can make strange noises, but it wasn't a bird. It wasn't anything I could explain. I told the professor about it when he got back. Left out the part about how we bailed in the middle of the night, but I mentioned the barking and said we thought a coyote might have come close. He didn't seem surprised. Said he hears coyotes all the time, and they come right up to the barn sometimes. I didn't tell him about the singing. What was I gonna say? "Hey, I think someone might have been lurking around your house," whisper singing outside the window at midnight? It just sounded crazy. We never talked about it again, my girlfriend and I. We broke up not long after that, for unrelated reasons, and the story just kind of got filed away in the back of my mind. But that night stuck with me. I've been scared before, but not like that. Not a fear you can't name. Not that cold, paralyzing stillness of lying in bed and hearing something that shouldn't be there, something your brain can't categorize. It's not like the movies. There's no music, no dramatic scream, just this tight knot of tension in your stomach and the overwhelming need to be anywhere else. I've stayed in cabins since, camped in forests. I'm not paranoid, but I always double-check the locks now. I always keep a flashlight nearby. And when I hear something outside late at night, anything unfamiliar, I listen carefully. Not because I think it's something supernatural, but because I know that sometimes in the dead quiet of night, far from town and comfort, there really can be someone or something out there, watching, waiting, just outside the window. And if you hear them sing, you don't wait. You get the hell out. I grew up in a small village near the Czech border, tucked between hills and surrounded by forests and farmland. It wasn't even 100 people, maybe 60 or 70, and most of them were older folks who had lived there their whole lives. It was one of those places where everybody knew everything about everyone. You couldn't go to the village store for a loaf of bread without someone asking about your mother's back pain or your uncle's old tractor. Quiet, uneventful, and kind of frozen in time. When I was about 10, my world didn't stretch far beyond the village itself. My best friend lived 2 houses down, and we spent most of our time together. That November, we'd gotten snow early. The sky had gone gray for days and then finally opened up one night and dumped a thick, soft blanket of white all over the village. The next day was the best kind of Saturday for a kid. No school, fresh snow, and just cold enough to make your nose sting, but not so cold you had to go back inside after 10 minutes. That evening, after dinner, my friend and I went back outside. It was already dark, but the snow and the old streetlights gave everything this glowing look, like the village had been dipped in gold. We didn't care that the sun was gone. We played under the lights like we always did, throwing snowballs, sliding on the ice patches, trying to build snowmen that never looked right. We played like that for about 20 minutes, laughing and slipping and kicking snow at each other, when I looked across the pond that sat at the edge of the village. On the other side was a hill, and on top of that hill, half hidden by big old pine trees, was an abandoned house. Everyone in the village called it the Sety House, because it had once belonged to a family by that name. The house had been empty for years. Nobody really talked about why, only that they moved away or something, and it was slowly falling apart. The paint had long since peeled off, the roof sagged in the middle, and weeds grew so tall in the summer they nearly covered the porch. No one ever went there. Not because people were afraid, just because there was no reason to. It was too far from everything, too broken down to fix, and it belonged to someone no one had seen in a decade. I'd seen that house plenty of times before, and I never paid it much attention, but that night, something about it felt different. I saw a light. It was small, dim, and close to the ground, almost like someone was squatting near one of the trees in front of the house, holding a lantern or a flashlight. It didn't move, didn't flicker much, just kind of glowed steadily. It looked warm and yellow, like candlelight, not harsh like a flashlight or car headlight. I kept staring at it, thinking maybe I was just seeing things or maybe it was a reflection. But the more I looked, the more certain I became that it was real. It was just sitting there, low to the ground, and not high enough to be from a window, especially not the windows of that house, which I remembered being well above head height. At first I thought maybe it was someone from the village, but no one had any reason to go up there. There were easier paths into the woods, and no hunting allowed near the village. The only people who went into the forest in the winter were woodcutters, and they didn't work at night. The whole thing made me uneasy. My friend saw it too. We didn't say much. I think we were both hoping the other one would just laugh it off, or come up with some simple reason it could be there. But we didn't. We just kept glancing at it, and then at each other. The longer we looked, the heavier the feeling got in my chest. Eventually, we stopped playing and went home, trying not to look back at the hill too much. The next day, we brought it up to our parents. We weren't trying to make a big deal of it. We just wanted to know if maybe there was a reason for a light to be there. Maybe someone was doing something up there we didn't know about. But they laughed it off, said it was probably light from the street reflecting off a window. We tried to explain that the windows were much higher than where we saw the light, but it didn't matter. To them, it was just kids being kids, making ghosts out of shadows. We didn't let it go. We decided to walk up the hill during the day. We told ourselves it was just to prove our parents wrong. But really, we just wanted to stop being scared. If we could find a broken lantern or a patch of snow where light could reflect weirdly, maybe we could go back to just being normal kids who didn't have to think about weird lights in the dark. The hill was harder to climb than we expected. The snow was deep, almost 20 centimeters, and the pasture fences between the pond and the house were half buried, so we had to carefully climb over them. Our boots sank deep, and every step made a crunchy sound that echoed strangely in the cold morning air. When we got near the trees in front of the house, something made both of us stop. There were footprints in the snow. They weren't old animal tracks or something scattered by wind. These were clear, heavy human footprints. They came out of the woods, from a direction where there were no trails, no houses, and they crossed the pasture fences just like we had. Except they'd been made before the snow hardened overnight. The snow in the footprints was slightly melted and had refrozen, meaning they were made while the snow was still fresh and soft. That was either late last night or early in the morning. The steps led straight to the largest tree in front of the house, right where we'd seen the light. The snow there was trampled down, more than just someone standing. It looked like someone had knelt or crouched for a while, moving around in place. It was more packed than just footsteps, like someone had been doing something, waiting, maybe, or digging, or setting something down. We followed the steps from there. They led between the house and an old barn that was more collapsed than standing. The walkway was narrow and shaded even in daylight. As we moved into it, I felt a sharp crack under my foot. I thought it was a branch at first, but then I looked down and saw pieces of roof tile under the snow. All along that path, scattered and buried in the snow, were old, broken red tiles, like someone had climbed up onto the roof or thrown something down from above. But no fresh damage was visible on the buildings, not that we could tell. We didn't go much further. That narrow path felt wrong, too enclosed. The footprints continued, but we didn't follow them beyond the barn. We turned around and left, not talking much on the way back. Neither of us wanted to say it out loud, but we both knew what we'd seen didn't make sense. Nobody in our village would go up there for no reason. Nobody was missing. Nobody was known to wander around at night. We'd lived there all our lives. We knew the rhythms of the place. But for the next few weeks, we kept seeing the light. Not every night, but often enough that we noticed. Always in the same place, near that tree, low to the ground, unmoving. A few times I tried to convince myself it was some kind of trick. Maybe headlights from a distant road bouncing weirdly, or maybe someone had left something reflective there, or an animal with a glowing eye. But none of it made sense. Headlights moved. Animals didn't sit still in one place for half an hour. Reflections don't show up where there's no glass or water. And the thing was, we saw it again and again, and each time we looked up, we didn't want to keep looking. It was like seeing something private, something not meant for us. Not dramatic or loud, just quietly wrong. After about a month, the light stopped appearing. Just like that. One evening, it wasn't there. We checked again the next night, and the next. Nothing. Just the hill, the trees, and the broken house sitting dark and silent. You'd think we'd be relieved, but the feeling didn't go away. Every time I looked up at that hill, I felt like something was looking back at me. Not through the window or from behind the trees, just there, in a way I couldn't explain. Like I wasn't alone in the moment I turned my head. The snow stayed on the ground for most of the winter. Once it started melting, we went back up again. The footprints were long gone by then, but we checked the spot near the tree. The snow was patchy, revealing frozen grass and dead leaves beneath. We found nothing. No lantern, no garbage, not even a hint of what we had seen. The roof tiles were still there in the walkway, buried under muddy slush and debris from the barn. But otherwise, there was nothing new. As the years passed, I didn't talk about it much. People kept laughing when we brought it up, and eventually we stopped mentioning it. I think even my friend tried to forget it happened. But I couldn't. Every time winter came, and the first snow fell, I thought about that light. That hill. Those footsteps. That crushed patch of snow under the tree. I moved away years ago. Life pulled me to bigger towns and then cities. But I've visited the village a few times since. The house is still there, barely. It's more collapsed now, part of the roof caved in, trees growing close to the walls. The barn is almost completely gone. No one's touched it, just time and weather doing their work. The last time I visited, I stood by the pond again. It was autumn, no snow yet, and I looked up the hill just like I used to. There was no light, no movement. Just trees, branches swaying in the wind. And still, that feeling returned. Not fear, exactly, not anymore. But that weight in the chest. That sense of being watched. Like something I never understood was still sitting up there, quiet, patient, and uninterested in explaining itself. I don't know what we saw. I don't know who made those tracks, or why they stopped coming. I just know it happened. It was real, and no one will ever convince me otherwise. In high school, I had a friend named Steve. We weren't best friends, but he was part of the circle I sat with during lunch, played video games with after school, and hung out with on weekends when nothing else was going on. He was the kind of guy who could tell stories and get the whole table to shut up and listen. Sometimes they were dumb, sometimes funny, and occasionally they stuck with you. There was one story he told freshman year that I never forgot. It was the fall of 2007. Steve was talking about his older brother, Tim, who had gone off to college in New Hampshire a few years prior. I didn't know much about the geography out there, just that it was cold, rural in parts, and nothing like suburban Southern California where we lived. Tim had apparently gone to some small college up there, one of those places tucked into the woods with more pine trees than people. One night, according to Steve, Tim and his best friend decided they needed coffee. Not just any coffee, Dunkin' Donuts. I guess it was a thing out there, kind of like how In-N-Out is for us. The nearest Dunkin' was apparently across state lines, maybe in Vermont or Massachusetts. I never bothered to check a map. But to get there, they had to take a long, narrow highway that snaked through the woods. One of those roads that's a little too quiet at night, where you don't see headlights for miles and start to feel like maybe you missed a turn somewhere. It was around 2 a.m. when they made the drive. They got their coffee and some donuts, probably thinking the whole thing was just a fun, dumb late-night college adventure. They were on their way back, riding through the woods, when a red compact car pulled out in front of them from a side road. No lights, no indication that it had been waiting. It just appeared, slipping in front of them with perfect timing. Steve described it as an older-looking car, maybe from the late 80s or early 90s, the kind with the boxy frame and dull paint. The weirdest part wasn't the car itself, but its license plate. There were no state markings, no numbers. Just two letters, a black O and a green M. Tim noticed it right away. So did his friend. They said the back of the car looked like someone had scratched off the brand name, like the emblem had been forcibly removed. The paint was uneven, and there were scratches around the edges. Almost like the car had been tampered with or modified in some way. It gave off a weird feeling right away, like something about it didn't add up. A few minutes after OM pulled in front of them, little things started to go wrong. Tim's phone lost service, which maybe wasn't so strange given they were in the woods, but it had worked fine the whole way there. The jazz station they had been listening to suddenly glitched and started playing Smells Like Teen Spirit by Nirvana. Not a jazz version, the original. Tim thought it might have been a mistake by the station, maybe a joke, but there was no DJ interruption, no explanation. Just a grunge anthem blasting through a static-laced channel meant for smooth saxophones. They both got a bad feeling, like the air in the car had changed. Tim said it was like the temperature dropped a few degrees. Not freezing, just enough to feel like something was off. He let his foot off the gas, thinking it would be better to slow down, let OM pull further ahead. Maybe they'd stop seeing it, maybe it would turn off at the next exit. But OM didn't go anywhere. As soon as Tim slowed, the red car slowed too. Exactly the same. Tim dropped to 45. Omachid. He dropped to 35. Same thing. No brake lights, no sign of hesitation. Just a silent tail leading them deeper into the woods. That's when they started to panic. Tim told Steve he tried to accelerate, to just get around the guy and pass him, but as soon as he hit the gas, so did OM. Not in a casual way either. Not like a driver who doesn't want to be passed. OM accelerated in perfect sync, like it was wired to their engine. Every move Tim made, OM mirrored. They were on edge, hearts pounding, unsure what to do. Tim didn't want to pull over, didn't want to stop, didn't want to keep going, and couldn't call for help. It felt like a trap. The highway curved up ahead, a long bend with thick trees lining both sides. OM disappeared around the curve. Tim didn't follow. He pulled over instead and parked the car on the shoulder, headlights dimmed. They sat there in silence, trying to breathe, trying to think. There were no other cars. No sounds but the wind moving through the trees and the ticking of the engine cooling. They waited. It could have been 10 minutes. It could have been 30. They didn't check. Eventually, they figured OM must have kept going. Maybe it was a weird guy. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe it was nothing. Tim started the car and drove forward, slowly, cautiously. The curve came into view, then passed behind them. And just ahead, the red car was there. Exactly the same distance in front of them as before. No way it could have been parked. It was moving, matching their speed again, like it had been waiting just far enough away to avoid being seen until it wanted to be seen. At this point, Tim and his friend stopped talking. They were both gripping the seats, leaning forward, eyes wide. They didn't try to pass again, didn't slow down. They just kept going. A few miles later, the road split. One side continued on toward the college town. The other disappeared deeper into the forest. OM didn't hesitate. It took the fork into the woods. No signal, no blinkers, just a smooth glide into darkness. Tim didn't even look back. He just kept driving until they were home. They didn't talk much about it after that. I think Tim told Steve because he needed to tell someone, and Steve told us because it was just weird enough to sound like a creepy story. At the time, I thought it was just that, a story. A good one, maybe exaggerated, maybe something Tim made up after a late night of donuts and bad coffee. That was until about a year and a half later. I was doing homework one night, late, probably past midnight. I had the local talk radio station on for background noise. Most of the time it was boring, just people calling in about traffic or local politics. But that night, they broke into the show with a news bulletin. A woman had witnessed a murder the night before in a nearby county. I don't remember all the details, but the part that got me was her description of the suspect's car. A red compact car, no brand or model markings. The only thing she could clearly see was the license plate, a black O and a green M. I froze. The pen slipped out of my hand. I stared at the radio, waiting for them to repeat it. I thought maybe I misheard. I turned the volume up, leaned in. They said it again. A red compact car with a license plate featuring a black O and green M. I didn't move for several minutes. It was like something cold slid into my stomach and sat there. The next day at school, I ran into Steve between classes. I didn't even have to bring it up. He was already talking about it, eyes wide, pale. We both heard the same thing. We both knew what it meant. OM was real. But that wasn't the end. In May of senior year, another friend of ours, Blake, had his own encounter. He was driving home from his girlfriend's house. It was late, around 2 a.m. again, and for some reason, he took the Canyon Highway. It wasn't the fastest way home, but he liked the quiet, or maybe he just didn't want to deal with stoplights. A few minutes into the drive, a car pulled out in front of him from a side road. Red compact, no lights, no warning. The license plate caught his eye right away. Black O, green M. Blake said he knew the stories. He'd heard them from me and Steve. He stayed way back, never tried to pass, never sped up. OM kept the distance exactly the same, like it knew the space between them was enough to keep control. Near the end of the canyon, OM suddenly made a U-turn and went back the way it came. No signal, no brake lights. Just a smooth turn and retreat into the dark. Blake didn't say anything for days, but when he told me, he looked like someone who had seen something he wasn't supposed to see. Years have passed since then. I don't live in California anymore. Steve and I lost touch after college. Tim moved somewhere in the Midwest, I think. I haven't heard about OM again, not directly. But every once in a while I check forums, news articles, anything that might mention a red compact car with that license plate. I've seen a few things, posts here and there, sightings in other states, different highways. Same story, a red car, scratched markings, a black O, a green M. No one knows who OM is. Some people think it's a serial killer who drives cross-country, staying just off the grid. Some say it's a group of people using the same car and plate to freak people out. I don't have answers. All I know is that the people who've seen it don't forget. The people who've been followed by OM feel it in their bones. I don't go out late anymore. I don't take back roads. If I see a red compact car pull in front of me on an empty stretch of road, I take the next exit, no matter where it leads. I don't need another sighting to know OM is real. I already believe. And if you're ever driving alone at night, and a red car with no markings slides in front of you, look at the plate. If you see a black O and a green M, do whatever you can to get away. Don't try to understand it. Don't follow it. Don't try to be brave. Just get off the road. That's all I know. And I hope it stays that way. I've always hated water. Not just hated, but feared it down to my bones. When I say that, I don't mean I didn't like swimming, or that I avoided the ocean because of jellyfish or sharks. I mean that I would scream until my throat gave out if someone even hinted at a bath. I mean I would claw at my own skin, crying so hard I couldn't breathe if I even saw a puddle after a storm. I mean real fear, the kind you don't understand, the kind that just lives in you like a shadow you can never shake. When I was a baby, I used to cry so violently during baths that neighbors once called the police because they thought I was being hurt. My foster dad told me that when he first got me, he tried to bathe me and I kicked so hard that I knocked the shampoo bottle off the sink and split my eyebrow open on the faucet. I was 3 then. He said I sat there in the tub, blood pouring down my face, but I didn't notice. I was too busy trying to get away from the water. They had to sponge bathe me standing up for years, And even then, I would squirm and sob like I was being tortured. No one ever told me why. I asked over and over when I got old enough to form real questions. I remember sitting on the edge of my bed when I was maybe 9, staring at my reflection in the closet mirror and asking my foster dad why I hated water so much. He would always just look tired when I brought it up. He'd say something like, "Some kids are just born with fears," or "maybe you had a bad experience you don't remember." But that never felt like enough. I would cry some nights just thinking about it. I'd picture myself drowning in shallow water, tiny hands splashing, lungs burning. I had dreams about it. Water in my nose, my ears, my mouth open in a scream that no one heard. I'd wake up gagging on air. Still, I learned to live with it. I made up excuses. I missed birthday parties at pools. I made friends who thought I just wasn't a swimmer, and I never corrected them. When I dated, I avoided the beach, hot tubs, even showers with someone else. I didn't like anyone seeing how bad it was, how badly it still affected me, even after all these years. It made me feel broken, weak. I didn't want to be the weird girl who cried at the sound of a faucet. By the time I turned 17, I'd gotten good at hiding it. I had friends, a boyfriend, a pretty normal life from the outside, but the fear never left. It just stayed quiet until it didn't. The party was at my friend Alicia's apartment complex. It was one of those places with a pool in the center, surrounded by little patio chairs and string lights that hung over the water. It looked nice, fancy even. I saw the pool as soon as I walked up, and my stomach did that thing it always did, tighten like a fist. I thought about turning around, but I didn't want to be that girl. Not again. The party was fine at first. Music playing, people talking, laughing. I kept to the food table and stayed as far from the water as I could without looking obvious. I had a drink in my hand, even though I wasn't drinking it. My boyfriend, Ryan, was off talking to someone, and I was just people watching when I felt someone come up behind me. It was this girl Alicia had introduced me to earlier. Katie, I think. She was new to the school, kind of bubbly, loud, always laughing too hard at everything. I barely knew her. I didn't hear what she said at first, just felt hands on my back, hard and sudden. Then the rush of air, the weightlessness, and then water. Cold, thick water all around me. I couldn't scream. I couldn't breathe. Everything inside me shut down. I sank just enough to feel like the world had disappeared. My arms flailed but didn't do anything. My legs kicked and hit nothing but water. My chest tightened. Panic screamed through me louder than anything I've ever known. I didn't even care about how I looked or sounded. I just needed out. Someone grabbed me. Strong arms pulled me up and out. I remember gasping like I'd never taken a breath before. Ryan held me, talking to me, but I couldn't hear him. I was crying so hard my throat hurt. I couldn't stop shaking. I curled in on myself and just sobbed. I think someone tried to cover me with a towel. I think someone said Katie was sorry over and over, that she didn't know. But I didn't care. I just wanted to go home. Back at the house, it was quiet. No lights except the one over the stove. I sat on the couch, still in wet clothes, wrapped in a blanket. My foster dad sat beside me, his arm around my shoulders. I hadn't said anything since I got in the car. He didn't push. He just held me. I don't know how long we sat like that. A while, I think. Long enough for my breathing to slow down and my hands to stop shaking. I felt like I was 6 years old again, like I just had a nightmare and needed to crawl into bed with someone. Being on solid ground felt like a miracle. Then, quietly, my foster dad spoke. His voice was low, almost careful. "There's something I should have told you a long time ago," he said. I didn't say anything, just listened. "You were put into foster care because your mother tried to kill you." I didn't move, didn't breathe. My mind went blank. "You were an infant, not even a year old. Your father found her. She had filled a bathtub and held you under." I felt like the floor dropped out beneath me. "She didn't deny it," he said. "When the police came, she told them exactly what happened. She said it was because she didn't like the way you looked at your father. She said you looked at him the same way you looked at her while she held you under." He paused, and for a moment all I could hear was the soft hum of the refrigerator across the room. I looked at my knees. My heart felt like it wasn't in my chest anymore. "She was jealous," he said, "of her own baby." I didn't cry. Not right away. I just sat there, frozen, as the weight of everything I had ever felt suddenly made sense. It wasn't just fear. It wasn't something random or irrational. It was memory. Somewhere deep in me, I remembered. My body remembered. The reason I screamed at bath time. The reason puddles made me panic. The dreams. The feeling of drowning. I had felt that once before. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't broken. I was hurt. Something inside me cracked. I pressed my face into the blanket and cried harder than I had at the pool. My foster dad didn't say anything else. He just kept his arm around me, holding me like he had when I was little. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, thinking about her. This woman I didn't remember, who gave birth to me and tried to take my life before I even had the chance to live it. I thought about the way she must have looked at me. I thought about her hands holding me under the water. I thought about how close I had come to never knowing anything else. And I thought about how all these years, people just said, "You're probably scared of water because of something you forgot." But I hadn't forgotten. My body never did. Over the next few days, things started to shift. I told Ryan what my foster dad said. He didn't know what to say, but he held me close and said he was sorry. That was enough. I didn't go back to school right away. I took a few days to sit with it. I kept remembering things I didn't realize were memories, like how I used to panic whenever I smelled certain soaps, or how I hated the sound of running water in the next room. I thought I was just weird, but now it all made sense. I started seeing a therapist. My foster dad helped me find someone who specialized in trauma, especially early childhood stuff. The first few sessions were mostly just me trying to say what happened without choking on the words. But it helped. It helped a lot. I wasn't cured overnight. I still avoided pools. I still couldn't take baths. But I wasn't scared the same way anymore. Now I had a name for the monster. Now I could see it clearly. That made it smaller somehow. Sometimes, when I'm standing in the shower with the water hitting the back of my neck, I close my eyes and remind myself where I am. I say, "You're safe. You're not there anymore. You're not her baby anymore." It's been a year since that party. I still live with my foster dad. He's not perfect, but he's good to me. He never lied to hurt me. He just thought I wasn't ready. Maybe he was right. Maybe I wouldn't have understood before. But now I do. I'm not broken. I'm a survivor. That word used to sound too big for me. I thought it was for people who'd been through real stuff, people in movies or books, not kids who screamed at puddles. But now I know better. I survived my mother. I survived something that was meant to kill me before I could even speak. And somehow, I made it here. I still don't love water. I probably never will. But I'm not afraid of it the way I used to be. Because now I know why. And knowing the truth, it set something free in me. Not the fear. That'll probably always be there, in some shape. But the shame, the confusion, the sense that something was wrong with me, that I was just strange or overreacting or weak. I'm not. I'm just someone who almost didn't make it. And now, every breath I take feels like proof that I did. I never really believed in all that supernatural stuff growing up. Ghosts, spirits, curses, Ouija boards. It all just felt like stories meant to scare kids or entertain people around a fire. My dad, though, he never saw it that way. He wasn't loud about it, and he never really told many stories, but I always noticed how he got tense whenever someone brought up Ouija boards. Not just uncomfortable, tense, like something inside him coiled up. He never laughed when people joked about it. If anyone suggested using one, even just for fun, he'd speak up in this low, serious voice and tell them not to mess with it. He never yelled, never got dramatic. Just this quiet kind of begging. Don't. Just don't. It was only when I got older that I asked him about it. I remember it clearly. I was about 17, just starting to think I knew everything about the world. We were sitting in the backyard, and I mentioned something about a few kids from school messing around with a Ouija board they found in an old attic. I said it with a smirk, trying to sound casual, but I could feel his mood change instantly. He sat up straighter, rubbed his hands together like he was cold, even though it was summer, and then he just looked at me for a long time, like he was trying to decide whether or not to say anything. Eventually, he told me a story that never left me. He was a teenager himself when it happened, probably around 16 or 17. He lived in a rundown part of a big city. He never said which city, but it was one of those places where buildings looked like they hadn't been repaired in decades, and you heard sirens most nights. He didn't have the best home life, and school wasn't much better. He wasn't into sports or clubs. His friends were like him, quiet, restless, and maybe a little reckless. He called them Jake and Kyle. The three of them spent most of their time after school wandering around, trying to avoid going home. They weren't bad kids, just bored, and looking for anything to feel like they were in control of their own lives. There was a cemetery they used to cut through on their way home from school. It was old, with cracked headstones and moss growing in all the corners. The place was big, huge really, bigger than most of the neighborhoods surrounding it. The city had grown around it, so now it sat in the middle of all the noise, like a dead patch in the middle of something alive. Most people avoided it. Even in the daytime, it felt heavy somehow, quiet in a way that didn't match the world around it. But to them, it was kind of perfect. No one bothered them there. It was the only place they could hang out and not worry about getting yelled at by some adult or getting jumped by other kids. There was a spot deep inside, under a big tree that had partially fallen over. The branches were thick and hung low enough to cover them from sight if anyone happened to be nearby. They had cleared out some of the leaves and junk and made it into their spot. Sometimes they smoked cigarettes, sometimes they just sat and talked. Sometimes they tried to scare each other by daring someone to walk deeper into the cemetery alone. Eventually, one of them, probably Kyle, since he was the one with a car and usually brought stuff, got his hands on a Ouija board. It wasn't one of those homemade ones either. It was one of those boxed ones with the printed letters, numbers, and the planchette, all tucked neatly inside. He brought it one day after school and pulled it out like it was some rare treasure. My dad told me he didn't want to do it, not because he believed in it, but because it just felt wrong, like they were crossing a line. But he didn't want to look scared, so he went along with it. They tried it once. Nothing happened. The planchette didn't move. They laughed it off, blamed each other for not doing it right, and just tossed it back in Kyle's car. A few days later, they tried again. Still nothing. It became this joke between them. Oh no, the spirits must be on vacation. Or maybe the ghosts are shy. It was all harmless fun, or so they thought. Then, one afternoon, they went to their usual spot again after school. Kyle had the board with him. They set it up on a flat piece of stone that stuck out from the ground. It wasn't a headstone, probably some kind of old bench or marker, but it was solid enough to rest the board on. This time, they decided to ask specific questions. Not just, is anyone there? But actual things. My dad said he still doesn't remember who asked it, but someone, maybe Jake, jokingly asked, "When will I die?" At first, nothing happened. Then the planchette moved. My dad swore up and down that none of them were pushing it. It slid slowly over the board, first to the number 1, then to the word week. That was it. 1 week. They laughed at it. Nervous laughter, maybe, but laughter all the same. They joked that Jake should start writing his will, or maybe wear a helmet for the next week. They didn't take it seriously. Who would? The next few days were normal. They hung out, went to school, nothing seemed off. My dad said Jake didn't act scared or anything. He brushed it off like the rest of them. Then, exactly a week later, my dad decided to head to their spot after school. Kyle had said he couldn't make it that day, but my dad thought maybe Jake would be there. The cemetery was quiet as usual. He walked past the rows of tilted stones, the broken fences, the dried-out flowers stuck in rusty vases. The tree they used to sit under was just up ahead. Jake was standing there. My dad said something about him looked off. His face was pale, his hands were shaking, and he kept looking over his shoulder like something was following him. When my dad got closer, Jake didn't smile or say hello. He just blurted out that Kyle had been in a car accident, that it was bad, that he might be dead. He told my dad to run to Kyle's house, to tell his parents, to do something. So my dad ran. He said he never ran that fast in his life. Through the cemetery, through the blocks of cracked sidewalks and broken fences, all the way to Kyle's street. When he got there were police cars outside. That was the first moment where my dad really felt like something serious was happening. He burst through the front door without knocking and shouted that he knew Kyle had been in an accident, that Jake had told him, that someone needed to do something. But Kyle was standing there, bruised, a little shaken, but alive. The room went quiet. Kyle's parents looked confused, and the officers just stared. Kyle looked even more confused than the rest. My dad was still catching his breath when Kyle asked, "Who told you that?" My dad told them Jake had, that he saw him in the cemetery. That Jake told him to run here and let everyone know. That's when Kyle went quiet too. Then he told my dad that Jake had been in the car with him. That Jake had been the one sitting on the side that took the full force of the crash. Kyle had blacked out for a second when the car was hit, but when he came to, The paramedics were already working on Jake. They wouldn't let Kyle near him. Jake never made it. My dad said he just stood there, unable to say anything. He couldn't make sense of what was happening. He had just talked to Jake. He had just seen him. They later figured out the timing. The crash happened less than 10 minutes before my dad got to the cemetery. There was no way Jake could have walked there, talked to him, and then died from injuries that quickly. And yet, my dad swore he saw him. Not a shadow, not a feeling. He saw Jake, heard his voice, watched his mouth move. It wasn't some ghostly shape. It was Jake. But he didn't talk about that part after. Not with anyone. He didn't tell Kyle or his family that he'd seen Jake. He didn't go back to the cemetery. In fact, he stopped going anywhere near it. Kyle eventually moved away a few months later. They didn't stay in touch. That whole year just faded into the background like something he didn't want to look at too closely. What stayed with him wasn't the death. It wasn't even the strange part of seeing Jake after he was already gone. It was the board. That cheap cardboard thing they thought was a joke. That said 1 week, like it meant nothing. Like it knew. He never touched one again. Never let one in the house. If he saw one at a yard sale or in a store, he walked the other way. He didn't get dramatic about it. He just wanted no part of it ever again. And that was the story he told me that day. No theatrics. No spooky music or glowing eyes or floating spirits. Just something that happened. Something that stayed with him. I think part of him still doesn't believe it himself. But I saw the way he looked when he told it. I saw how his hands shook, even after all those years. So no, I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in curses or spirits or any of that. But I've never touched a Ouija board. I've never let one into my house. And if someone jokes about using one, I remember the way my dad's voice sounded when he said, "Don't." It wasn't a warning. It was a plea. And that's enough for me. When I was around 17 or 18, we lived in a small village called Shipton Bellinger, nestled in Hampshire, England. It was the kind of place that seemed forgotten by time, a quiet mix of cottages, narrow roads, and surrounding woods. Most people would probably describe it as peaceful, but to me, it was just boring. There wasn't much to do, especially for someone my age. I was in that strange place between being a kid and becoming an adult. I wasn't out drinking at pubs, didn't have many friends in the village, and I'd always had a hard time falling asleep. That last part, the insomnia, had been with me for as long as I could remember. At that time in my life, I had started getting really into fitness. I wasn't bulking or anything like that, but I wanted to be stronger, faster, leaner. With my trouble sleeping, I found the best way to burn off the energy in my body and clear my head was to run. It became a regular thing for me to go out late at night, sometimes even at midnight or 1 in the morning. That sounds stupid now, maybe, but I didn't think twice about it. It was quiet, no traffic, no people, just the cold air, the road beneath my feet, and my own breath. There was a route I liked to run. 2 towns near Shipton Bellinger, Tidworth and Ludgershall, sat not far off, almost forming an oval if you followed the roads between them and looped back to the village. It wasn't a long run, maybe 4 or 5 miles depending on where I turned. But at night alone, it felt a lot bigger. The roads were mostly back roads, the kind without any pavement, where trees pressed in close on both sides, and the only light came from the occasional house window or a random flickering street lamp. One night, I was feeling particularly restless. I remember it was cold, not quite winter, but the kind of night that made your breath puff out in little clouds. I dressed in a long-sleeve top, shorts over leggings, and running shoes I'd worn down to the point where the tread was almost smooth. I slipped out the front door without waking my parents and started jogging. I remember the rhythm of my footsteps, the sound of them echoing off empty buildings in the village, and then the long silence as I left the last few houses behind. I made my way toward Tidworth first, down the stretch where you sometimes get the smell of hay or animals if the wind shifts right. The run was uneventful. I passed a few cars parked on the roadside, their windows fogged up, the kind of cars that don't move for days. A fox darted across the road at one point, vanishing into the underbrush before I could get a proper look at it. I remember thinking it was small, too small to be the cause of the sounds I'd hear later. I kept going through Tidworth, and then curved around toward Ludgershall. The roads narrowed as I reached the edge of town again, leading me toward Castledown School. That school sat a little removed from everything else, near a stretch of woods and some empty fields. There was a back road behind it, a narrow lane with no lighting at all, just trees on both sides, and then open land beyond. It was always the darkest part of my run. I never liked it, but I'd gotten used to the feeling of unease, like something was always just beyond your line of sight. This time, I slowed down when I reached the street lamp just outside the school. It was one of those old-style lamps, yellowish light that barely covered a circle around the base. I stopped under it, breathing hard, and knelt to tighten my shoelaces. My left one had come loose and was flapping with every step. As I was crouched there, I heard a noise from the woods to my left. At first, I didn't think much of it. The woods make sounds. That's just what they do. Wind moving through branches, animals shifting through the undergrowth. But this wasn't wind, and it didn't sound like a single small animal either. It was more deliberate. A series of rustling, heavy footsteps. Not constant, but close together. I paused, holding my breath. The noise came again, closer. Thicker branches breaking, leaves crunching. I stood up slowly, heart thudding a little faster than it had from the run. I didn't see anything, just dark shapes of trees and a wooden fence separating the school grounds from the woods. Maybe it was a deer, I told myself, or a badger. Something bigger, sure, but still just an animal. Still, I felt it. That cold tickle down the spine that you get when something isn't right. I could have turned around. I could have gone back the way I came, but I didn't. I started jogging again, turning onto the back road that would lead me home. No lights, just black road, black trees, and my own breath in my ears. I tried to focus on the rhythm again, counting steps in my head to distract myself. But the sounds didn't stop. In fact, they got louder. More branches cracking. Footsteps. Not heavy like a person in boots, but not light either. A weird in-between weight, like someone or something was deliberately trying to move fast without making noise and failing. It followed alongside the road, just beyond the fence line. I couldn't see it. I didn't want to look. I told myself it was still just an animal, even though the part of me that had kept me alive this long was already screaming to run. I picked up speed. My breath quickened, but the noise kept pace. Then I heard the metal fence rattle. Not just a brush, but a full-on shake, like something grabbed it. I froze for half a second, then bolted. No thought, just every muscle in my body firing at once. I ran like I had never run before. Full sprint, arms pumping, legs burning, lungs on fire. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Some part of me knew if I looked back and saw something, I would fall or stop or freeze, and I wouldn't get away. I kept repeating the same thing in my head. If it can catch me, it deserves me. Over and over. Don't waste time looking. You know it's there. Just run. My feet slapped the tarmac. My shadow jumped ahead of me with every step. My breath sounded like steam from a train. It was only about a mile back to the village, but it felt endless. Every bend in the road, I expected something to leap out. Every rustle behind me was another reminder that something had climbed a fence and followed me out of the woods. I thought maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just a deer spooked by me. But that didn't explain the shaking fence, or why it matched my pace. When I finally saw the first lights of Shipton Bellinger again, I didn't slow down. I kept going until I was under a lamp post near the village sign. I stopped there, panting, bent double with my hands on my knees. I turned, squinting back down the road, trying to listen over the sound of my blood rushing in my ears. There was nothing, just empty road. I stood there for a full minute, maybe more, just staring. I wanted something to appear. I wanted proof I wasn't just scaring myself. But nothing came out of the trees. No sound, no shape, just the cold wind and the silence that follows it. Eventually, I turned and jogged the last bit to my street, trying to shake the tension out of my shoulders. I let myself into the house, locked the door, and went straight to the kitchen to get a glass of water. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I didn't say anything to anyone the next morning. What would I say? That I ran from something I never saw. I never went running that late again. Not down that route. I changed my runs to earlier in the evening, and I stuck to better lit roads. Sometimes I tell myself it was just a deer or a boar. But I've seen those animals in the wild, and they don't follow people. They don't climb fences. I don't know what it was, and I'm glad I never found out. But I still think about that sound. The fence shaking, the matching footsteps in the dark. It wasn't just an animal, and it wasn't a person either. Whatever it was, it had every chance to catch me that night. And it didn't. It let me go. It was a Sunday afternoon about 25 years ago, and I remember the way the air felt that day. Dry and warm, a little gritty like it always is down in South Tucson. It was quiet, as Sundays usually were, especially in the industrial part of town where most of the businesses had their gates pulled down and their parking lots empty. The streets were long, flat stretches of cracked asphalt and faded lane lines. I was heading to a friend's place. Nothing unusual, just another weekend visit, the kind of trip I had made dozens of times before. I wasn't in a rush, but I was still moving along at a normal speed, about 40 miles per hour, just like the signs posted. It was a two-lane road, one lane going each way, and it was mostly deserted. The kind of road where the silence and emptiness start to make your own car sound louder than it is. As I came around a bend and the road stretched straight for what felt like miles, I saw a car ahead of me. A beat-up old sedan, maybe a Dodge or a Chevy. I can't quite remember the make now, but it had a dull gray body and mismatched side mirrors. It was crawling, doing maybe 15 miles per hour tops. No hazards on, no signs of trouble. Just slowly inching forward like it had all the time in the world. At first I figured the driver was lost or looking for an address, maybe old, maybe distracted. I followed behind for about a minute, giving some space, hoping he'd either speed up or pull over. But nothing, just that steady, slow roll. Eventually I decided to pass. The road was clear in the other direction. No traffic coming, flat visibility for at least a quarter mile. I checked my mirror again, eased into the opposite lane, and started to accelerate past him. It was a clean move. I wasn't even completely alongside him when it happened. Suddenly his car lunged forward, the engine revving like it had been holding back all along. Before I could react, he swerved hard to the left, smashing into the side of my car. The impact wasn't a gentle bump either. It was aggressive, full force, like he meant to do it. My tires screeched as I fought the wheel. My car jolted sideways, metal grinding against metal, and I was forced off the road and onto the shoulder. Gravel kicked up under my tires, and the whole chassis shook as I tried to regain control. I came to a stop tilted slightly in the dirt, just shy of a ditch. I sat frozen for a second, hands locked around the steering wheel, heart slamming in my chest like it was trying to beat its way out. My side mirror was cracked. I could smell burnt rubber and something else, oil maybe, or hot metal. I looked up and saw the other car now parked half a car length behind me, slightly turned, the driver's side door flung open. The man was already getting out. Tall, stocky, wearing jeans and a black t-shirt. His face was twisted in a scowl, and he moved fast, no hesitation. There was a kind of anger in the way he walked, like he was fueled by something deeper than just road rage. It wasn't a guy having a bad day. It felt personal, targeted. Time slowed down in that moment. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what the hell had just happened, what to do next. I wasn't armed. Cell phones weren't what they are now, and mine was back in the glove box anyway. There was no one around. No other cars. No businesses open. Just me, this guy, and a dead stretch of asphalt in the part of town where the factories locked up tight for the weekend. Then I noticed them. Two men, standing maybe 10 feet from where I had come to a stop. They hadn't been there when I passed earlier, or maybe I hadn't noticed. One was pale, very pale, with short red hair and a lanky build. The other was Asian, a little shorter, stockier, wearing a light windbreaker zipped up to his chin. They weren't talking, weren't moving. Just standing there on the sidewalk beside a chain-link fence topped with rusted barbed wire, watching. What struck me first was how out of place they looked. Not just because they were standing in the middle of a dead industrial area on a quiet Sunday. It was more than that. They looked like they didn't belong in the scene at all, like they had stepped out of some other setting and landed there by accident. Their clothes were clean. Their posture was relaxed, almost casual, like they were just waiting for a bus or watching birds. But their presence was sharp, immediate. The man approaching my car slowed down. He had been charging toward me with that nasty look on his face, ready to yell or break something, maybe worse. But as his eyes flicked toward the two guys on the sidewalk, something shifted. It was quick, but I saw it. A pause in his stride. A second of confusion or hesitation. Then, without saying anything, he turned around, walked back to his car, and got in. I didn't wait around. I jammed the gear into drive and peeled off the shoulder, heart still hammering. I didn't look back until I was 2 blocks away, and even then, the street behind me was empty again. No sign of the man, his car, or the two figures who had been watching. I made it to my friend's house and parked out front, engine off, hands still trembling on the wheel. I sat there for a long while, just trying to catch my breath. I kept replaying it over and over in my head. The impact, the man getting out, and then those two just standing there. The neighborhood where it happened isn't a place people usually hang out, especially not on a Sunday. It's a working class, mostly Hispanic area with warehouses, loading docks, auto shops. No cafes, no parks, no real sidewalks to speak of. And it's not like they were near a bus stop or waiting for a ride. They were just there, not saying a word, not moving. I've thought about it a lot over the years. I've tried to come up with rational explanations. Maybe they were workers from a nearby factory on a smoke break. Maybe they were waiting for someone. Maybe the guy who rammed me got spooked thinking they were undercover cops. I can think of all kinds of maybes, but none of them feel right. What I keep going back to is how they looked at me. Not like people watching a situation unfold, curious or nosy. Not like they were judging or worried or trying to get involved. They didn't show any emotion. They just stood there, calm, like they knew what was about to happen and were there to stop it from going further. And the man, the angry driver, he saw them too. That look in his eyes when he caught sight of them, that moment where his whole mood shifted, like a switch flipped. It wasn't fear exactly, but it was close. Recognition maybe, or the sense that he'd just lost whatever upper hand he thought he had. He changed his mind in an instant, and I don't think it was because of me. I never saw those two men again. Never came across them in that part of town or anywhere else. I told my friend what happened, and he was shocked, but there wasn't much more to say. It had happened, it was over, and I was lucky to walk away with just a scraped side panel and a heart still racing hours later. I didn't report it. What could I have said? A man intentionally hit me and then left when two strangers scared him off? I didn't have his plate. The damage was minor, and I didn't want to drag it out. Besides, something about it felt finished, like it had ended in a way I wasn't supposed to question. It stayed with me though. Still does. Even now, I think about how differently that day could have gone. If I'd been alone on that road, if those two hadn't been there, if that man had reached my door. I'm not religious. I don't believe in miracles or guardian angels or fate, but I do believe in timing, in things that don't make sense but still happen. Whatever those men were doing there, whoever they were, they stopped something bad from happening to me. I felt it in my bones. Maybe they were just two guys passing through, unaware of the role they played. Maybe they knew exactly what they were doing. I'll never know. But I remember their faces clearly even now, 25 years later. I can still picture them, standing silent and still on that quiet stretch of South Tucson Road, not moving, not speaking, just watching. And that's enough for me. I don't need an explanation. I don't need proof or closure. Some things happen once and change the way you look at the world. That Sunday was one of those things. And every time I pass by that part of town now, I slow down a little, look around, and wonder if maybe, just maybe, they're still out there. Not ghosts, not spirits, just people, maybe, who show up when someone needs them most, without ever saying a word. When I was about 10 or 11 years old, we lived in a quiet neighborhood in California. It wasn't a subdivision or anything like that, not one of those places with rows of identical houses and perfect lawns. Our house was older, kind of rustic, sitting on about an acre of land. We had neighbors, but they weren't packed in too close. You could walk to the end of the driveway and not see another person, especially at night. The property was big enough that I felt like I had my own little world out there, especially with all the space between the side yard, backyard, and the detached garage my dad had built himself. There were tall wooden fences separating the yards, but in some places the boards were spaced out just enough to see through. My room was on the side of the house that faced the side yard. That yard wasn't a place we used a lot, not like the backyard where we had a small garden and some chairs. The side yard was mostly dirt and weeds with a few bushes along the fence. That's also where our motorhome sat, parked under a tall metal cover with 4 legs sunk into the ground. It wasn't the prettiest setup, but it kept the motorhome safe from rain and sun. That motorhome had been on a lot of road trips with us, and sometimes I used to pretend it was a spaceship or a hideout. But most of the time, it just sat there, silent and still, covered in dust and spiderwebs. Evenings at our house were always quiet. My mom usually went to bed early, and my dad, well, he was a night owl. He liked to tinker in the garage behind the house, working on his tools, fixing up old lawnmowers or building things. The garage was detached, maybe 50 feet from the back porch, and it had its own lighting and a big workbench. It wasn't unusual for me to hear the buzz of a saw or the clink of metal long after it got dark. That was just my dad doing his thing. If I ever heard strange noises outside, I always assumed it was him. That night, though, the night I still think about even now, it wasn't him. It started like any other school night. I had finished my homework, brushed my teeth, and gotten into bed around 8. I remember lying there, not quite tired yet, just staring up at the ceiling. I used to do that a lot, especially when the room was quiet and dark. The hum of the old ceiling fan spinning slowly above me, the creak of the house settling, those sounds were normal, almost comforting. My blinds were closed, but the slats didn't completely block the outside light. Usually, it was just a dim orangish glow from the porch light or a bit of moonlight if the clouds were thin. But this night was different. I remember how sudden it was. One second the room was dark, the next it was filled with this strange yellow light. Not just a patch or a beam. The whole room lit up like someone had turned on the brightest light imaginable right outside my window. It wasn't white like a normal flashlight or warm like a lamp. It was this deep, almost unnatural yellow, like a hazy midday sun but with a sharper edge. I could see every single object in my room, every toy on my shelf, the texture of the blanket pulled up to my chest, even the dust in the air. I didn't move at first. I just laid there, eyes wide open, trying to process what was happening. I thought maybe my dad was outside, doing something with one of his work lights, but that didn't make sense. Even the brightest light wouldn't come through the blinds like this, and he never worked near the motorhome at night. That side of the yard didn't even have a decent path. After a minute or so, my curiosity took over. I sat up slowly, leaned over, and looked out the window between the slats of the blinds. I expected to see him standing there, maybe fiddling with something, maybe holding a light. But there was no one. No shadow of the motorhome, no outline of a person, no sign of anything at all. Just that yellow light filling everything. It wasn't even coming from one direction. It just was everywhere, like the air itself was glowing. Then I saw it. There was a figure in the yard, right where the motorhome usually cast its shadow. But I couldn't see the motorhome. I knew exactly where it should have been, right outside that window, tall and bulky under its cover. But it wasn't there, or at least, not that I could see. The figure was standing still in the light, facing my window. It was shaped like a person, kind of. It had arms, legs, a head. But it wasn't right. The proportions were off. The head was too big, round on top and narrowing down, and the body was too thin, almost bony. The limbs looked longer than they should have been, like someone had taken a human silhouette and stretched it slightly in the wrong places. It didn't move at first. It just stood there. I stared at it for what felt like forever. My hands were gripping the windowsill, but I couldn't feel them. My breath was shallow. I remember my heart thudding so hard I thought it might shake the bed. I kept telling myself to blink, to look away, but I couldn't. It wasn't fear exactly, not yet. More like confusion, like my brain didn't have a file to put this in. Then slowly, it raised one arm. Thin, too thin, like it might snap if it bent too fast. It raised it up to shoulder height, paused, and opened its hand. Then it waved. Not a frantic wave, not a signal for help, just a calm, almost friendly wave. The kind you give a neighbor when you see them across the street. And then it was gone. Just like that. The light disappeared in an instant. 1 second the room was bright as day. The next it was pitch dark. I blinked hard, trying to readjust. It felt like I had stared at the sun. My room was completely still again, the only sound the soft creaking of the house. I sat frozen in bed for a long time, listening. Nothing. I kept expecting to hear footsteps, or the sound of the motorhome settling, or even my dad calling from the backyard. But there was nothing. Just silence. Finally, I swung my legs over the side of the bed and stood up. My knees felt weak. I walked slowly, quietly, out of my room, down the hall to the living room. My dad was sitting in his recliner, beer in hand, watching TV. The glow from the screen lit up his face. He looked up when I entered, but didn't seem surprised to see me. I stood there for a second, unsure what to say. I wanted to ask him if he had been outside, but part of me already knew the answer. I asked anyway. He said no. He hadn't left the chair since dinner. He looked at me a little closer, like he knew something was off, but he didn't press. I didn't say anything else. I just turned around and went back to bed. The next morning, The sun was bright and normal. Birds were chirping, dogs barking a few houses down, the kind of day that makes you feel like everything is fine. I went out to the side yard while my parents were still inside, half expecting to find something. A footprint, a burn mark, anything. But there was nothing. The motorhome was right where it always was, under the metal cover, covered in dust. I walked around it, even peeked under it. Nothing. The dirt was undisturbed. The bushes hadn't been touched. No signs of light or strange figures. Just the same old yard I'd seen 1,000 times. I didn't tell anyone about it for a long time. Not my friends, not my parents. Every time I thought about saying something, I stopped myself. It sounded too crazy. What could I even say? That a glowing yellow light filled my room and some tall, skinny figure waved at me before disappearing? I didn't have any proof. No photo, no sound, not even a witness. Just my own memory. As the years went on, I thought about it less. Life got busy. I moved out, went to school, started working, but every now and then, usually when I couldn't sleep, or when I passed by an old RV lot or saw that particular shade of yellow in a sunset, it would come back to me. That moment, that light, that figure. It's etched in my memory in a way nothing else from childhood is. I still don't know what I saw. I've tried to explain it 100 different ways. Maybe it was a dream, but I've never had one that vivid before or since. Maybe it was some kind of hallucination, but I wasn't sick, hadn't taken anything, didn't have a fever. I was fully awake. I remember the feel of the blanket, the exact pattern of shadows, the cold floor under my feet when I got up. It wasn't a ghost, and it wasn't some fairy tale creature. It didn't look like anything I'd seen in movies or books. It was just there, real in the moment, gone the next. And no matter how much time passes, I still see that wave in my mind. Slow, deliberate, and somehow calm. Maybe that's what unsettled me the most. It didn't seem dangerous. It didn't try to scare me. It just looked at me, waved, and vanished. Like it had come to be seen, and then left. I don't think it meant me harm. But I also don't think it was something I was supposed to see. I think about that sometimes, how the world is so full of rules and explanations and logic, and yet that night broke all of them for me. There was no sound, no evidence, just light, a figure, and a wave. And then nothing. But I remember. I always will. It was late afternoon when I finally got off the bus and started walking the familiar route back to my parents' house. It was a quiet Saturday in the middle of autumn. The leaves were turning colors, and the sky was covered in low, gray clouds that hinted at rain. I had spent the night at my friend Mark's house. We'd played video games until early morning, ordered too much pizza, and passed out on the couch watching old movies. It was the kind of weekend that used to feel normal when I lived at home, and that particular Saturday felt no different, at least until I got home. As I came up the driveway, I noticed that both of my parents' cars were gone. I thought that was strange because my mom had told me earlier in the week that they didn't have anything planned for the weekend. The porch light was off, the front door was closed, and the windows were dark. Still, I figured maybe they'd gone out for a quick errand. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. The house was quiet, too quiet. Usually, if my parents were around, there'd be the faint sound of the TV or music coming from the kitchen. My dad might be puttering around the garage, or my mom would be folding laundry while humming to herself. But this time, nothing. Not even the sound of the old fridge humming in the kitchen. It was dead silent. "Hello," I called out as I closed the door behind me. No answer. I dropped my bag near the coat rack and stepped farther into the house. I called out again, this time a little louder. Still nothing. The air inside felt heavy. Not warm or cold, just still and thick, like something had pressed pause on the whole place. I checked the living room first. The TV was off, the remote sitting untouched on the coffee table. A glass with a ring of dried tea sat next to a magazine. It looked like it had been there a while. I poked my head into the dining room, then peeked into the hallway. Nothing. I walked down to the bedrooms. My parents' door was open, the bed made neatly, nothing out of place. Same with the guest room and my old room. Everything looked normal, too normal. By now I was starting to feel a little uneasy. Something didn't sit right. I wasn't panicking yet, but there was that slow churn in my stomach, like when you forget something important but can't figure out what. I figured I'd check the kitchen next. Maybe they'd left a note or something, maybe a clue as to where they were. I turned the corner and froze. Blood. Everywhere. I stood there for what felt like a full minute, just trying to process what I was seeing. The kitchen looked like a slaughterhouse. There was blood smeared across the countertop, splattered up the walls, pooled around the sink. It was on the fridge handle, the cabinet doors, even the floor. It looked fresh, still wet, dark red and thick. I took a slow step inside, my eyes darting around. The smell hit me next. That heavy metallic tang that you usually only catch a whiff of from a paper cut, but here it was overwhelming, thick in the air like hot iron. I backed up, my breath catching in my throat. I turned toward the phone mounted on the wall near the pantry. I needed to call 911, tell someone. But as I reached for it, I saw it too was covered in blood. The receiver was smeared, the buttons sticky with dark smudges. I didn't want to touch it. I stood there frozen, just staring at it. Then I looked past it, at the wall behind it. There were streaks of blood running down like something or someone had been dragged, and my eyes followed the trail down to the floor. There, leading away from the kitchen, was a thick trail of bloody footprints and smears that branched off toward the door to the basement and the door to the garage. My chest tightened. That sick, crawling fear crept into me. Whoever had done this might still be here. The idea hit me all at once, like ice dumped down my spine. I turned, heart pounding, and bolted out the front door without looking back. I stumbled out onto the porch, barely catching myself before I tripped. I screamed for help, not even sure what I was saying. I just needed someone, anyone, to hear me. My voice cracked from the strain, and just as I reached the edge of the driveway, a black and white patrol car turned the corner and pulled into the driveway. I thought I was hallucinating. It was too perfect, like I had summoned it. A second later, my mom's SUV pulled up behind the cop car. The driver's door flew open, and my mom jumped out. She was covered in blood. For a second, everything stopped. I couldn't speak, couldn't think. My knees buckled slightly. I thought she'd been attacked, or worse. Then, breathless and frantic, she shouted something I couldn't make sense of at first. It was only as she rushed past me, shouting toward the officer, that her words started to register. "We have to find his finger." I stood there in total disbelief as my mom hurried inside with the cop, right behind her. I didn't move. I just stared after them, trying to piece everything together. Over the next few minutes, the truth slowly unraveled, messy and surreal. My dad had been working in the backyard earlier that day, using the old chipper/shredder near the back fence. It wasn't a new machine. It had been patched up and repaired more than once. We used it to break down limbs and branches after storms or yard work. That morning, my dad had decided to finally tackle the pile of trimmed tree limbs that had been sitting there for weeks. Somehow, in the process of feeding a thick branch into the chute, his glove caught, and in a split second, his hand had been pulled in far enough for the machine to take the tip of his finger clean off. He'd screamed for help. My mom had heard him from inside and ran out. She found him clutching his hand, bleeding badly. She wrapped it up as best she could, called 911, and rushed him to the hospital. In the panic, they hadn't thought to leave a note, hadn't cleaned anything. The blood in the kitchen? It was from my dad's attempt to rinse his hand and wrap it up with towels before they left. He dripped blood across nearly every surface on his way to grab keys and shove his feet into shoes. The wall phone was what my mom had used to call 911. They were in such a rush, they hadn't even locked the door behind them. As horrifying as it had looked, they were both alive. Shaken, but alive. I sat on the porch steps with my head in my hands for a long time, trying to calm down. My mom came out at some point, apologized for the shock, and told me my dad was stable. They'd tried to reattach the finger, but without the severed part, there was nothing they could do. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the kitchen again. The streaks, the splatters, the smell. I couldn't shake the image of that blood-soaked phone. The next morning, my mom asked if I could clean up the chipper and move the pile of shredded wood chips somewhere else so it wouldn't attract animals. I agreed reluctantly. It wasn't like I had a choice. I walked out to the backyard with a shovel, gloves, and a trash bin. The air was cool, still damp from overnight dew, and the trees were silent. No birds, no wind. The chipper stood at the edge of the yard, a metal beast with dark stains crusted around the chute. I didn't want to look too closely. The pile of shredded wood chips was huge, maybe 4 feet high and spreading outward like a cone. I started by shoveling from the outer edge, trying not to think too much about what might be in the center. My hands shook as I worked. About an hour in, as I lifted a scoop from the middle of the pile, something pale caught my eye. I dropped the shovel and crouched down, squinting. It was a small shape, just under the surface, buried in the reddish wood fragments. I used 2 sticks to gently nudge it loose. It was a finger, white, swollen, and wrinkled, like it had been soaked in water. There were jagged edges at the end, bone barely visible. It didn't even look real. It looked like a prop from a Halloween store. I gagged, but forced myself to keep steady. I didn't want to touch it, so I maneuvered it between the sticks like oversized chopsticks and carried it, hands trembling, back toward the house. My dad was lying on the couch with a thick bandage over his hand, watching some home improvement show with the volume way too loud. I came in through the sliding back door and stood in the doorway, unsure what to do. He looked over. I didn't say anything. I just held it up. His face twisted. He didn't say anything either. His eyes went red and glassy as he leaned forward slowly. He didn't reach for it, just stared. After a long moment, he nodded. We didn't say a word. We didn't have to. Later that afternoon, we buried the finger in the backyard under the old dogwood tree, right next to the little wooden marker where we'd laid our dog to rest a few years earlier. We didn't have a ceremony or anything. My dad just stood there, silent, as I dug a small hole. I set the finger inside, then covered it with dirt and packed it down with the flat of the shovel. It didn't feel like a funeral. It didn't feel like closure, but it felt like something. In the weeks that followed, things went mostly back to normal. The kitchen was cleaned up, the chipper was sold off to a scrapyard, and my dad adjusted to life with 9 fingers. He cracked jokes about it sometimes, especially after a few drinks. He'd hold up his hand and say he was giving people 4.5 stars. But every so often, when the house got a little too quiet, I'd remember that moment when I walked into the kitchen. The smell, the blood, the silence that came before the storm. I'd remember how real fear doesn't come from movies or ghost stories. It comes from the ordinary turned upside down. A Saturday afternoon, a quiet house, and a trail of blood that leads nowhere good. And every time I walked past that dogwood tree, I'd glance down, reminded that a piece of my dad was still there, beneath the roots. A quiet reminder of how fast life can change, and how sometimes the scariest stories are the ones that end with everyone alive, because they're the ones that really happened. We had been living in Texas for a little over a year, renting this modest 2-bedroom house on the edge of town. It wasn't anything special, but it was enough. Enough for the 3 of us, me, my fiancé, and our son. He traveled a lot for work. That was just part of our life together. Packing, airports, goodbyes, reunions. It was normal. It became the rhythm of our relationship, and it worked. I held things down at home, and he chased contracts from state to state. We had learned to live in that kind of space, to love each other with miles in between. When the next job came through, it was for Pennsylvania. Not exactly around the corner, but we were used to that. The plan was to drive out after stopping in California to visit family. His parents were in Northern California. Mine were down south, about 6 hours apart. We figured we could break up the trip, spend a few days with each side of the family before heading east together. It all seemed simple, but from the moment the plan was made, I had this feeling. It started small, a tightness in my chest, an uneasiness I couldn't place. At first I thought I was just anxious about the travel. Moving was always a hassle, especially with a toddler. But this was different. It clung to me. In the days leading up to the trip, I found myself restless, snapping at little things. I couldn't explain why. And it all came to a head the night before we left Texas. We fought. It wasn't like us. We bickered sometimes like anyone, but this was different. I didn't want to go. I didn't want to leave Texas. I couldn't explain it. I remember standing in our bedroom with my arms crossed, shaking my head. He was calm, confused, maybe a little annoyed. He asked what was wrong, why I was acting like this. I couldn't give him an answer that made any sense. Just that I didn't want to go. That something felt wrong. He reached for me, told me we'd only be in California for a week, and that I needed to breathe. I remember how warm his hands felt on my arms, how steady his voice was. I gave in. I always did with him. We left Texas early the next morning. The road was quiet, sun barely up. Our son was still groggy, curled in his car seat, holding his blanket. I watched the sun rise through the window, watched the miles peel away beneath us. My stomach was in knots. The closer we got to California, the heavier the feeling became. We made it to his parents' house in the evening. It was the kind of house that always smelled like old wood and brewed coffee. Familiar. Safe. His mom greeted us at the door, arms wide, already crying. She adored her son, and she doted on our boy like he was made of gold. His dad was more reserved, but hugged me just as tightly. The night passed with laughter and photos and home-cooked food, but I couldn't shake the tension in my chest. The next morning, I got up early. Our son was already bouncing around the kitchen with his grandma. I stood in the doorway, watching them, and I just broke. It came out of nowhere. I turned and walked outside, down the porch steps, and started crying. Not just tears. I was sobbing. My whole body shook. I didn't know what was happening. I wasn't someone who cried easily, and yet there I was, hunched over, trying to catch my breath. He came out to find me, wrapped his arms around me, and didn't say anything for a while. I kept asking myself why I felt like this. Why was it so hard to leave him, just for a few days? It made no sense. We had done this so many times before. We weren't even fighting anymore. Everything was okay. He kissed my forehead and told me it wasn't like he was going anywhere, that we'd see each other in less than a week, that he loved me. And just like always, his calm settled me. I packed up the car, buckled our son in, and drove away. I watched him in the rearview mirror, standing at the end of the driveway, waving, until I turned the corner and couldn't see him anymore. The drive to my parents' house was long but familiar. I knew those highways like the back of my hand. My son slept most of the way, and I played music low, letting my mind wander. But no matter what I did, I couldn't push the heaviness off my chest. That strange dread was still there. Being home helped a little. My parents were thrilled to see us. My mom had decorated the guest room with toys and snacks, like I was still a kid. My dad gave me one of his quiet smiles and a long hug that made me tear up again. We settled in quickly. My son was spoiled from the minute we walked through the door. 2 nights later, I was sitting in bed, scrolling my phone. He called. His voice was soft, tired. I could tell he'd had a long day. We talked about random things, what his mom had cooked for dinner, how our son had fallen asleep with crayons in his hand, how the weather was oddly cool for that time of year. He sounded distant. Not emotionally, just physically. Worn out. I told him to get some rest. He said he would. We said goodnight. I plugged in my phone and laid back. I was out in minutes. I don't know how to explain what happened next. I didn't dream exactly, but I felt something. I was suddenly cold. Not like shivering cold, but this deep, hollow cold. Like every part of me was empty. It was like waking up underwater, like the air had been sucked out of the room. My chest felt heavy, and I had this overwhelming sense of sadness. Not regular sadness, but this deep, raw grief. And I was alone. So completely alone. Like I had been dropped into a void, and there was nothing but black around me. The silence was deafening. I remember lying there, unable to move, my heart racing. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't cry. I just felt abandoned. Lost. I woke up sometime around 4 a.m., drenched in sweat. I sat up slowly, my hands shaking. The room was dark, and everything was still. I checked on my son. He was sound asleep in the bed beside me. I picked up my phone. No messages. No calls. I told myself it was just a bad dream. A panic attack maybe. Something stupid. I tried to go back to sleep, but I kept tossing and turning, staring at the ceiling until morning. That whole day I felt off. I kept trying to call him. I left voicemails, sent texts. Nothing. I checked his parents' landline. No answer. I tried not to panic. Maybe he was just sleeping in. Maybe he had taken a nap and missed my calls. I told myself it was fine. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. I knew it like I knew how to breathe. When my phone rang around 6 p.m., I recognized the number. It was his mom. I answered quickly, already feeling sick. I don't remember much about that call. Just her voice breaking. The way she said my name like she didn't know how to say the rest. He was gone. She had gone to wake him and found him in bed, still peaceful. He hadn't made a sound. The paramedics said it was his heart. Undiagnosed heart disease. It just gave out. In his sleep. I couldn't breathe. I dropped the phone. My legs gave out. My dad caught me before I hit the floor, but I didn't even realize it. I remember my mom screaming my name. I remember the sound of my own voice crying, but it didn't feel like mine. Everything went dark and quiet inside me. Like that dream, but worse. Because now it was real. The days that followed are a blur. The drive back up to his parents' house felt endless. I remember staring out the window, holding my son's hand in mine, trying not to cry in front of him. When we pulled into the driveway, everything looked the same. The same flowers, the same porch light. But he wasn't there. The funeral was small. Family, a few close friends. Everyone kept telling me how sorry they were, how he was too young, how life wasn't fair. I nodded a lot. I said thank you. I held our son close. But inside, I was frozen, numb. I still think about that morning. The way I cried on the porch. The way I didn't want to leave. The way he held me. I think about that night when the cold came and everything went black. I know now what it was. I felt him leave. I didn't see it. I didn't hear it. But I felt it. Down to my bones. There's no easy way to explain it. No logic that makes it make sense. But I know. The second he left this world, something inside me knew. It was like a string between us snapped. A thread pulled tight for years, stretched across miles and time, and every goodbye. And when it broke, I felt it. Life moves on, because it has to. Our son keeps me grounded. He's growing so fast. He looks more like his father every day. Same eyes, same crooked smile. Sometimes I catch him looking off at nothing, and I wonder if he feels it too, in some small way. I still live with that cold sometimes. It comes and goes, usually at night. I've learned to sit with it, to let it come and let it pass. It doesn't scare me like it did. It just reminds me that love like that doesn't disappear, even in silence, even in sorrow. I miss him every single day, but I carry him with me, in the way I talk to our son, in the way I smile at old photos, in the way my heart still aches and still beats. He may be gone, but he never really left. I was probably about 13 when I first heard the story. My dad told it to me one evening when we were sitting outside after dinner. He wasn't dramatic about it. He never is. He just told it in his usual quiet, straightforward way. Years later, without prompting, my auntie told me the exact same thing, same timing, same reactions, same detail. It was one of those moments that sticks with you, even though I wasn't there when it happened. It was the late 1970s. My dad was around 16 years old at the time, living in his parents' old house, the one on the corner with the red gravel driveway and the thick iron gate that was hard to close without scraping the concrete. My auntie, a few years younger than him, was still in school back then. My great-grandfather, my grandmother's father, had been sick for a long time. He was in his final days, confined to a bed in my grandparents' bedroom at the front of the house. The whole house had taken on that heavy, still feeling that homes get when someone is dying. It was quiet all the time, everyone moving slowly, voices lowered even when they didn't need to be. Their house was a typical older Australian home from that era. Brick walls, high ceilings, and heavy doors that stuck a bit in summer when the wood swelled. The windows rattled in the wind, but the air inside always felt still unless someone opened something. The waiting room at the front of the house sat just beside my grandparents' bedroom. It had old couches and a glass-topped coffee table with a carved wooden base that looked like something you'd find in a lawyer's office. There were 3 doors in that room. One went into my grandparents' bedroom, another opened into the hallway that led to the rest of the house, and the last one, the one that really matters, was the thick, solid wooden front door that led outside to the small front garden. It was late afternoon or early evening, the light outside already softening into that golden tone that only lasts a few minutes. The house was quiet, everyone waiting. My dad and auntie were in the waiting room, sitting near each other on opposite ends of the couch. My grandmother was in the bedroom with her father, sitting by his side, as she had been for days. My grandfather had stepped out to check something in the backyard, or maybe to grab something from the kitchen. That part isn't really clear. But my dad and auntie were just sitting there in silence. No music, no talking, just that waiting. The air in the room was thick. That's the word my dad used. Thick. Not hot exactly, but stuffy. No cross breeze, no airflow, just that stale kind of air you get when a house has been closed up for too long. The windows were shut, and the wooden front door was slightly ajar, not wide open, but not fully closed either. It was the kind of door that took some effort to open and shut. It didn't swing freely on its own. You had to turn the knob and pull, then push it shut hard so the latch would click. There were no gaps under it, no drafts. And it definitely didn't open or close on its own. My auntie was feeling cold, which was odd considering the stillness of the air, but she got up anyway and walked over to the front door. She pushed it closed and turned the old brass lock until it clicked, then pulled it to check. Locked. She didn't say anything to my dad, just sat back down and pulled her knees up on the couch, tucking her arms around them. My dad watched her do it, but they didn't speak. There wasn't much to say. They were just waiting. Minutes passed. Maybe 3, maybe a little more. Time moves slowly in moments like that. You're aware of everything. The way the couch cushion shifts when you breathe, the quiet hum of a fridge in another room, the muted creaks of a house settling in the evening. My dad said he remembered the smell most clearly. The dry smell of dust on old curtains and the faint sharpness of the cleaning fluid my grandmother always used to mop the hallway floors. He remembered that because it was what grounded him in the moment right before it happened. It was sudden. The sound came first, louder than it should have been for that quiet a house. The front door, locked, shut tight just moments ago, flew open with force. Not like it was pushed gently or nudged by wind, but like someone had grabbed the handle from inside the room and yanked it open violently, pulling it wide on its hinges. It opened outward toward the garden, slamming against the side wall and bouncing a little before swinging back with the same energy and slamming shut with a bang so loud it echoed through the house. Both my dad and auntie jumped, their hearts immediately racing. They stared at the door, frozen. My auntie was already on her feet again, though she didn't remember standing. My dad said it sounded exactly like the way someone would leave a house in anger. Like the kind of slam you do when you're done with a fight, when you want the noise to say everything you can't. It wasn't a random gust. It was deliberate, like purpose had been behind it. But there was no one there. They checked the handle. Still locked. The deadbolt hadn't turned, but the door had opened. There were no signs of wind, no open windows, no drafts. The trees outside weren't moving. The garden was calm. At that exact moment, right as the door slammed shut, they heard it from the bedroom. A long, broken sound, like a deep sob or a wail. My grandmother's voice. They rushed to the door and found her sitting beside her father's bed, her hands covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. He had just died. There was no mistaking the timing. It was the same second. They both swear to it, even now. My auntie once told me she looked at the clock right before it happened, and again after, and not even a full minute had passed. My dad doesn't go in for exaggeration. He's the kind of person who tells things plainly, and his account has never changed. They had locked the door. It had stayed closed. No one had touched it. But something made it open like that, wide and fast, and slammed shut so hard that the pictures on the wall in the hallway rattled. No one came in or went out. Nothing was disturbed in the garden. But the feeling in the room afterward wasn't fear. It was just emptiness, like something had left. The rest of the evening went how you'd expect. The family gathered. A doctor came. Phone calls were made. My grandmother was inconsolable for hours, and then quiet for days after. The house went into that strange mode families slip into when someone passes. The rituals of grief, the tasks that keep your hands busy so your brain doesn't fall apart. But the thing that stuck, the thing that neither my dad nor my auntie ever forgot, was the door. They checked everything afterward. My grandfather even tried to recreate it, closing the door to the same angle, leaving it unlatched, seeing if it could swing open on its own. He opened and shut it from the garden, from inside the room, even stomped his foot on the floor to see if the vibration would cause it to move. But nothing. It stayed stubbornly still, like it always did unless someone turned the knob with purpose. My dad once told me he tried to push it just hard enough so that a breeze might do the rest. But even then it wouldn't swing with any kind of force. It always needed a hand behind it. My grandparents never talked much about the door incident. My grandmother had other things on her mind, and maybe part of her didn't want to think about it. But she did mention once, years later, that something about the house changed after her father died. Not in a haunted kind of way. Nothing strange happened again, but in how quiet it felt, how the light came through the windows differently, how the rooms never felt quite as full. It was like something had left with him, like his presence, even in his final days of barely speaking, had still filled some space in the house. And when he died, that space wasn't empty, it was cleared. The house has long since been sold. New families have moved in and out. I drove by it a few years ago just to see. The front garden has changed. The thick hedges were trimmed back, and someone painted the door a deep navy blue. But it's still the same heavy wood, still has the same iron handle, and still sits in the same frame that held it for decades. I don't believe in ghosts. Neither does my dad. We don't believe in doors slamming shut from spirits or signs from beyond. But we do believe in moments. Those rare, strange seconds when everything aligns in just the right way and something you can't explain happens right in front of you. It doesn't have to be supernatural to stay with you forever. Sometimes, it's enough that two people saw the same thing at the same time, and it shook them hard enough that the memory never changed, never faded. That door opened. It slammed shut. No one touched it. No one was near it. And it happened the second my great-grandfather passed away. It didn't feel like a ghost or a sign. It just felt like someone leaving, like the last step out the door, a goodbye without a sound. A moment no one tried to understand too much, because the truth is, sometimes the most real things in life are the ones we can't fully explain. And maybe that's okay. When I was 13, I lived in a small, quiet town in rural Zimbabwe. The kind of place where life moves slowly, and the air always smells of dry grass, earth, and sometimes smoke from distant brush fires. We lived in a big, single-story house that sat right in the middle of a large plot of land. It wasn't anything fancy, just a long house with wide rooms, thick walls, and a tin roof that clanged and creaked whenever the wind picked up or when a sudden storm would throw down heavy rain. The garden around the house was massive. It wrapped all the way around, front to back, and my parents spent a lot of time planting things that didn't always grow. The soil was tough and dry, and you had to dig and turn it like you were fighting with it before anything would take. On the edges of the yard were guava trees, thick with gnarled branches, and a few dusty bushes that attracted insects. In the front, we had some flowers that came and went with the seasons, and on the sides, the ground was mostly bare, hard-packed, and cracked under the sun. One side of the house had this narrow stretch of garden, a sort of passage between our house and the neighbor's fence. It wasn't really used for anything. It was maybe 2 or 3 meters wide and about 20 meters long. The house wall on one side, a rough concrete fence on the other. At the far end of that strip was a small, old cement-lined pond. It was round, maybe 3 meters across and 1 deep, built low into the ground. It hadn't held water for years. It was bone dry when I found it, filled with dead leaves, broken sticks, some pieces of rusted metal, and layers of brown dust that had built up from years of neglect. One weekend, I had the idea to clean it out. It was one of those long Saturdays where time crawled by, and I didn't feel like staying inside. My mom didn't like us watching too much TV, and there wasn't much to do anyway. I figured I'd clear the pond, maybe see if we could refill it one day, use it for swimming or fish, or even just as a place to sit around. So I grabbed a metal rake, a shovel, and got to work. It took a few hours. The sun was beating down hard, and the dust stuck to my arms and face. I scraped out everything: leaves, sticks, clumps of dry mud, an old plastic toy I didn't recognize. I even scrubbed parts of the concrete with a broom dipped in soapy water from a bucket. By the time I finished, the pond was still cracked and old-looking, but clean. The bottom was rough and gray, with a thick crack running along one side like a lightning bolt etched in stone. I was proud of the work, even though I didn't really have a plan for what came next. A few days later, my friend Dan came over. He was one of my closest friends, a tall, skinny kid with sharp elbows and knees that always seemed bruised from climbing things he shouldn't. We usually played soccer in the front yard or threw stones at mangoes in the trees, but that day we were just messing around. I can't even remember exactly what we were doing, probably chasing each other, seeing who could jump the furthest, or making up some game. The kind of dumb, energetic stuff you do when you're a kid and your body's full of movement you don't know how to burn off. At one point, I found myself running around the side of the house, into the narrow garden path between the wall and the fence. The sun was starting to go down, and everything had that dusty orange glow to it. The air smelled warm and dry, like heat trapped in bricks. I remember hearing Dan's footsteps behind me, then nothing. Just me, running fast, feet slapping on the dirt, heading straight toward the pond at the end. I wasn't thinking about anything at all. I was just running. But when I got maybe 2 meters away from the pond, something happened. It was like my whole body locked up, frozen mid-step. I stopped so suddenly I nearly fell forward. My legs were shaking. My breath caught in my throat. It felt like a wall of something invisible had hit me, hard and fast. Not pain, not even panic, just this sudden, overwhelming dread that hit me like a crashing wave. My skin crawled. My chest tightened. My whole body buzzed like it had been plugged into a socket. It was like thousands of tiny needles rained down on me, stabbing my skin all at once. And I didn't understand it. There was nothing there, nothing that I could see. Just the empty pond, the cracked concrete, the dead dry grass around it. But something inside me screamed, "Don't move." I stood there, completely still. I didn't take another step. I stared at the crack in the side of the pond, my heart hammering in my ears. I didn't blink. I didn't breathe. For a moment, time felt like it had stopped. Then, from that crack, a long shape began to slide out. Slow, smooth, quiet. It was a snake, dark, glossy, and thick-bodied. It moved like a rope dragged through water, steady, deliberate. It was maybe a meter long, maybe a bit more. Its scales caught the last light of the sun, a dull brown and black, blending perfectly with the dust and the cement. I knew exactly what it was before its full body even came into view. A Mozambique-spitting cobra. I'd seen them before in books, maybe once on a documentary on TV. But seeing one in real life, this close, was something else. It wasn't afraid. It didn't slither away. It just came out of the crack slowly and curled itself halfway along the edge of the pond, lifting its head slightly as if tasting the air. Its eyes were small and dark, and its tongue flicked in and out with calm, terrifying rhythm. I didn't move. I didn't even shift my weight. I just stood there, legs aching, stomach turning to ice, and watched. These snakes are known to be aggressive. Not just defensive, but actively hostile if they feel threatened. They don't just bite, they spit. Straight at your eyes. The venom can blind you, burn through skin. One strike and you're in serious trouble. And I had just run full speed straight toward its new hiding place. If I hadn't stopped, if something in me hadn't made me freeze, I would have been right on top of it. Maybe it would have thought I was attacking it. Maybe it would have spat or lunged. I could have been blind. I could have been dead. Eventually, the snake slipped back into the crack, as silently as it had come. I didn't turn around. I walked backwards, one slow step at a time, until I was far enough to turn and bolt. I ran back toward the open part of the garden where Dan had stopped, staring at me with wide eyes. I didn't say anything. I just sat down in the grass, heart pounding, hands shaking. It was over, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about how close it had been. Not just the snake itself, but the fact that I had no warning. Nothing had told me it was there. No sound, no movement, no shadow. Just a feeling, this sudden, unexplainable fear that stopped me cold. I kept replaying it in my mind, over and over. The way I stopped, the way I stared, the way the snake moved. I didn't understand how I had known. It didn't make sense. But something deep in my body, in my instincts, had screamed that something was wrong. The next morning, I went out with my father and helped him fill the pond with sand. We didn't say much. He didn't know about the snake, just that I wanted the pond gone. I didn't argue. I shoveled dry earth into it for hours until it was full and flat, like it had never been there. We raked the top smooth and watered it down so the dust wouldn't blow away. After that, we avoided that part of the garden. We didn't grow anything there. We didn't play there. It became just another quiet part of the yard, shaded and dry, ignored. Years later, when I was older, I sometimes tried to explain what happened to myself. Maybe I heard something my conscious mind didn't register. Maybe the snake shifted slightly, and I caught it in the corner of my eye. Maybe my body picked up on something subtle. Heat, pressure, movement in the air. Or maybe it was just luck. Pure, blind luck. But I don't really believe that. There's something inside us, something ancient and buried, that still knows danger when it's close. Something that doesn't wait for reason or logic. That day, I listened to it without knowing I was listening. I froze because something in me knew I had to. And that single moment, that one pause, saved me. To this day, I don't walk past dry cracks in walls or piles of rocks without watching carefully. I don't run blindly through places I don't know. And I've never ignored that feeling again. That cold, buzzing fear that wraps around your spine and stops you in your tracks. I still remember the exact look of the pond. The way the cracks split the concrete. The way the snake emerged so silently, like it had always been there. And I remember how close I came to not seeing 14. It's strange how a single moment can divide your life so cleanly into before and after. Before that day, I thought I understood fear. After it, I knew what it felt like to stand at the edge of something final and walk away. That pond is gone now. Filled, buried, forgotten. But I haven't forgotten. I never will. It always takes a second for people to process what I mean when I tell them I live in a church. Not a converted one. Not one that's just styled like a chapel. A real one. A church built sometime in the early 1700s, complete with a steeple and all the old stonework. And out front, a cemetery. Actual graves with unreadable headstones, some tilted, some sunken into the earth like the ground was trying to forget them. My parents bought it decades ago. Said it had charm, history, and space. It was cheap too, which should have been a red flag. But they fell in love with it. And then I grew up in it. You'd think that living in a place like this would get boring eventually. You'd get used to the strange noises, the creaks in the walls, the moaning wind that gets trapped in the steeple and sounds like someone breathing through their teeth. But I never really got used to it. And I stopped trying after a series of things happened that I still can't really explain. It started slow, small, dumb even, but it built into something that still gets under my skin whenever I think about it. The first thing I noticed was the phone charger. I was going to bed, like usual, went to plug it in, and it wasn't in its usual spot. Not even close. It had somehow gotten under my pile of dirty clothes. I figured I'd just tossed it there without realizing. I mean, my room's messy. It's not like it was impossible. So I pulled it out, plugged it back in, went to sleep. But then it happened again the next day. Same thing. The cord was split in two, the charging cable and the block. And the cord part was under a different pile of clothes this time. I kind of froze for a second when I saw it, because I remembered exactly where I'd left it the night before. Right there on the nightstand, plugged in. Still, I'm not the type to jump to wild conclusions. I plugged it back in, shook it off, moved on. Third night, same thing. Except this time, when I was trying to push the block into the outlet beside my bed, I felt the phone vibrating in my hand. I didn't think much of it at first. Figured I was accidentally pressing the screen with my fingers as I braced myself. But when I finally looked at it, I saw I'd somehow pulled up the call screen and dialed 3 digits, 666. I didn't call it, obviously. I stared at it for a long time, just trying to understand how that had even happened. I wasn't typing, I wasn't looking. I was just jamming the charger back into the wall. It creeped me out, but I told myself it was just a weird coincidence. Maybe my palm pressed on it just right. That's possible, right? Then there was the man. It was a hot summer day, a couple years back. I was upstairs, just got out of the shower in the bathroom across the hall from my bedroom. You have to understand the layout to really get this. There's a long hallway that stretches from the bathroom, past my bedroom, all the way to my parents' room and a spare bedroom at the very end. When I opened the bathroom door, I instinctively looked down the hall. There was a man standing there, right by the spare room, not moving, just looking at me. He wasn't fuzzy, he wasn't shadowy. He looked real, solid. I remember his shirt. It was pale blue and looked kind of worn. His face wasn't scary, just blank. And then after 2, maybe 3 seconds, he turned and walked into the spare room. Like it was nothing. I stood there with water still dripping down my neck, towel half around my waist, just staring. I didn't run. I didn't scream. I was too stunned. And when I finally moved again, I went to check the room. It was empty. I don't know how to explain that one. I never saw him again. I even checked the doors, checked the windows, but nothing had been opened. No one was home but me. I didn't even tell anyone for a while, because what could I even say that would make sense? Then there was the dream. I think it happened after the man, but I'm not totally sure. Sometimes the order gets jumbled in my head. What I do remember is how real it felt, like vividly real. It felt like I was awake, except I couldn't move. In the dream, there were 3 little girls standing beside my bed. They were in white dresses, frilly, old-looking ones. Their faces weren't scary or strange. They just stood there, watching me, all night. I kept waiting for them to say something or move or vanish, but they didn't. They just stood there. It was like my brain had paused on a frame of a horror movie, but I had to live in it. When I finally did wake up, I was sweating like crazy, sheets soaked. It was like I'd run a marathon. I didn't sleep in that room the next night. Then there were the whistles. That happened 3 separate times, and each time it was with my girlfriend at the time. We'd be hanging out in my room, watching TV or just lying around, and suddenly we'd hear a whistle. A clear, human whistle. Like someone calling a dog or trying to get someone's attention. Every time it happened, we'd look at each other, wide-eyed. We always checked the hallway, checked the windows. Never saw anything. And the weirdest part? We were always alone in the house. You know how your body just knows when something's off? Like your skin tightens and your stomach dips? That's how it felt every time. Like something was just behind the curtain, just out of reach, but close enough that you knew it was there. One of the most distinct things that ever happened late one night. I was lying on my bed, watching TV, head at the foot of the bed for some reason. My guitar, a cheap acoustic one, was leaning against the wall next to me. It was close, within arm's reach. Out of nowhere, the strings strummed. Not just one string like it fell over and bounced. All of them, like someone had dragged their fingers across them. It was soft, not loud, but loud enough to make me jump. I turned my head so fast I got a cramp. The guitar hadn't moved. It was still leaning the way it had been. No wind, no window open, no reason. Another time I went into my room to grab something, can't even remember what, and I sat down on the bed for a second to check my phone. As I was reading a message, I felt the bed shift beside me, like someone had sat down. I didn't move, didn't look. I just froze. I could feel the dip in the mattress. I felt a tiny gust of air, like what you feel when someone flops next to you. And I heard it too, that soft rush of air. But no one was there. That was the moment I realized that whatever was going on wasn't just random. It was something. Maybe not a ghost or whatever, but something was happening. Too many things, too consistent. So I bought a cheap digital voice recorder online. Figured I'd do one of those sessions people do, ask some questions, see if anything came up. I sat in my room, recorder in hand, and started with the whistle. I asked about it. No sound, no change in the air. Dead silence. But when I played the tape back, there it was. That same damn whistle. Clear as day, right after I asked about it. I remember just staring at the recorder for a minute, listening to it again and again. My voice asking the question. Then silence. Then the whistle. So I kept going. I asked about the guitar. Asked if they liked it. Again, nothing I could hear in the moment. But on the playback, there was a soft giggle. Definitely female. Sounded young. Not creepy in a horror movie way, just eerie. Especially since I'd had that dream about the girls in white. Then I decided to go to the spare room, the one where I'd seen the man. I sat on the floor and hit record. I asked if there was anyone in the room, if someone had been watching me, and almost instantly, I felt the temperature drop. Not freezing, just enough to make my arms prickle. I asked again. The tape played back something I'll never forget. A voice, deep, heavy, male, but not clear. It wasn't words, but there were grunts. Like someone was trying to answer, but couldn't get the words out. One of them sounded like a low aha. It didn't feel fake. Didn't sound like anything I'd heard before. Not wind, not static. I kept asking questions. Then I asked if they could give me a sign, like a tap or something. That's when the tapping started. On the TV in the room. Not random. Precise. Once for yes, twice for no. I tested it. I asked if they were here. 1 tap. I asked if they were angry. 2 taps. I asked if they'd lived here before. 1 tap. It felt like I was having a conversation, but with something invisible. I don't know how long I stayed in there. Maybe an hour. Maybe more. But eventually, I stopped recording, stood up, and left the room. Haven't used the recorder since. It felt like I'd poked something I wasn't supposed to. Like I'd woken someone up. After that night, things went quiet for a while. No more guitar strums. No more whistles. The charger thing stopped happening. It was almost like whatever it was had said its piece and moved on. Or maybe it was waiting. I don't know. I tried to look into the history of the place, but most of the records were gone. Water damaged, destroyed, lost to time. I found a few mentions of the church being used as a temporary field hospital during a war, maybe revolutionary. Found some names buried out front that don't even show up in census records. But no smoking gun. Nothing evil. Nothing that could explain why my phone would dial 666 on its own. That part still bugs me. Because everything else, while creepy, felt neutral. Not good or bad. Just present. That one thing, though, that felt like something trying to get noticed. Something trying to provoke. I haven't experienced anything new in a while. Maybe it's done. Maybe it's just sleeping again. But I still live here. Still sleep in the same room. Still walk by that spare room every day. And sometimes late at night, I think I hear something shift on the mattress beside me, just barely. Like someone getting comfortable. But when I turn to look, there's never anyone there. I've been waiting for a long time to write this down. I don't really tell people about it much, but I figured if I was going to say anything, I should do it properly and write it all out exactly how it happened. If you're reading this, I hope you don't think I'm exaggerating anything, because I'm not. I've never believed in ghosts or paranormal stuff. Honestly, even when I was a kid, I thought those kinds of stories were made up or people's minds playing tricks on them. I always looked for the logical explanation. I still do. But what happened to me that day? Well, I still can't explain it. And I've tried. Believe me, I've tried. It happened a few years ago. My mom worked in real estate and would often visit houses by herself to check them out before showing them to potential buyers. She liked to go in first and get a feel for the place, see what needed cleaning, what the lighting was like, if the place was still furnished, that kind of stuff. Most of the time she went alone, but once in a while I'd go with her, especially if it was a weekend and I had nothing to do. It wasn't a big deal, and I'd just walk around with her while she looked at the rooms. Usually, the houses were empty and kind of boring. But this house was different from the beginning. I remember we were in the car when she told me other agents had said the house had a weird vibe. Some even joked that it was haunted. My mom didn't believe any of that, and I sure didn't either. She figured since it had that kind of reputation, it might be good to have someone with her, just in case. I think she said that more for fun than anything serious, but I went along. I didn't think twice about it. We pulled up to the place around noon. It was early spring, a little overcast, not too cold. The house sat on the edge of a neighborhood, kind of separated from the others. There were a few houses on the same road, but this one was tucked behind some overgrown bushes and trees. You could barely see it from the street. It was completely covered in vines, thick ones crawling up the walls and even hanging down from the roof like tentacles. A cracked sidewalk led from the street to the front door, and the grass was tall and yellowing. It hadn't been cut in a long time. I remember thinking the house looked like it had been forgotten. Not just empty, but like people had purposely stayed away from it. The windows were dirty, and you could only sort of make out the insides behind the glass. One of the front windows had a curtain that looked stuck in place, like it hadn't moved in years. My mom unlocked the front door, and we stepped inside. The air was stale. Not moldy or anything, just that dry, dusty air that you get in places that haven't been lived in for a while. The first floor looked pretty normal. Hardwood floors that were scuffed up and worn, walls that could have used a fresh coat of paint, old furniture still sitting in place. Nothing was broken or trashed. It just looked like someone had packed a suitcase and left one day without taking anything else with them. There was a coat still hanging on a hook by the door, a faded umbrella in a stand, a dusty old rug in the middle of the living room. We walked around for a bit. The kitchen had an old fridge that was still plugged in, humming quietly. There were a couple of cups in the sink, like someone had used them and then forgotten about them. The dining room had a long wooden table with 6 chairs around it. One of the chairs was pulled out, as if someone had been sitting there not long ago. It was odd, but I just figured maybe a previous agent had been there recently. The part that really got to me on the first floor was the television. In the corner of the living room was an old box TV, one of those big, heavy ones that sit on the floor. It was on. I'm not kidding. It was actually on. The screen was glowing faintly, playing a black and white documentary about World War II. I remember seeing tanks rolling across a field and soldiers marching in grainy footage. The volume was turned down low, but it was just enough to be heard in the quiet. It made the whole house feel colder. That constant low murmur of the TV combined with the silence of everything else, it was unsettling. My mom said it was probably on a timer or someone had forgotten to unplug it, but I could tell it gave her a weird feeling too. After checking out the downstairs, we went up to the second floor. The staircase was steep and narrow, the kind that creaks with every step. The upstairs hallway was long, with faded wallpaper that had peeled in spots, revealing the bare wall underneath. There were 3 doors along the hall. The first room was just a bedroom, simple, with a bed, a dresser, a small nightstand. The bed still had sheets on it. A single pillow. Dust lay thick on everything, undisturbed. It looked like no one had entered in a long time. Then we got to the second room. I'm not going to lie, when we opened the door, I stopped short. The entire room was filled with taxidermy animals. Real ones. Not toys or collectibles. Mounted deer heads on the walls. Stuffed raccoons and foxes, and birds arranged in poses like a museum. A bear, mid-roar, stood in the corner. It wasn't a huge room, and with all the animals packed in there, it felt cramped. like they were watching you from every angle. The smell was different too, not exactly rotten, but like old fur and dust and something chemical. I felt a chill in my neck. My mom just said something like, "Oh wow," and we stepped back out after a few seconds. It wasn't dangerous or anything, just deeply weird. But still, everything looked undisturbed. We moved on to the third room. It was another bedroom, smaller than the first, with just a single bed and a desk by the window. It felt more normal than the other two. Not much to look at. We glanced around and then decided to head back downstairs. As we were walking down the hallway, past the second room with the animals, I glanced back in, just out of curiosity. And that's when I stopped. There was a chair in the center of the room. It wasn't there before. I know that for a fact. We'd just been in that room maybe 10 minutes earlier, and there was nothing in the middle. We would have had to walk around it. It was a wooden chair with a red cushion on the seat. It looked old, like it belonged to a different era. But the strangest part was how it was placed, perfectly in the center of the room, like someone had taken the time to measure out the exact spot and set it there. Nothing else in the room had moved. The animals were still staring from the corners and walls, but now they all seemed to be looking at the chair. I didn't say anything at first. I just stood there, frozen, staring into the room. My mom asked me what was wrong, and I just pointed. She looked in and immediately went pale. She whispered something under her breath, and we left the house right away. Locked the door, walked to the car, and didn't say a word until we were halfway back home. That chair, it still gets to me. I've thought about it so many times since then. There was no one else in the house. We were together the entire time. Neither of us ever went off alone. No one came in behind us. We didn't hear a single sound the whole time we were upstairs. And yet, something had moved a chair from who knows where and placed it exactly in the center of the creepiest room in the house. I've tried to explain it. Maybe it was there the whole time, and we just missed it. But no, that doesn't make sense. The room wasn't that big. We both went in and looked around. You couldn't miss something like that. It would have been in the way. I remember exactly where I stood, just to the left of the bear in the corner. If the chair had been there, I wouldn't have had space to stand. It wasn't there. Then it was. We never went back to that house. My mom didn't put it on her list for showings. She said she didn't feel comfortable with it. A few weeks later, I asked if it had sold. She told me it had, but then said the new owners didn't stay long. I didn't think much of it until a year or so later, when I overheard her talking to another agent about it. The house had sold again, and again, over 5 times in just a few years. Each time, the new homeowners left within a few months. Some claimed the lights turned on by themselves. Others said they'd hear footsteps when they were alone. A couple said they felt like someone was watching them in certain rooms. I never heard anyone mention the chair. I don't know if anyone else ever saw it, but it was real. I saw it, and no matter how many times I go over it in my head, I can't explain it. It's not the kind of story that ends with a ghost or some dramatic event. Nothing jumped out at us. Nothing chased us. It was just a chair. One old chair, moved without a sound, without explanation, in a house that felt like it had secrets it didn't want to share. And that's what still creeps me out. I don't tell people this story to scare them. Honestly, it's not even that scary when you say it out loud. But when you live through something like that, something small but completely impossible, it changes the way you see the world. You start to notice little things more. You check behind you even when you know you're alone. And you don't laugh off stories like this anymore. I haven't been back to that neighborhood since. I'm not afraid of the house exactly, but I have no reason to be near it either. Some things are better left alone. Maybe there's a logical answer. Maybe someday I'll figure it out. But until then, that house, that chair, and the silence of that room will stay with me, clear as the day it happened. And I'll always wonder, what else was waiting in that house, just out of sight, quiet and patient, like it had all the time in the world. My friend Ryan and I had just graduated from college a week earlier. For years of long nights, part-time jobs, skipped meals, and coffee-fueled cramming were finally behind us. We were both exhausted and a little dazed, unsure what came next, but we figured we deserved to blow off steam before real life started. A trip to Florida sounded like the perfect way to say goodbye to our college days. We'd drive from our small Midwest town all the way down, hit some beaches, maybe a few clubs, soak in the sun and the freedom. The plan was simple: take I-75 south, stop in a few cities along the way, and then crash with Ryan's cousin who lived just outside Tampa. Our first major stop was Atlanta. We got in late afternoon and checked into a cheap motel just outside downtown. It was a hot, humid evening, the kind of air that sticks to your skin. We showered, changed, and grabbed an Uber into the city. Ryan had looked up a bar called the Highlander that people on Reddit swore was a fun, gritty dive. It didn't disappoint. Dim lighting, worn booths, loud music, cheap drinks. The walls were plastered in stickers and graffiti, and there was a strong smell of fried food and spilled beer. Perfect. We drank more than we should have, laughing over dumb stories from college, marveling that we were actually done. We made friends with the bartender, who poured us a couple shots on the house when we told him we had just graduated. There was a kind of invisible thread that binds people celebrating. Maybe it's youth or hope, or the buzz of knowing life hasn't worn you down yet. At some point, probably around midnight, we stepped outside to get some air. I remember leaning against the brick wall, blinking up at the orange haze of streetlights. That's when they walked up to us. A guy and a girl about our age, maybe a little older. He had short dark hair and wore a Cubs cap backwards. She was petite, in black jeans and a denim vest, with her long brown hair pulled into a messy bun. They smiled like they already knew us, like we'd all gone to high school together and were bumping into each other on the street. He said, "Where you guys from?" in this laid-back voice, like he already knew the answer. "Illinois," I said, "but small town, near Peoria." His eyes lit up. "No shit, we're from Rockford." We laughed. Small world. It was all casual after that. Where did we go to school? What did we study? What were our plans now? That sort of thing. Nothing deep, just easy back and forth like we'd known each other longer than 5 minutes. They'd just graduated too. Said they were taking a road trip down to Orlando, and then maybe Daytona. He told us they'd been dating for 3 years, and they were thinking about getting engaged soon. She smiled but didn't say anything, just kind of leaned into him. We talked for a while, maybe 15 or 20 minutes, and then it was time to split. They said they were heading back to their hotel. We were going to hit another bar. They waved goodbye and walked off down the street. He had his arms slung around her shoulders, and they looked like they belonged to each other. Like one of those couples you see at a festival or concert and think they're going to be all right. They got into this sleek black BMW Z4 convertible. Even in the dim light, the car gleamed. It had a Chicago Bears decal on the back window. I remember that detail clearly. The top was down, and they pulled off into the night, laughing at something we couldn't hear. The next morning, we woke up in the motel feeling like we'd been hit by a truck. My mouth was dry as cotton, and my head pounded with every movement. Ryan wasn't doing much better. We downed some Gatorade and aspirin, packed up, and got back on the road. I remember the sky being this bright, mocking blue. The kind of color that makes you feel worse when you're hungover. We got on I-75 and started heading south. Traffic wasn't bad at first, and we made decent time. The road stretched out in that never-ending southern sprawl, flat, pine-lined shoulders, signs for boiled peanuts and fireworks, and the occasional billboard for personal injury attorneys. Then it stopped, just like that. About 50 miles south of Atlanta, we hit a wall of brake lights, bumper to bumper. No exits nearby, no way out. It was the kind of jam where people start getting out of their cars to stretch or pee behind trees. We sat there for over an hour, creeping forward foot by foot. The sun beat down through the windshield, and our hangovers twisted into something worse. We passed the flashing lights first. 2 cruisers angled to block the shoulder, their strobes cutting through the heat waves. Then came the fire truck, and then the accident. Just one car. Black BMW Z4, flipped onto its side, half on the road, half in the grass median. Crushed. The windshield was spiderwebbed. The frame bent like someone had tried to twist it into a knot. 2 blue tarps. One on the road, one on the grass. Not far apart. But what I remember most, what still wakes me up sometimes, is the severed arm. Pale, lying just off the pavement near the median. Still wearing a bracelet. No one had covered it. Like they missed it. Like it didn't count. I didn't want to believe it. But I knew. The decal was still there on the back. Chicago Bears. Same spot, same shape. There couldn't have been that many identical cars. And even if there were, I felt it. Deep down, I already knew. We didn't talk for a long time. Ryan just stared out the window, and I gripped the wheel so tight my knuckles went white. I kept trying to think of their names, but I couldn't remember if they ever told us. Maybe they had. Maybe I'd just been too drunk to remember. That made it worse. It was like their names were the only proof they had ever existed, and I didn't even have that. Just a 15-minute conversation, some laughs, a wave goodbye. And now, we didn't stop again until we hit the Florida border. Even then, it was just a gas station to pee and switch drivers. Ryan didn't bring it up, and neither did I. But I saw how he looked at the road. A little more cautious. Like he was expecting something else to jump out at us. When we got to his cousin's place, we tried to act normal. Went to the beach. Ate shrimp from a roadside stand. Took pictures. Smiled. But the whole time, I kept seeing that arm. The way it was lying there like a forgotten piece of laundry. No ceremony. No dignity. Just part of someone who used to laugh and talk and plan a future. I wonder about them sometimes. What would they be doing now? Would they have gotten engaged? Married? Had kids? Would they have stayed in Illinois or moved south? I think about the look in her eyes when she leaned into him outside that bar. Like she trusted him completely. Like they had all the time in the world. We never found out their names. We tried searching the news that night, but all we found was a tiny blurb. Fatal accident on I-75 involving a single vehicle. 2 dead. Names withheld pending notification of family. That was it. No pictures. No mention of where they were from. No follow-up story. Just a couple of lines and then silence. I think about how close we were. We could have been in that car with them if we'd agreed to go back to their hotel instead of finding another bar. Or they could have come with us. We joked about it. Said, maybe we'll meet up again in Florida. But we didn't exchange numbers. There was no way to know who they really were. It stuck with me though. Still does. Not because it was gory or shocking, though it was, but because they were just like us. Graduates. Young. Figuring it out. Celebrating. On the road. Laughing. And then nothing. I'm older now. That trip was years ago. Ryan and I drifted apart after a while. Different jobs, different lives. But I still think about that night in Atlanta. About the two of them. The short moment they passed through my life, and then were gone. Sometimes I catch myself scanning the back of black BMWs on the highway, looking for that decal. I don't even know why. Habit maybe. Or maybe it's a way to remind myself how thin the line is. Between then and now. Between celebration and tragedy. And every now and then, late at night when the world is quiet, I wonder what their names were. I wish I knew. I wish I could say them out loud. Just once. So someone else would remember them too. I don't talk about this with people anymore. Not because I think they'd mock me, though that used to be a concern, but because it always leaves a weird heaviness in the air. I'm not saying I believe in the supernatural or fate or any of that, but this whole thing, it still sits with me. Sometimes it slips to the back of my mind for weeks, even months, but then something will pop up, a movie, a name, a phrase, and suddenly I'm back there, sweating through fevered sheets in 2006, asking a long-dead actor to save someone I'd never even thought about. It started in September 2006. I got sick. Not just the usual cold or flu, but the kind of illness that comes on fast and knocks everything out of you. I remember it started with a sore throat one night. Then by the next afternoon I was burning up, aching from the tips of my fingers to my back molars. Every bone hurt. I could barely hold water down. I didn't have insurance at the time, and I kept saying I could ride it out, tough it out from home. Dumb decision, I know. My girlfriend at the time, Rachel, was taking care of me as best she could. We were in our early 20s, just out of school, living together in a small one-bedroom apartment with thin walls and barely working AC. She ran around, changing out DVDs, bringing me wet cloths, swapping sweat-soaked sheets in the middle of the night. She even moved a fan right next to the bed and sprayed cool mist into the air with one of those dollar store spray bottles. I don't remember much of those days clearly, but she said I kept talking in my sleep. She wrote some of it down. When I finally started coming out of it, I was still weak, like my limbs were full of sand. I sat on the couch with a blanket over my shoulders, blinking at the screen while some old black and white movie played, trying to piece together what was real and what had just been the dreams or hallucinations. That's when Rachel sat next to me and asked, "Who's Donald Crisp?" I blinked, confused, because the name didn't sound totally unfamiliar, but it wasn't someone I consciously thought about. I told her the only thing I knew. He was an actor from way back, maybe the 30s or 40s. I remembered seeing him in some lassie movies when I was a kid watching Saturday TV with my grandma, but I couldn't name anything else. She just looked at me funny and said, "You kept calling out to him." Like not yelling, just repeating his name. Then you said something like, "He has to save her." I asked you who he had to save and you said, "Butto is coming back home to die." I didn't have a response. I hadn't thought about Benazir Bhutto in years, and even then I knew barely anything about her. Just that she had been a leader in Pakistan and went into exile. I couldn't tell you a single policy, or even what year she had been in power. The whole thing struck me as bizarre, but I brushed it off. Fever dreams, weird brain chemistry. Who knows what the mind drags out when it's fighting off infection? Things went back to normal. The sickness cleared, Rachel and I got on with life. Work, bills, groceries. I forgot about it. Life doesn't give you much time to reflect when you're just trying to stay afloat. But then, in December 2007, I had that dream. I still remember every detail. The colors, the sounds, even the strange burnt smell in the air. In the dream, I was standing in some open square or courtyard, surrounded by low white buildings and dirt roads. It wasn't anywhere I'd been before, but I could hear a crowd, tense and murmuring. Then I saw her, a woman in a light blue dress and headscarf, standing on some kind of platform. She was waving, talking to the people. And then chaos. A crack of gunfire, people ducking. I remember seeing a flash of orange in the crowd, then an explosion. Everything blurred, but I saw her fall. People screamed. Smoke and fire rose. I was frozen. And then suddenly, I was in a room with wood-paneled walls and low leather chairs. The kind of old-fashioned lounge you might see in a club from the 1940s. A man sat across from me reading a newspaper. I knew him instantly, though I couldn't place from where. He folded the paper and handed it to me. No words, no expression. The headline read in bold blocky letters, "Bhutto killed in Sikh states." The paper was yellowed, soft at the edges like it had been handled too many times. The price on the corner said 5 cents. No date, just that headline. When I woke up, I was sweaty but not sick. I felt off though, unsettled. I didn't tell Rachel. Just went about the day, worked a shift at the bookstore, came home, ate leftovers. I told myself it was just a dream, a really weird dream. But 3 days later, on December 27, 2007, I saw the news. Benazir Bhutto assassinated. She was shot during a political rally. There was an explosion. She was in Pakistan. She had just returned from exile. I stood in front of the TV, remote in hand, not moving. Rachel came in and asked what I was watching. I didn't answer. I just sat down. I felt cold. Not the kind of cold you get from air conditioning or weather. A deeper cold, like something had slipped through, something I wasn't supposed to see. I still didn't say anything to anyone. What was I supposed to say? That I dreamed it? That I had some kind of vision in my sleep a few days before it happened? No one wants to hear that. People either think you're lying or they start acting weird around you. But it didn't stop there. About a week later, I was flipping through channels late at night, unable to sleep. My head felt full, like there was static buzzing just behind my eyes. I landed on TCM, Turner Classic Movies, something I rarely watched unless I was bored out of my mind. A film called Jezebel was just starting. I was about to flip past it when I saw his name in the credits. Donald Crisp. I stared at the screen. The same name I supposedly mumbled in my fever. The same man from my dream. I watched the movie all the way through, not because I was interested, but because I needed to see his face again. When he appeared, I felt something inside me drop. That was him. That was the man from the lounge with the newspaper. It wasn't even a close resemblance or a maybe. It was him. I stayed up the rest of the night researching. Donald Crisp was a British-American actor and director. He was active from the silent film era into the 1950s. He died in 1974. That alone gave me pause. I had no reason to know who he was, no interest in early cinema. My knowledge of him was shallow at best, just that I might have seen him in some old lassie movie as a kid. So why would my fevered brain choose him? Why would he show up in a dream over a year later and hand me a headline that came true 3 days after I dreamed it? I still don't have the answer. I tried to write it all down once, like a timeline. The illness in 2006, the fever, what Rachel told me I said. The dream in December 2007, the assassination, the newspaper headline, the TCM broadcast. Everything lines up, but lining it up doesn't make it make sense. Over the years, I've run into the name Donald Crisp a few more times, always unexpectedly. Once in a crossword puzzle, once mentioned in passing in a podcast I had on in the background while making dinner, once in a book about old Hollywood that I found on a bench at the park. Not left behind or discarded, set there deliberately like someone wanted me to find it. I didn't even take the book. I left it where it was. Rachel and I broke up in 2009. It had nothing to do with any of this. Just life, distance, change. But sometimes I wonder if it all affected me more than I let on. I became more closed off, more skeptical, but also less sure of things. Like I had seen behind a curtain, but had no idea what the play was about. I'm not saying I predicted the assassination. I didn't call anyone. I didn't send a letter or email. I didn't go to the authorities. I didn't do anything with it. And if I had, what would that have done? Who would have listened? I think about it sometimes when I get sick now. When the fever starts to rise, and I feel that buzzing behind my eyes. I wonder if it will happen again. But it hasn't. Not once. Nothing like it. Just that one time with Butto with Donald Crisp. Like a coin flipped and landed on its edge. Sometimes I dream of that lounge again. The old leather, the dim lighting, the soft tick of a grandfather clock somewhere out of view. But he's never there. The paper is never there. It's just me, sitting in the chair waiting. I always wake up before anything happens. I don't know what it meant, if it meant anything. Maybe it was all coincidence. Maybe I picked up on news in the background without realizing it. Maybe I had read about Butto returning, and it worked its way into my subconscious. Maybe Donald Crisp's name came from a rerun or something Rachel was watching. All plausible. All possible. But even after all these years, I still get that feeling in my gut when I see his name. Not fear, not awe. Just recognition. Like I was meant to notice. Like I was meant to remember. Back when I was in high school, I had this close friend named Katie. She lived a few miles out of town on this massive piece of land that had been in her family for generations. Her family was well off, not flashy or showy, just the kind of people who owned more land than they could ever possibly use. The property was so big, you couldn't see their nearest neighbor, not even with binoculars. Their house sat tucked away in a thicket of trees, about a 10-minute drive from the main road. It was the kind of place where you felt truly alone. Quiet, isolated, safe, you'd think. Katie lived there with her mom and her younger sister, Molly. Their dad used to live there too, but after the divorce, he moved into his own house. Still on the same property, but a few hundred acres away. You could technically walk between the two houses, but it would take you the better part of an hour if you weren't familiar with the trails. Most of the time, people just drove. For the most part, Katie's life seemed normal. She was smart, laid-back, funny. We used to hang out in her room, watching old DVDs or sneaking wine coolers from her mom's mini fridge. Everything seemed so regular on the surface. But then one day, Katie started talking about strange things happening in the house. She didn't act scared when she brought it up, more confused than anything. She said stuff like they'd come home and find the TV on, even though no one had touched it. Or they'd walk into the kitchen and find drawers left open, sometimes food left out on the counter. Stuff that didn't add up. Her mom thought it was the girls being forgetful, and Katie figured maybe it was just her little sister sneaking snacks or messing around. But then there were the other things. Katie once told me that sometimes, when she was already in bed at night, she'd feel her blankets get pulled up and tucked around her, almost like someone was gently making sure she was warm. She'd assumed it was her mom. She said it happened maybe once or twice a month, nothing regular. She never really thought much about it until Molly, her sister, brought up the same thing. That she sometimes woke up in the middle of the night to find herself tucked in, even when she hadn't been when she fell asleep. They asked their mom about it one night at dinner, just kind of casually, and she told them she hadn't done it. Not once. She wasn't the type, she said. She didn't believe in coddling once they were past a certain age. Katie said they all laughed about it at the time, but later that night, she couldn't fall asleep. She lay there, staring at her ceiling, thinking about all the times she'd woken up warmer than she'd gone to bed, about the faint creak in the floorboards she sometimes heard above her room, about the weird sounds they always chalked up to an old house settling. Looking back, Katie said she thought there were signs, things she missed, like how their cat would sit in the hallway and stare at the ceiling for long stretches of time, or how they'd sometimes hear what sounded like footsteps in the attic soft and deliberate, not like squirrels or raccoons. Her mom dismissed all of it. Animals in the walls, maybe. Or the wind. Always the wind. Everything came to a head one afternoon in early spring. The sun had just dipped behind the trees, and the sky was turning that deep blue color you get right before dusk settles in. Katie wasn't home that day. She had practice after school and ended up going to a friend's place after. It was just her mom and Molly. They'd been out running errands, groceries, post office, that sort of thing, and pulled into the garage around 7 or 8 in the evening. The garage was attached to the side of the house and had a door that led into the mudroom. That door, Katie told me, was always locked if no one was home. But that night, as her mom pulled the car into the garage, headlights sweeping across the far wall, they both noticed the door was slightly open. Not wide open, just enough to show the frame and the darkness behind it. And standing in that doorway was a man. Katie said her mom described him in almost too much detail. He was tall, but hunched slightly, like he'd been crawling or crouching for a while and hadn't fully straightened out yet. He was barefoot, wearing dirty jeans and a ragged t-shirt. His face was pale, smeared with grime, and his nose was running heavily. Snot just hanging there, unbothered. He was breathing hard, his chest rising and falling like he'd just finished sprinting. For a second, everyone froze. Katie said her mom didn't scream, didn't panic. She just stared at him, gripping the steering wheel, her other hand slowly reaching for the gear shift. The man started moving toward the back of the car, slowly, methodically, as if trying to block their only way out. But Katie's mom wasn't about to let that happen. She shifted into reverse and began backing up, keeping her foot steady on the brake, not slamming it, just easing the car out of the garage inch by inch. That's when the man lost it. He lunged at the car, slamming his fists against the back window hard enough to leave cracks in the glass. Molly was screaming, curled up in the passenger seat, while her mom kept backing up, never taking her eyes off the mirror. The man followed them for a few steps, banging on the side of the car, but eventually he stopped at the edge of the driveway and just stood there, breathing hard, watching them disappear down the road. They didn't go home. They drove straight to the nearest gas station with a payphone, maybe 15 minutes away, and called the police. Katie said her mom couldn't even get the words out at first, just said something about a man in the house, someone being inside. 2 sheriff's deputies were dispatched immediately. They waited at the gas station until the police told them it was safe to return. When Katie's mom and Molly got back to the house, there were half a dozen patrol cars lining the driveway. One of the deputies had been shot. Not fatally, but seriously. The man, the one from the garage, had been inside pouring gasoline all over the floors, the furniture, the walls. He had a lighter in his hand when they found him. No one knew if he was going to burn the house down with himself in it, or if he had other plans. Either way, it didn't happen. The cops caught him just in time. Katie didn't find out about any of this until later that night. Her mom picked her up from her friend's place, white-faced and shaking. The whole drive home, she didn't say much, just kept her eyes on the road. When they got to her dad's house, that's when she told Katie everything. They didn't go back to the house for weeks. Forensics went through it top to bottom. The attic had been the man's hiding place. He'd carved out a little spot behind some insulation and old boxes, made himself a kind of nest with blankets and pillows taken from the guest room. They found food wrappers, water bottles, even some of Katie's old toys that had gone missing years ago. There were signs he'd been living up there for months. They never figured out exactly how he got in. Maybe during a repair. Maybe through a vent or an unlocked window up high. However it happened, he stayed. Lived right above their heads. Listened to them move around. Ate their food. Watched them. The cops believed he'd been coming down at night, creeping through the house when they were asleep. That he was the one turning on the TV, opening drawers, tucking the girls in. Katie said the thought of it made her stomach flip for weeks. She couldn't sleep. Couldn't stop picturing this man, sweaty and hollow-eyed, standing over her bed in the dark, gently pulling her blankets up. The man had a record. Nothing violent before this, mostly trespassing, mental health holds, minor thefts. He had no known connection to the family, no reason to target them. That made it worse in a way. He just picked them. Picked their house because it was big and out of the way and full of hiding spots. He went to prison for 7 years. Attempted arson, breaking and entering, assault on an officer. Katie said those years were the only time she really felt like things were normal again. They sold the house after that. Moved into town. Her mom couldn't stand to be in that place anymore. Every creak in the floor, every rustle in the attic gave her a panic attack. The cop who got shot survived. Barely. The bullet missed a major artery in his leg by less than an inch. He told people afterward, some of them anyway, that he thought something saved him. That when he saw the flash from the gun, he felt something push him sideways. Not hard, just enough. He called it luck, or maybe something else. But that was his story. When the man got out of prison, it made the news, at least locally. Katie and her sister were in college by then, living in dorms, but they both started looking over their shoulders again. Their mom got a security system, a big dog, and carried pepper spray everywhere she went. Nothing ever happened. He never showed up again. But Katie told me once that the fear never really went away. That no matter how much time passed, she still sometimes woke up in the middle of the night and looked at her ceiling, listening. Just listening. And that was the part that stuck with me more than anything. Not the man, not the crime, but the way that silence changed. The way a quiet house never felt comforting again. How even the sound of your own footsteps could start to feel like someone else's. I still talk to Katie sometimes. We don't bring it up often. But once, years after it all happened, I asked her how she really felt about it. What it did to her. She didn't say much. Just that she double-checks her locks every night. And that she never, ever ignores weird little things anymore. Because you never really know who might be watching. Or how long they've already been there. I was about 13, maybe 14 years old, and I remember this one night so clearly that it still plays in my head more often than I'd like. It wasn't some wild adventure or some big event. It started off as just another regular night at home, in the same two-story house I grew up in, with the same routine I followed most evenings. Our house had this weird setup where the upstairs bathroom was actually more like a third story because of how the ground sloped downhill in the backyard. The window in that bathroom looked straight out over our backyard and into the woods beyond. It wasn't thick woods, just trees spaced out enough you could see pretty far in, especially in fall or winter. The tree line sloped up into a second neighborhood behind ours, but it wasn't packed with houses. Maybe 4 or 5 scattered homes, each tucked away enough to feel isolated. Anyway, I was getting ready for bed. Everyone else was already in their rooms. I had to use the bathroom, and being the lazy teenager I was, I didn't bother turning the light on. The hallway light was on behind me, and that was enough to dimly light the room. I walked in, closed the door but didn't lock it. I rarely did. The air was a little cool, the way it gets when the heat doesn't reach into the corners of the house. I stood at the toilet, just doing my thing, half asleep and zoning out. That window was right beside the toilet, like 2 feet to the left of me. It was always kind of eerie at night because with no lights on, it was basically a big black square. You couldn't see anything in the glass except your own reflection and the glow of the hallway behind you. But that night, as I stood there, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. At first, it looked like a faint glow in the trees, like someone way out there had a flashlight. But it wasn't a normal beam, not something you'd aim and point. It looked more like when you walk behind someone with a flashlight and the light spills out around them, kind of diffuse and soft. The glow just appeared, no slow approach, no flicker, just there. It wasn't flickering like a campfire or moving like someone walking. It was just there. I squinted at it for a few seconds, but I didn't stop what I was doing. I figured maybe someone in the development behind ours was out late, or maybe one of those motion lights had been triggered by a deer or raccoon. It wasn't unusual for wildlife to move through the woods. Our trash cans had been knocked over by raccoons plenty of times. Sometimes you'd even hear owls or coyotes back there. It was normal, but after maybe 30 seconds, I realized the glow hadn't changed. It stayed right where it was. No movement, no dimming, just a weird, pale light in the trees about a quarter mile away, far enough that it should have looked smaller or dimmer. But it didn't. I finished up, flushed, and kind of shuffled over to the window without thinking. I put one hand on the windowsill and leaned in a little, still not really worried, just more curious than anything else. That's when it changed. The glow, that soft outward spill of light, slowly turned toward me. It was like someone holding a flashlight who had just swung it around to aim directly at my face. But it wasn't a quick swing. It was smooth, controlled, like someone intentionally focusing it in my direction. And now the light wasn't soft anymore. It sharpened, narrowed, became focused. I could see the beam now, strong and clear, pointed directly at the window. At me. That window was high up. From where the light had originally appeared, it was probably about a quarter-mile away, and there was a hill between us. The backyard sloped down from the house, then back up as it merged into the hill and forest. That light should have bounced off branches or leaves, or at least lit up the yard below. But it didn't. It didn't light up anything except me. I could see its reflection in the glass, bright, solid white like a car headlight, but without the yellow tint. It wasn't flickering or bouncing like someone walking or running with it. It was steady, focused, and unnatural. Then it started to move. I don't mean it looked like someone carrying it and walking. The beam itself didn't shake or jitter. It stayed dead on my face, and it moved forward, toward the window, toward me. I didn't even feel my body start to panic until my chest got tight. It felt like my brain hadn't caught up to what was happening, but my body had already decided something wasn't right. I stood frozen, eyes wide, barely breathing. That light kept coming, staying locked on my face, no wider than the window pane but growing brighter. It didn't light up the room around me, just the glass and my reflection. It was like everything else didn't exist to it. It closed the distance faster than it should have been able to. That's what freaked me out most. It moved like it wasn't climbing the hill, like it wasn't slowed down by terrain or trees, like it was on a track, smooth and fast, coming straight across empty air. I couldn't see a shape behind it. No outline of a person. No shadows. Just the beam of light getting stronger and more focused until I could barely look at it. My heart started pounding, but I couldn't make myself move. I felt like if I stepped away from the window, the light might follow. I wanted to believe it was just someone screwing around, maybe shining a flashlight from a balcony or porch up the hill. But even as I thought that, I knew it wasn't possible. It was too high, too steady, too direct, and it was still coming. Then, finally, I snapped out of it. I backed away, nearly tripping over the small rug on the floor. I turned around and hit the light switch. The moment the room lit up, the beam vanished. Gone, like someone flipped it off in the blink of an eye. I rushed to the window again, but there was nothing. No glow, no faint beam, nothing in the woods. Just darkness. Cold, empty darkness. I stared for minutes, trying to make sense of it, but the more I looked, the more uncertain I felt. My own reflection stared back at me in the glass, warped slightly by the imperfections in the old window pane. Behind me, the bathroom looked just like always. Normal, silent. I didn't tell anyone that night. I didn't want to sound crazy. What could I even say? That I saw a weird light in the woods? That it moved toward me? That it vanished the second I turned the lights on? It didn't seem like something anyone would take seriously. I barely believed it myself. But that wasn't the end of it. For the next few days, I kept checking that window every night. I'd leave the bathroom light off, stand near the glass, and just watch. Nothing ever happened. No lights. No movement. Just trees swaying gently in the wind, shadows stretching across the yard, maybe a distant porch light from one of the houses up the hill. All normal. After a week or so, I stopped checking. Eventually, I convinced myself it had just been a weird trick of the light. Maybe someone really was out there, and I just imagined the rest. Maybe the way my eyes adjusted to the darkness played a trick on me. That explanation felt safer, easier to live with. But then, a few months later, in early spring when the snow had melted and the ground was soft and muddy, my mom asked me to clean up the yard. There were branches and junk that had blown in over the winter. I was dragging a tarp across the grass, filling it with debris when I saw something on the far edge of the yard, near the start of the trees. A small, circular patch of mud that had dried in a strange, perfect ring, maybe 3 feet across. At first, I thought it was just where water had pooled. But when I stepped closer, I realized the ground inside the ring was flat. Too flat. Almost like it had been pressed down. Hard. There were no footprints. No tire marks. Just that single, perfect circle. I stared at it for a while, then went back to work. I didn't say anything. I didn't really want to know more. That night, I closed the blinds in the bathroom. For good. I never saw the light again. But every so often, when the wind shakes the trees just right or I catch a flicker of something outside the corner of my eye, I remember that night. The way the beam moved, the silence, the precision, the impossible. And even now, all these years later, I still don't have a good explanation. Not a satisfying one. Not one that fits. But I know what I saw. And I know that whatever it was, it saw me too. Back in late 2002 or early 2003, I lived on this long, isolated road that stretched way out into what felt like the edge of the world. I don't think it even had a name that people used. Just one narrow strip of cracked asphalt, old and worn out, leading nowhere. There were no side streets once you got past the first few miles. No stores, no gas stations, no other roads that branched off. Just miles and miles of emptiness. Woods on either side, thick and quiet. Not the good kind of quiet either, the kind where it makes you feel like something is waiting out there. It didn't matter what time of day it was, there was always a kind of stillness that pressed in around the road. The kind that made you feel like you weren't supposed to be out there. We had no streetlights. Not one. At night, the road turned into this black ribbon that disappeared under your feet. On clear nights, moonlight helped a little, but when it was cloudy, it was pitch black. I used to watch people speed down that road like they were in a race, even though there were warning signs and tight turns that came out of nowhere. Accidents happened all the time. You'd hear the screech of tires, and then nothing. Sometimes you'd find a car in the ditch the next day, sometimes not. That night I was home alone with my ex. We were just hanging out, not doing anything special. I think we were sitting on the couch. I remember the TV was on, but I couldn't tell you what was playing. The windows were closed, but you could still hear outside pretty well, especially if something loud happened. Out of nowhere, we heard this crash. But it didn't sound normal. I've heard cars crash before. It's usually one loud bang, maybe a second one if the car hits something else. This time it sounded like metal being ripped in half and thrown into the air over and over. It sounded like a dozen cars crashing at once, or like one car crashing over and over, again and again. We looked at each other and just knew. Something bad had happened. No talking. We grabbed our shoes and ran outside. The air hit us like ice. It wasn't even that cold, but it felt wrong, like the world had just shifted a little to the left. We ran up the driveway, which was gravel and weeds, and when we hit the road, everything stopped. There was debris everywhere. I've never seen anything like it before. Pieces of metal scattered all over the road, tires lying by themselves like someone had just tossed them there. The pickup truck was completely destroyed. It looked like someone had picked it up and slammed it against the earth a few times before dropping it. The cab was crumpled, the bed was twisted. The whole thing was smoking, and the engine was still running, revving like it was trying to stay alive. There was no fire, but the smoke made it feel like there was. Thick, white plumes drifting up into the sky. It smelled like gasoline oil rubber. It was hard to see through the smoke, but you could make out shapes on the ground. People, not moving. One man was sitting in the middle of the road, just sitting there, his back hunched, arms limp, head down. He was making this sound that I can't even describe. It wasn't screaming. It wasn't crying. It was like a mixture of both, but with something worse underneath. Like he was broken from the inside. Like his soul was trying to crawl out of his mouth. It echoed in the dark, bounced off the trees, and hit us in the chest like a wave. I stood there. I didn't know what to do. I think I was frozen. I could feel my ex behind me, standing still too. We didn't say anything, didn't move. It was so dark. I could see the outline of the man, and I knew there was someone lying next to him. I couldn't see him clearly, but I knew he was dead. You could feel it. The way the guy was making that sound, the way the body didn't move at all. Just still. Too still. Then the sirens came. The flashing lights. First the cops, then paramedics. And finally, a life flight helicopter. The flashing lights lit up the whole road. And that's when everything went from bad to worse. With the spotlights on, you could see just how bad it really was. Blood everywhere. The road was soaked. The gravel by our driveway was soaked. There were pieces of bodies mixed in with the debris. That part, I don't remember seeing. But I know it happened. My neighbor told me later that I stepped over a piece of someone's leg and didn't even notice. He said I was calm, just walking around like I was in a trance. I don't remember that. My brain refuses to give me that image. It's like it locked it away and threw away the key. I only remember that man sitting in the road, that horrible sound he made, and the way the trees shook when the helicopter flew low overhead, that sound of the blades chopping through the air. It felt like it was scraping the sky. The wind it kicked up made the trees bend and sway, like they were trying to get away from it. The paramedics worked fast, but there wasn't much they could do. 2 of the guys were already gone, dead on the scene. The third one, the one making that sound, he survived. I don't know how. I don't even know how he was still sitting up. His clothes were soaked through. His face was pale under the blood. After that night, I heard he fled the country. They were migrant workers, probably scared of what would happen. I never saw him again. The cops stayed out there for hours. They brought out floodlights. You could see everything under those lights. Too much. After a while, they brought out body bags. Not to carry anyone away. The ambulances had already come and gone. These bags were for pieces. Small pieces. Stuff the impact had torn apart. I didn't watch. I went back inside. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the shape of that man in the road. Heard that sound. I laid there with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sun to come up. For days afterward, the road in front of our place was stained red. It didn't rain for a while, so the blood just sat there, soaking into the cracks. I could see it every time I looked out the window. It was like a reminder that it had happened, that it wasn't just a nightmare. Neighbors talked about it for a few days. Then it faded, like everything else. People forget. They move on. But I don't forget. Even now, when I hear a car go too fast down a narrow road, I freeze up. When I hear a crash, my stomach turns to ice. That sound the man made, that lives in my head. It crawls out sometimes, when it's quiet at night and I'm alone. I still can't picture the scene clearly. It's like looking through fog. I know what happened. I know what I was told. I know what I must have seen. But it's all locked away. Like my brain knew it was too much. And maybe that's a good thing. The wreck changed the way I looked at that road. I used to think it was just a lonely stretch of asphalt. Now, every time I see a turn in the dark, I wonder if someone's going to make it around, or if I'm going to hear that sound again. It's strange how one night can change everything. After that, I started leaving a porch light on. Even though we had no street lights, I figured it helped a little. At least it made the dark feel a little less endless. Life kept moving. I eventually left that house, moved away from that road. But the memory followed me. It still does. It doesn't come up often, but when it does, it hits like a freight train. It was one of those nights where reality just cracked open and showed me what it was really made of. Not ghosts or monsters, just real life, real pain, real blood, real death, and a man sitting in the middle of the road, screaming into the night while everything burned around him. That was the worst night of my life, and I remember every piece of it, except the parts my mind won't let me see. My mom told me this story a few years ago. She doesn't talk about it often, and to be honest, it stuck with me in a weird way. It wasn't the kind of story she told to scare anyone or to be dramatic. It wasn't even like she believed anything supernatural happened. My mom's the kind of person who believes what she can see and touch. She's a Christian, takes her faith seriously, and doesn't put stock in ghost stories or anything like that. But she told me this happened, and she said she still doesn't know how to explain it. It all starts with my great-grandmother Florence. She was in her 80s by the time this happened. I never met her, but from what my mom says, Florence was a strong-willed woman, proud and very particular about things. But as she got older, dementia took hold. It wasn't just forgetting names or misplacing things. It got bad. She started confusing people. She would think people were still alive who had died long ago. She didn't always recognize her own kids. One of the saddest things my mom said was when Florence's little white dog, Fluffy, died. That dog was everything to her. After it passed, she had it cremated and kept the ashes in a little urn on the fireplace mantel. When my mom used to visit her, Florence would pick up the urn, shake it gently, and tell her to say hello to Fluffy. My mom did it, even though it felt weird, because arguing would just confuse Florence more. She says it was sad to see someone you loved slowly lose parts of themselves like that. Anyway, the real story is about something that happened after my mom's Aunt Lucy passed away. Aunt Lucy was one of Florence's daughters, so she was my mom's aunt. Lucy had a sudden heart attack and died in her sleep. It was unexpected, and the whole family was shaken. Florence was already in a fragile mental state, so they decided not to tell her right away. They figured it was best to wait until after the funeral, so she wouldn't be upset or confused by all the people and emotion. They didn't want to risk her breaking down in front of everyone or causing a scene. So my mom and her aunts and uncles made all the arrangements for the funeral. They chose a dress for Lucy to be buried in. It was a pale blue dress, formal but not flashy. My mom remembered it because she helped pick it out. Lucy hadn't worn it often, and my mom said it wasn't something Florence would have seen, especially not recently. They had the funeral at a small church near where Lucy lived. It was a closed service, mostly family and a few friends. They had an open casket, which my mom said she didn't think twice about at the time. A lot of people in the family are traditional that way. The day after the funeral, the family went over to Florence's house to break the news. My mom said they were nervous. They weren't sure how she'd react. She might forget who Lucy was, or she might take it hard. Either way, they knew it wouldn't be easy. When they told her, Florence didn't cry. She didn't even look surprised. She just looked at them kind of blankly and said Lucy had been by the house the day before. Everyone kind of froze. My mom said she remembers feeling this weird chill in the room, even though it was the middle of the afternoon and warm outside. Someone asked Florence what she meant. Florence said Lucy had come by and she seemed upset. She said Lucy kept repeating the same thing. "They're looking at me. I don't like them looking at me. I told you I didn't want them looking at me." She said Lucy was agitated, pacing the room. Florence said she tried to calm her down, but Lucy wouldn't sit. She just kept saying she didn't want them looking at her. At first, they thought it was just Florence's dementia. Maybe she had dreamed it or imagined it. She did things like that sometimes. But then she said something else that made everyone stop. Florence said Lucy had been wearing a strange dress. She described it in detail, light blue, with tiny white buttons down the front, long sleeves with lace at the cuffs, and a high collar. My mom said her stomach dropped. That was the exact dress they had buried Lucy in. Florence had never seen it before. She hadn't left the house in weeks. There were no photos of the dress, and they had picked it out after Lucy died. There was no way she could have known about it. My mom said no one really knew what to say. They stood there in Florence's living room, just quiet. Some of the family tried to brush it off, saying maybe she'd seen the dress years ago and remembered it, or maybe they had mentioned it and forgot. But my mom said she was sure no one had told Florence anything about the dress. It was just too specific and too fresh. Florence even mentioned a small tear in the hem, something my mom had noticed when they dressed Lucy for the viewing, but hadn't thought was worth fixing. For a while, they let it go. They didn't want to press Florence too much. But later that night, my mom couldn't stop thinking about it. She kept replaying what Florence said. "They're looking at me. I don't like them looking at me." It hit her that Lucy had never wanted an open casket. She'd mentioned it before, kind of offhand during another funeral years ago. She said it made her uncomfortable, the idea of people staring at her body. She didn't want to be remembered that way. My mom had forgotten about it, or maybe just didn't think it mattered. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. Maybe they had gone against Lucy's wishes. Maybe that explained why Florence imagined her like that, upset and pacing, saying she didn't want people looking at her. Maybe it wasn't anything strange or supernatural. Maybe it was just guilt. Maybe they were all projecting their own unease onto Florence's words. But then again, Florence had described the dress exactly. That part still didn't make sense. For the next few weeks, things settled down. Florence didn't mention Lucy again. She went back to her routine, such as it was. Her mind was slipping more every day. She started needing help with basic things. The family took turns checking in on her, helping with meals, medication, laundry. She never brought up that day again. But my mom said the house felt different. She didn't know how to explain it. Just a heaviness. Not like anything was there, but like something had passed through and left a mark. She said she felt it the most when she stood near the mantel, next to Fluffy's urn. Florence still made her say hello to the ashes every time she visited. One day, my mom asked her if she remembered Lucy coming by that day. Florence just looked confused and said Lucy hadn't visited in a long time. It was like she'd forgotten all about it. Eventually, Florence passed away in her sleep. Peaceful, no pain. She was buried next to her husband, in the same small cemetery where Lucy was. The family kept things quiet. They didn't talk much about what happened. Every now and then, my mom says she thinks about that day and tries to explain it. She tells herself maybe Florence had heard someone talking about the dress. Maybe she saw a photo of it and no one realized. Maybe it was just coincidence. But deep down, she says she doesn't really believe that. There are too many little details that don't add up. She still doesn't believe in ghosts. She says she doesn't think it was that. But she also doesn't think it was nothing. Maybe it was the mind holding on to something. Maybe it was grief playing tricks on all of them. Or maybe, in the way that old minds sometimes see things we don't understand, Florence really did have a moment of clarity. A moment when something reached her that the rest of them missed. The whole thing stayed with my mom, even now. It wasn't a ghost story. It wasn't meant to be scary, but it was real. Something happened that day that no one could explain, and no one ever tried to explain again. My mom says she doesn't need to understand it. Some things happen, and we just carry them with us. That's all she ever says about it. I was 15, and I'd spent the afternoon at the beach near our apartment in Cancun. The sea was warm, and the sun had beaten down until my skin felt tender and heavy. When I came back, sand clung to every inch of me. Thirst hit me as soon as I stepped in the door. I just wanted a hot shower and something to eat. My stomach growled. I drifted through the apartment, past the kitchen, into my room. I dropped my towel and flip-flops by the door and grabbed fresh clothes. My mind wandered. I could almost taste the cold soda and chips waiting on the table. Second-hand excitement of an easy dinner warmed me even more. In the bathroom, I stepped in and shut the door behind me. The tiles were cool under my feet. The room smelled of soap and damp. I flicked on the shower and the water rushed out in strong, steady streams. I peeled off my sandy clothes, reached for the soap. Everything felt normal, quiet. I could hear the hum of the apartment's air conditioning, distant laughter from other holidaymakers in the next units, the buzz of flies, everyday sounds. That's when something heavy clunked onto my hand. It was a sudden weight, a thud, sharp and electric. I jerked back, yelling out loud. My heart raced, my hand felt trapped. I stared in shocked silence. There, sitting on my open palm, was a creature that was completely wrong. Black, large and ugly, with an armored body and so many legs it made my skin crawl. It covered my hands back, each leg clinging, hooked. For a moment it didn't move, but that stillness was worse than motion. It had to be a spider, I thought, though I'd never seen one so huge. A tarantula-looking thing, except I made a snap judgment, panic flooding every nerve. I froze. I wasn't from here. Back in England, I barely handled common house spiders. Here, thousands of miles from home, I felt small and helpless. Feverish adrenaline took over. I told myself this was do or die. I remember thinking, this is the moment when I become a man. I'd hear the story later at home, that I faced down a monster on holiday and won. I pictured marching it out to show my family, capturing it like some proud hunter. I took a breath and roared, some loud, savage guttural sound that surprised me. Then I lifted my hand, shaking it, trying to fling the thing away. The shower was still spraying, pouring over me, water drumming on my shoulders, hiding my trembling. I was on top of the toilet seat, bracing myself. The thing fell off with a thud onto the floor. I saw it lying there, legs curled or maybe unmoving as if dead. For a moment I thought, I did it. Relief flooded me. My heart slowed until another pulse hit. Check it. I lowered one foot back down, ready to stomp maybe, to finish it off. Only then, I heard movement. A faint scuttle. I reeled back, boots slipping. The beast, or whatever at this point, monstrous creature, was moving again. My bravado drained, replaced by terror. I screamed, sharp and high like a little kid. I felt sick, my vision blurred, my pulse rattling in my ears. I backed away, scrambling, only to slam against the toilet seat again for support. The thing began climbing again. It went up the bathroom door, each leg working inch by inch. It waited there, near the top. Its shadow fell across the pail with like some living stain. I couldn't move. I couldn't look away. The water still ran, washing away sand, dripping off my hair, pooling around the drain in my feet. My flip-flops lay scattered by the door. I wanted them, but couldn't bring myself to go. The creature's presence made my skin crawl. Its shape made me want to vomit. I was trapped, feeling smaller than ever. It felt like a simple spider, but this one had grown into my nightmares. Then I noticed something. I was staring at its legs. There were only six legs, not 8. Something started to shift in my head. A 6th finger on a glove doesn't match. A mismatch like that slowly pulls you out of fear. I blinked. The creature's legs were long and spindly, more jointed than a spider. The body was wider. My breathing slowed. I thought, this isn't real. It can't kill me. I tried naming it in my head. Its shape, broad body, long legs, hairy shell, felt familiar. Then I saw it, a crab. A big old black crab without pincers. My first relief blinked away as I processed it. A crab. Not a spider. Not a tarantula. The fear collapsed in little shards of embarrassment and relief all at once. I watched it quiver as it edged away from the door, scuttling closer to me. I realized then that it was just a crab that had somehow found its way into the building. No magic, no monsters, just a stray creature. The door had been shut tight, but maybe for a moment it slipped, or it came in hidden in luggage, or coral someone brought back. I shook off my wet hair, water dripping down my face. My heart still pounded, but the fear was fading, leaving behind adrenaline and exhaustion. Carefully, I grabbed a pan from under the sink, cooking pan by the cabinet. It felt heavy in my hand, awkward and clanging. I edged forward, mind trembling, and scooped the crab up. It skittered around in the pan, clicking on ceramic and metal. It looked wild, angry now, but smaller, less monstrous. My legs shook as I carried it out. As I passed the hallway, I could hear my parents in the living room. The sound of cutlery, a TV murmuring, the soft thud of the front door occasionally. The building felt calm again, normal. The panic in my veins drained away with each step. I reached the apartment door, opened it slowly, the corridor light flickered. No one noticed me. I tiptoed past them. Outside, the air was thick, warm. I stepped onto the balcony, pan still clutched in one hand. The lagoon was just below, water shining dark green under streetlights. Somewhere off I heard distant giggles, the splash of a pool. I didn't want to think about sand or food anymore. I just wanted this crab gone. I loosened my grip, tipped the pan carefully. The crab slid out and into the grass near the water's edge. In the dark, I watched its tiny form scuttle away, disappearing near the reeds. In that moment, something solid settled in me. Triumph, not the kind I'd imagined, no parade, no medals. Just the end of my own fight. I'd screamed, I'd panicked, but I hadn't fled the apartment. I'd faced it, even if it was only a crab, not a tarantula. That was enough. I closed the balcony door quietly. I crept back inside. My clothes were soaked, dripping water onto the floor. I moved past the kitchen, where the table was still set. Chilled soda, tortilla chips, guacamole, cut fruit. My stomach rumbled again. I paused. Did I deserve it? Probably. I took my plate, poured a drink, and ate slowly. The sound of crunching chips echoed, comforting. I closed my eyes between bites, feeling the warmth of the apartment, the hum of the aircon. Afterward, I stood by the window looking out at the lagoon. Light reflected off the water, shadows of trees shifting with the breeze. A frog croaked somewhere nearby. I still felt that quick pulse in my chest, fear remembered. But there was calm too, deeper than the water beyond the glass. The night felt good. I'd seen something scary, something I thought was going to kill me, but it hadn't. It was just a crab. Yes, it was something I didn't want in my bathroom. Yes, it looked horrible for a minute. But now here I was. I'd gotten through. I'd like to think that crab wandered into the lagoon and didn't mess with the alligators, if there were any. I like to picture it in the dark water, safe, not under a bathroom door again. There was one final bit of satisfaction. I had a story now. A real story. Yes, not the monster tale I'd built in my head, but a story. I swallowed the last chip, washed it down, and headed to bed. My bed felt soft and safe. My towel was dry. The rest of the night passed without incident. No spiders, no crabs, just normal sleep. And in the morning, I woke up knowing I was a little braver than the night before. When I was a kid, probably around 8 or 9, I used to stay over at my grandma's house a lot. She had this old 2-story place that always smelled faintly of cinnamon and dust. The kind of smell you don't really notice until you're older and realize it only comes from old houses with thick carpet and furniture that's been around forever. Her guest room was at the end of the hall upstairs, right next to the closet where she kept all her extra blankets and a weird collection of umbrellas, some broken, some still good. The room itself wasn't anything special, just a twin bed with a squeaky frame, a dresser that smelled like mothballs, and curtains that never quite kept the light out. I remember the sheets had these faded little flowers on them. They were scratchy, not like the soft ones at home, but I liked them anyway. There was something about the way everything in her house stayed the same, like time just didn't move there. One night, I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep. It wasn't easy. That house creaked in all the wrong ways when it got quiet. The air conditioner didn't reach upstairs too well, so the room would get this weird stale heat in the summer. I kept flipping over, left side, right side, back again. Every time I got close to drifting off, I'd hear the house settle or a car drive by outside, and it'd jolt me back awake. I remember one time rolling over to face the edge of the bed, my back to the wall. I opened my eyes and just froze. There was this kid standing right next to the bed, just looking at me. It wasn't like when you see a shadow and your brain fills in the rest. I mean, I saw him. He looked maybe a little younger than me, pale, almost glowing. His skin had that kind of soft shine like when light hits milk. He was wearing these old-fashioned clothes, like suspenders and a button-up shirt that looked like it belonged in a photo from the 1940s. He had a birthday present in his hands. Big square box, wrapped in bright red paper with a big gold ribbon on top. He also had a party hat, tilted slightly on his head. The kind made out of cardboard with an elastic band under the chin. His face was blank, not smiling or sad. Just there, staring. I didn't even blink. I just rolled back over as fast as I could, shut my eyes, and forced myself to fall asleep. I didn't move. I didn't open my eyes again that night. The next morning, everything was normal. Grandma made eggs and toast. The sun was pouring through the kitchen windows. No mention of anything. I didn't say anything either. It felt like one of those dreams that are way too real to be just a dream, but you convince yourself otherwise because the truth feels worse. Years passed. I mostly forgot about that night. Not completely, but I filed it away in the weird childhood memory drawer. The same place as dreams about flying or moments where you swear you lost time. Nothing else happened in that room, at least not to me. When I was maybe 15 or 16, we moved into a new house across town. First night there, we didn't even have everything unpacked. My mattress was just on the floor, and the boxes were all around the room. I remember that night clearly. I had been exhausted from moving, and I thought I'd fall asleep instantly, but I just laid there, staring at the ceiling. The house was quiet, but not in the comforting way. It was like everything was listening. It was my first night sleeping in a totally new room, unfamiliar walls, new shadows. I was lying on my back when I noticed something in the corner of the room. There was this really bright light, not like a night light or a reflection from a car. It wasn't moving or flickering. It was just there, solid and sharp and white. I blinked a few times, thinking maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. But it stayed. Then it moved. Fast. It shot across the ceiling, swooped down like a bird, and passed directly over me. I felt the air shift, like when something big flies close by. A loud buzzing filled the room, like a mix between a power line and a swarm of bees. It wasn't in my ears, it was in my head. As it passed over, I remember feeling my whole body tighten, like I had tensed every muscle at once. Then it was gone, out through the bedroom door in silence, but my ears kept ringing long after. I just laid there, staring at the ceiling again, too scared to even breathe deeply. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep, but it was the kind where you wake up more tired than when you went to bed. That light never came back. Not in that house, anyway. I told myself it was some kind of hallucination, or stress, or light from a street lamp outside somehow bouncing weird through the windows. But there weren't any street lamps. Our road didn't even have sidewalks. After those two things, I started noticing smaller stuff. Little weird moments. Like when I'd be sitting in my room with the TV on behind me, and suddenly the sound would get muffled, like someone had walked between me and the TV. But when I turned, there was no one there. It happened a few times, usually when I was alone. Once or twice, I even felt the slight pressure in the air, the kind you get when someone passes behind you. But nothing. Just the room, empty, quiet. I chalked all this up to my mind messing with me. Maybe it was tiredness or imagination, or the brain trying to fill in blanks. I never saw that glowing kid again, never saw the light, but the strange small moments kept coming every so often. And then one day, something happened that brought it all back. I was visiting my grandma again, years later. I think I was in my 20s by then. We were there for a family gathering. She still lived in the same house. It looked smaller than I remembered, but everything inside was still exactly the same. Same blankets in the closet. Same mothball smell in the dresser. That guest room hadn't changed a bit. My uncle had moved in with her a couple of years earlier. I guess he hit a rough patch and stayed to help take care of her too. One afternoon, I was talking with him in the backyard, just catching up, and he mentioned something weird had happened. He said he woke up one night and felt someone sit down on the end of the bed. Just enough weight to feel the mattress dip. He thought maybe the dog had gotten into his room, but when he looked, there was nothing there. No dog, no one. A few minutes later, he felt the bed lift, like whatever it was had gotten up. No sound, no sight, just the pressure and then nothing. I didn't tell him my story. Didn't tell him about the glowing kid, or the present, or the light that swooped over me. It didn't feel helpful. It just stuck with me. The same room, a decade apart, two people, same kind of moment. Now looking back, I still don't know what any of it meant. I never saw anything else quite like those nights again. I live in a different city now, different house, and things have been mostly normal. But I still get the occasional weird moment. The feeling that something moved in the corner of my eye. The sudden shift in the sound of a room, like something passed by that I couldn't see. I've stopped trying to explain it. I don't jump to ghosts or aliens or anything like that. I think some things just happen. Our brains are weird, and maybe they pick up on stuff we don't understand. Maybe there are patterns we don't notice until we're older. Maybe being a kid makes you more open to strange moments, and maybe they never go away, just get quieter as you grow up. All I know is, that glowing kid with the birthday present, I never want to see him again. And sometimes, when I wake up at night and the room's just a little too quiet, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't rolled over and shut my eyes. It was a regular Tuesday when everything changed. I remember the sky was overcast, not raining, but heavy like it wanted to. I was in the living room, half watching TV, half scrolling through my phone when Mom's phone rang. She answered quickly, and even though I couldn't hear what the person on the other end was saying, I saw her face fall. The muscles in her cheek tightened, and her lips pressed together. Her eyes shifted, then widened. She looked at me and mouthed, "It's about your Uncle Dennis." I sat up straighter. My heart started pounding before I even knew what was going on. Uncle Dennis had always had heart problems, but he brushed them off like they were just a nuisance. He'd been in and out of checkups for years, and every time someone brought up his condition, he waved it away like a fly buzzing too close to his face. He was that kind of person, always the optimist, always the clown, always the one making everyone else laugh, even when he was in pain. Mom ended the call and told us he was in the hospital. Something about his heart finally catching up to him. Her voice was trembling, but she tried to stay calm. We didn't have time to panic. We needed to call him. We sat on the couch together, Mom, Dad, my little brother, and me, and we got on speaker with the hospital. They patched us through to his room. When he picked up, it was like a punch to the gut. He was joking immediately. "Don't worry," he said, his voice a little raspy but unmistakably cheerful. The old ticker just wanted a bit of attention. Diva, that one. We all laughed, sort of. Mine came out more like a sob. I was already crying by then, trying to laugh along but failing miserably. I kept wiping my face, frustrated that I couldn't hold it together. He kept talking, making silly little jokes about the hospital food, about how the nurse had accidentally called him Dennis the Menace, and he leaned into it like it was a badge of honor. But even through the jokes, I could hear it. The way his breathing was slightly labored. How he paused a little longer between words. Like every sentence was costing him energy. Still, he kept the mood light. That was just who he was. Always making sure everyone else felt okay, even if he wasn't. I wanted to say something. I wanted to say goodbye. I wanted to say I loved him, but I couldn't get the words out. I kept choking on my own voice. It felt like I was drowning on dry land. And then the call dropped. It wasn't dramatic. It just cut off. Maybe the nurse needed to check on him, or maybe his battery died. Maybe they hung up because he needed rest. I don't know, but I didn't get to say anything. Not even bye. I sat there for a long time, the phone still in my hand, the home screen glowing in my lap. My mom had started crying. Dad had wrapped an arm around her, and my brother was just staring blankly at the TV. The next morning, we got the call. He was gone. The hospital told us that he had passed away during the night. Peacefully. Quietly. No drama, no noise. He just slipped away. They said he had told the nurses earlier in the evening to make sure his family knew first. That we should be the first ones to find out. I didn't cry right away. I think I had run out of tears. Or maybe I just didn't believe it yet. I went to my room, shut the door, and lay down on my bed. I stared up at the ceiling, waiting to feel something, but it was like my body and my brain had disconnected. Like I was hovering above everything. Then, the next morning, something strange happened. I woke up. I didn't ease out of sleep, or roll over, or stretch. My eyes just flew open. like someone had snapped their fingers in front of my face. It was 4:17 in the morning. I remember because I glanced at the clock on my nightstand. The room was completely quiet. No wind, no cars outside, nothing. Just silence. Then I saw it. Something small, glowing faintly, bouncing off the walls. I thought maybe I was still dreaming, or maybe a car's headlights were passing through the window, but it didn't behave like light. It moved with purpose. It zipped from one side of the room to the other, then slowed and hovered. It wasn't a shape exactly, just a soft, round glow. An orb, maybe. I don't know what to call it, but it didn't scare me. That was the weirdest part. It didn't feel threatening. It felt familiar. I didn't say anything right away. I just watched. Then it zipped over toward my wall, the one with a little collage of photos. It hovered directly in front of the picture of Uncle Dennis and me, the one from my 8th birthday. He had a party hat on and was pretending to eat the whole cake while I giggled beside him. My throat tightened. I sat up slowly, not blinking. I didn't want to scare it away, if it could be scared. I didn't ask anything out loud. I didn't want to break the silence. But I knew. I knew it was him. And then something happened I can't really explain. I didn't hear a voice, not in the normal way, but something brushed against my ear. A whisper, so soft it was barely there. Because it fucking wanted to. It has his rights. It hit me like a train. That was the punchline to our favorite joke. One he told every time we talked about rules or authority or some ridiculous law. He'd start the setup with something like, "Why did the chicken cross the road without asking permission?" And I'd laugh even before the punchline because I knew it was coming. He'd grin, wait a beat, then drop it. Because it fucking wanted to. It has his rights. Hearing it in that moment, even just the echo of it in my head or memory or wherever it came from, made everything come loose inside me. I broke down. I buried my face in my hands and sobbed like I hadn't the day before. Not the quiet kind. The loud, shaking, heaving kind that leaves your whole body exhausted. I don't know how long I sat there, but when I looked up again, the orb was gone. My room was normal. The clock now said 4:39 a.m. Just 20 minutes. But it felt like a lifetime. The next day, I didn't tell anyone. Not right away. I didn't want people to look at me like I was making it up or like I'd lost it. But I knew. I knew what I saw. And more than that, I knew what I felt. He was okay. It wasn't a ghost story. It wasn't a haunting. It was just a moment. A connection. Like somehow, in those last moments, he found a way to let me know he was all right. That he remembered our joke. That he was still the same old Uncle Dennis. And maybe it was just my brain trying to comfort me. Maybe it was a dream, or my imagination, or some leftover spark of grief manifesting in strange ways. But I don't think so. Because the next week, I printed out that photo of us and put it in a frame. I hung it right where the orb had floated. Every time I look at it, I hear that punchline in his voice. And I smile. It still hurts. Losing him will always hurt. But that morning gave me something I didn't know I needed. Closure, maybe. Or peace. Or just a reminder that love doesn't end when a person's heart stops beating. It sticks around. In jokes, in photos, in sudden memories. It shows up when we least expect it, just long enough to let us breathe again. I miss him. I always will. But now, when I cry, it's not just from sadness. It's from love. From knowing I got one last moment. One last reminder of who he was. And every time I think of that line, I say it out loud. Because it fucking wanted to. It has his rights. Then I laugh. And I keep going. The sun was barely up when I started walking that morning. The air had that heavy, gritty feeling it gets before a storm, but the sky stayed dry. I'd been drifting for a while, sleeping in ditches, under porches, sometimes in tool sheds if people didn't mind or didn't notice. I did what I could to stay fed, offering to sweep up, move boxes, paint fences, whatever kept me under the radar and away from the foster system. I was a runaway, about 16 or 17, and had been on the lam for some time by then. The kind of time where the days blur, and the walking never ends. Walking had become second nature. 8 miles one way back and forth felt like just part of living. But that morning, I had a reason to walk, a side job at a hardware store in town. It wasn't much, but it was honest and they paid in cash. That was all I needed. I walked along the shoulder of the road. Dirt stuck to the sweat on my legs. My backpack was light, but bounced with every step. It had a bottle of water, a change of socks, some crackers, and a small tin I kept money in. Nothing fancy. The cars that passed didn't usually bother me. Most folks looked away when they saw someone like me. I kept my head down but my ears open. It wasn't safe to ever truly relax. Around the 3rd mile, I heard an old truck coming up behind me. I didn't turn to look. I just kept walking, counting the seconds it took to pass. The engine sputtered a bit, that old metal kind of groan. When it finally passed, I caught a glance from the corner of my eye. 2 men, both older than me, maybe in their 40s or 50s. They looked at me too long. I felt it before I even turned my head slightly. That weight of being watched. I knew what that look was. I kept walking. Then the truck suddenly screeched. The tires cut into the shoulder dirt as it pulled a sharp U-turn behind me. I didn't stop. My pace stayed steady, but I listened harder. They pulled up on the side of the road again, engines still idling, doors creaking open. I heard them talking, loud, calling out, the kind of words that make your stomach twist. Vulgar things, awful things. Things I had heard before, but never wanted to again. I didn't respond, didn't turn. I just kept moving, listening to every single footstep, every crunch of gravel. One of them laughed. It wasn't a friendly sound, more like someone enjoying a hunt. Then it got quiet, too quiet. No footsteps, no words, just wind. That silence was louder than their yelling. I knew what that meant. They were up to something, maybe getting back in the truck, maybe trying to split up. I didn't have time to wait. I ran. My legs kicked into motion before I even had the full thought. Thank God for soccer back in school. I knew how to run. I knew how to pace myself. And I knew how to run scared. My bag flapped against my back, the strap cutting into my shoulder. I stayed on the shoulder of the road, then veered off slightly into the brush to get out of their line of sight. Behind me, I heard the truck rev again. They had started it up. My breath burned in my throat. I wasn't screaming. I needed all the air I could get. I looked ahead and saw the faint edges of town. Maybe another half mile. I could make it. I had to make it. The truck came up behind me again, slower this time, like they were trying to cut me off. I dodged left through a small gravel lot and made a beeline for the nearest building. It happened to be a pediatrician's office. I saw a couple coming out, baby in a car seat, walking to their car. Clean folks, neat clothes, probably middle class. The kind of people who could think I was crazy, dirty, or dangerous. I didn't care. I ran straight at them, slowing only enough not to scare the baby. I was panting hard, sweat streaking my face, hair stuck to my forehead. I gestured toward the truck that was now slowly circling the parking lot like a shark in a kiddie pool. I put my hands up slightly to show I wasn't armed or dangerous. I remember shaking my head, trying to explain with as few words as I could. Whatever they saw in my face, it must have been enough. The guy unlocked the door. The woman looked back at the truck, then at me. There was fear in her eyes too. She told him something I couldn't hear. He nodded. I climbed into the back seat, sitting next to the baby carrier. My hands were shaking. My chest still ached from the run. They drove off fast. No one spoke at first. I just sat there, watching the truck shrink in the distance. They didn't follow. Maybe they knew better now that there were witnesses. Maybe they figured I wasn't worth it. I still remember how quiet it was in that car. Just the baby making soft cooing sounds, like nothing had happened. The couple drove me straight into town. The woman used her phone, fingers tapping quickly. I knew she was calling the cops, but I didn't say anything. I didn't stop her. By the time we reached the hardware store, the police had already been notified. She pulled up to the curb. I said thank you. They didn't say much, just looked at me the way people look when they see something broken in the road, but don't want to touch it. I didn't wait around. I thanked them again and disappeared down the alley. I knew better than to stick around when cops were nearby. I didn't want to go back to that foster house. I'd take my chances on the road. That wasn't the first time something like that happened. Wasn't the last either. But it was one of the times that stuck with me. The feeling of being hunted. The sound of tires on gravel. The look in someone's eyes when they see you as something less than human. When they think no one will miss you if you disappear. I kept walking after that. Different towns. Different names. Always on the lookout. But I never forgot that day. I never forgot how fast it all turned. How quiet things got right before danger hit. How strangers can save you and others can end you. People don't talk about it much, but for a girl alone on the road, the danger isn't always in the woods or the wild. It's in the way men smile. It's in the cars that slow down just a little too much. It's in the silence between footsteps. I learned a lot on the road. How to read people. How to use my legs. How to ask for help without sounding crazy. I learned that you don't have to look strong to be strong. You just have to survive. And to the women out there, the girls, the ones still figuring it out, you have to know your strengths. Not the kind you brag about, but the kind you keep close to your chest. Learn to listen more than you talk. Keep your feet ready to move. Watch everything. Stay aware. No one's gonna hand you safety. You take it. You make it. I made it. I'm still here. I heard this story from my friend some years ago, and it stayed with me. He wasn't directly connected to the woman it happened to, but he knew her by some extension. Something like a friend of his uncle's, or someone his uncle worked with. That part's a little vague, and it doesn't really matter, because the story itself is sharp and defined in my memory like a wound that never quite healed right. What matters is that it happened, and that it was real. No dramatics. No ghost stories. No superstition. Just something genuinely disturbing, made worse by how easily it could happen to anyone. She was an outdoors enthusiast, from what I was told. A serious one. Not the weekend hiker who shows up in brand new boots and a camelback they don't know how to use. She knew what she was doing. She'd been at it for years, comfortable alone in the wild. She preferred it that way. She'd go on solo retreats often, just her, a backpack, her tools, and a camera. She didn't blog or post her trips anywhere. This wasn't for show or ego. She did it for herself, to disconnect and feel free and quiet in places where few people ever stepped. People like her, they thrive on solitude, and they know the land well enough to respect it. They know what they're doing. That part always struck me. Because when someone that competent has a brush with something dark, you stop thinking it's about bad luck or poor planning. You start wondering what else is out there that skill can't protect you from. She went on what was supposed to be her biggest solo trip yet. Longer than her usual, more remote, more intense. I don't know the exact location, but the Andes were mentioned. It tracks too. Remote, beautiful, harsh. She was supposed to be out there for about 2 weeks. She planned her route, stocked up, checked in with some park authority or registry like experienced hikers usually do. She wasn't reckless. She was just experienced. Confident. Some people feel more themselves out there than they ever do in a city or even around other people. That was her. From everything my friend told me, the trip went fine. Great, even. She saw what she wanted to see. Took photos. Hiked through rough terrain. Slept out under open skies. Dealt with weather and terrain and solitude like it was second nature. No injuries. No illnesses. Nothing out of place. No encounters with dangerous animals or bad weather. No missing time. Just a long, hard, fulfilling trip that ended exactly the way she intended it to. She got back. Spent some days recovering, got back to her life. Then, a week or two later, she got her photos developed. This was a few years back when some people still used film for the texture and aesthetic. She liked the look of analog photos, I guess. Or maybe she didn't want to rely on anything digital out there, didn't want to bring a phone or risk batteries dying. She had a basic camera, nothing fancy. The roll was mostly what you'd expect. Landscapes, mountain ridges, a stream or two, some forest. Lots of shots of the terrain. A few close-ups of moss or bark or snow. The kind of stuff you take when you're alone and notice things that most people miss. She even had some selfies, not the kind people post online, just little reminders. Her standing in front of a rock face. Her beside a trail marker. Just small documentation that she was there. And then there were the ones she didn't remember taking. They weren't blurred or accidental snaps. They were clear. Framed. They were taken at night. Inside her tent. Of her. Asleep. Not one. Not two. Several. At first, she didn't get it. It didn't make sense. She lived alone. She always kept the camera zipped in her pack, which she stowed inside the tent at night. Even if she'd been sleepwalking or something, which she never had before, how would she have taken such steady, well-framed photos of herself, lying down, clearly asleep? The angles didn't match what she could have done. And she looked truly asleep. Body heavy, slack face, breathing visible in some of them from the movement blur of her chest. Eyes closed, mouth slightly open in one, and whoever took the photos had been inside her tent. It hit her like a truck, all at once. Someone had been out there. Not just nearby. not just passing through. Someone had entered her tent. At night, while she slept, and they'd taken photos. She tried to rationalize it, thought back through every day of the trip. Had she seen anyone? No, not a single other person. Not a camper, not a hiker, nothing. No voices, no tents in the distance. No signs of others at campsites she passed through. It had felt completely empty. That's part of what made it such a good trip. So quiet, so still. But clearly it hadn't been. There were no signs of forced entry. The tent wasn't slashed. The zipper worked fine. Her pack was undisturbed. Nothing was stolen. She had a knife, and it was still where she kept it. She hadn't been touched. Nothing was broken, but the photos were real. And whoever had taken them had been close enough to lean over her while she slept, probably breathing inches from her face. Close enough to touch her if they'd wanted to. But they didn't. All they did was take pictures. That might be the worst part of all. The uncertainty. The fact that nothing happened, and yet everything did. She didn't tell many people, from what I understand. Just a few. She didn't report it. Who would she report it to? There was no evidence. The photos were the only thing, and even those didn't show a person, just her. Always her. She never found out who it was, or why they'd done it. Was it a stalker? A random lunatic? Someone who'd been living out there, unseen, like those rare cases you hear about? Or just a passerby who happened to stumble on her camp and made a sick decision? There was no way to know. And that was it. That was the end of it. She stopped going on solo trips after that. Or at least, she didn't go on any more that she told people about. She stopped taking her camera with her. Some people would have moved on, chalked it up to a 1-in-a-million encounter. But she couldn't. The idea of sleeping alone in the dark, in a thin nylon tent, with nothing but a zipper between her and a stranger, it was ruin for her. And that's the part that really gets under my skin. It wasn't the attack, because there wasn't one. It wasn't violence or screaming or blood. It was the knowledge that someone was there, that they were careful, that they waited until she was asleep, that they took their time, that they left quietly, leaving nothing behind except the images, that they knew she'd find them later. Or maybe they didn't care. It was someone who didn't need to hurt her to scare her. Someone who wanted to be there, to see her asleep, vulnerable. Someone who got close enough to photograph her face from just a few feet away. And she never woke up. That's what keeps me up some nights when I think about it. The fact that you can be that deeply asleep while someone watches you. That you can be completely unaware of danger even when it's already inside the tent. That someone could be that quiet, that deliberate, that close. She wasn't naive. She wasn't careless. She did everything right. And it didn't matter. She only found out weeks later, when she developed the film, when she looked at those glossy prints and saw her own face, relaxed and peaceful, completely unaware that someone had been standing just inches away, with a camera in their hands and intentions no one will ever fully understand. And then she had to live with that knowledge, not knowing when it happened, which night, whether they came back more than once, whether they'd followed her from the trailhead, whether they watched her from the trees, whether they're still out there, doing it to someone else. She was never the same after that, and I don't think I would be either. I lay in bed the first night feeling Oslo's silence press against the window. The building creaked like an old ship settling into its wooden bones. The plaster walls were thick and the ceilings high, mid-1800s architecture, they'd told me. It had character, they said. I didn't want character, though. Character sounded charming. This place felt empty, or worse, full of something I couldn't name. I lived there with 2 girls from my writing class. We split rent snugly. I took the main living room-turned-bedroom on the ground floor. They had 2 upstairs rooms. The layout was odd. Long central hallway, kitchen at one end, bathroom in the middle, and that cold room at the other. Everyone avoided it. It stayed locked. We called it the cold room. From day one, the cold room unsettled me. I stepped inside once to drop a box. The instant I crossed the threshold, the temp dropped at least 10 degrees. I remember the slap of cold air, how it felt more alive than the rest of the flat. My breath hissed in my throat. There was no draft I could see. Windows shut, radiator dead. I slammed the door behind me and nearly slapped the lock shut with shaking hands. In the hallway, I froze, certain I heard children crying. Soft, distant, impossible to locate. It sounded close, like someone sobbing behind the cold room wall. But then it stopped, and I told myself it was the pipes. And yet, every time I passed that door I felt watched. My skin prickled. The house's silent groans after midnight felt like warning. I told myself it was old building noises, wood settling, heat escaping. But whenever I walked past that heavy wooden door, I almost ran. A few nights later, I woke gasping. My bed shook slightly. My heart raced. Growling. There it was, low, guttural, like a big cat near enough to bite. I stared into darkness. My limbs were frozen. I tried to lift an arm, but gravity pinned me down. The sound, weird, not animal, not human. A snarl. Bars of pain pressed on my chest, making air scarce. Seconds stretched. I willed myself awake. My mind fought. Then, like pulling teeth, I forced my eyes open fully. The room was empty. The blankets lay limp. My window shut. My phone screen flickered 3:17 a.m. No device active. I sat upright, my back drenched in sweat, heartbeat drumming in ears. After that, I stopped sleeping deep. I learned to jolt awake at every creak. Over the next week, small things changed. My toothbrush moved from counter to sink. Half-drained glass of water on my nightstand emptied overnight. Lights flicked off mid-read. I chalked it up to fatigue, city life, deadlines, exams. Then the cat died. One afternoon, the two girls were in the kitchen. I was writing at the narrow dining table. Their cat, black, small, a year old, patted in, meowed, yawned. I looked up. It stumbled, ears flattening. Next thing, it hit the bathroom. We heard panicked mewls, worse than normal pleading. We rushed in. It lay on tile, body rigid, tongue lolling, eyes dilated. Gasping sound. Heart-wrenching. My throat clenched. The girls knelt. I pressed my hand on its flank. Nothing but a faint pulse. I stepped back, eyes watering. It cried once more, a sound between mew and howl, body convulsed. And it died right there. 10 minutes, maybe less. No seizure history. No prior health trouble. We felt stricken. Vet later found no illness. Cause acute heart failure, or we don't know. I hated that bathroom. Felt hollow now. The tub, the faucet, the white tiles, they all felt. Something watched. I washed dishes there now with goose flesh. Nights became exercises in endurance. I lay awake, listening. The building's bones sighed. My breath loud. Floors above shifted, but I lived below. If anything passed overhead, I felt vibrations. My mind imagined steps, someone pacing behind the walls. My toothbrush vanished twice more. Light bulbs blew on my side of the hall. I found one shattered in a puddle of glass on the carpet. One night the hallway smelled like rotten meat. I snapped awake at 2 a.m., nose stinging. I flipped on lights. Nothing. The smell lingered for an hour, until it just faded. The other girls joked I was losing it. I checked cameras, none. I told them we should move. They agreed. Within 2 weeks, I packed and was moving out. Now I live in a house in Grunnerlocke. My room warms, locks latch solid. I sleep. I write again. The absence of growls, of child cry echoes, of smells, makes me realize how twisted the apartment was. I'm not a believer in ghosts. Atmosphere maybe. Stress maybe. Old construction definitely. But something in that flat ran deeper. Maybe the cat had a tumor. Maybe I dreamed some nights. But the heaviness, when I walked in the cold room, I felt fear as old as blood, as if centuries of something had settled under the floorboards. Maybe children did die there once. Maybe someone kept a pet that fell sick. Maybe the building had quirks. Whatever it was, it pulled at your chest. It made the air stale, the wood alive, the pipes moan. I left, and that place finally lost me. I drive past it sometimes. The building stands silent, windows dark. I feel relief, not guilt, not regret. It didn't follow me. No dread, just emptiness. And finally, peace. I stepped onto the back porch of the rented beach house, just as dusk was settling in, a gentle breeze brushing my face. My wife had already gone inside, preparing for the night. I paused by the sliding glass door, closed it, and stood there a moment, listening. The house was quiet, the kind of quiet that coaxes your ears into expecting sounds that never come. I rubbed my hands, already feeling the coolness of the evening, and made my way toward the propane heater next to the gas stove. Something smelled off. The strange scent hit me before I even noticed the pilot light was out. It was faint, almost sweet gas. The thought clicked in my mind cold as ice. I bit back the surge of anxiety and stepped back outside, lantern in hand. The wooden deck beneath creaked softly beneath my weight as I descended the steps. I could feel the smile fade from my face as I scanned around the yard. Nothing out of place, just the empty sand dunes and distant water lapping at the shore. It was 6 months ago, though since that night, I've often forgotten the date. What I will never forget is how it felt. My chest tightened as I located the gas line shutoff valve by the basement door. I knelt, lantern illuminating the metal fixture. My fingers trembled as I turned the valve. All around me, the small, simple deck fridge hummed in the silence. I stared at my own reflection in the fridge door, paled face, goosebumps climbing up my arms. Then I heard it. Someone, some voice, asked, "What are you doing?" The question cut through the hush. I froze, head snapping toward where I sensed movement. My heart thundered in my ears. My first instinct was to call out to my wife inside. But once the words formed in my mind, out came a single phrase: shutting off the gas. The voice sounded so real, so measured, I never hesitated. Just answered. And when the words died in my throat, I realized what I'd done. I'd responded to nobody. Everything went silent again. The air felt colder. I blinked hard and whispered to myself, "No one's out here." But in that moment, something in the way I spoke the words made me feel like I was lying, to myself at least. My eyes darted across the yard. I looked upward at stars punching holes in the sky, down at the sandy path leading away from the deck. I spun around, checking corners, peanut shell quiet everywhere. I told myself maybe it was the pipes, some trick of the wind through the gas line, or an echo. I tried to laugh it off, the ridiculousness of it. But every step toward the basement door felt like I was not alone. Goosebumps prickled across my flesh as I reached for the door handle. Inside, the house felt too warm, with the lights bringing false comfort. I rushed in, closed the door hard behind me. My wife looked up, toothpaste foam at the corners of her mouth, brushing. She glanced at me, sick look in her eyes. Something told me she heard nothing, saw no one. I mumbled something about a gas smell, the pilot light. She lowered her brush, unlocked the basement door. "Heck of a night to go down there," she said, calm because she didn't know what I'd felt. A weak attempt at humor. I managed a nod, and she went back to brushing her teeth. Her back to me. Distant ocean whispered through the open window. I could taste the salt. That night, I barely slept. Every creak, every wind-blown palm frond, every hush of the draft through the siding made me bolt upright. I told myself I wasn't being a coward. I stared at the clock, midnight. 1:30. 2. I paced, hands clamped around a mug of warm tea I made. But the tea actually made it worse. My body trembled. Tea didn't help. By 3 a.m., I found the keys, my wife still asleep despite the darkness in my eyes, and I drove us home. The next day, the couple who owned the house looked like they'd lost color in their cheeks when we told them. They exchanged shaky glances, like they'd been expecting us to confirm something. Finally, they spoke. We haven't told many people, but Guy before us died. Gassed himself. They dropped the words like stones into water. Even now, I can see the way their shoulders slumped, eyes haunted. He'd been living alone for 3 weeks before he did it. No note, no explanation. Just gone. That voice I heard. "What are you doing?" So clear it was as if he watched me all that time. Maybe from inside the walls, maybe standing somewhere just out of sight. Maybe neither explanation, but either way real enough to rattle me. No ghost stories, no phantoms. Just a man who died that way speaking to me in a moment when I was fiddling with the same gas valve he used. That proximity, that timing, it felt like he wasn't done, like it happened right there. Since then I can't even tell the story without my skin crawling. I never believed in haunted houses or anything spooky, but that night I found myself not sure. The memory of that question, something so ordinary, then so out of place, has stuck. Every time I tell it, I see the same headlights passing on the road, the same windows lifeless, the same wind whispering through the broken pilot light. At the end, the gas was off. Nothing happened. My wife and I woke up next to each other, alive. But every time I step near a gas appliance, now I instinctively pause, pulse tightening, thinking, maybe I'll hear that voice again. It's been 6 months now. The house's owners painted over the walls, changed the gas lines, replaced the stove. They say it's safer. But I don't need a stove or gas line to remember. Because in my mind, the quiet still rings with the echo of, "What are you doing?" And I know, for the rest of my days, what that meant. He wasn't gone. Not really. I've been carrying this story inside me for years, and I've always wanted to share it. I still don't really know how to explain all of it, but I know what I saw, what I felt, and what I lived through. And it still affects me to this day, every single day. I think part of me is writing this down now just to get it out of my head, maybe make peace with it somehow. But this is true, every part of it. And I swear on my life that I'm not making anything up. When I was 19, I met a girl who changed my life. We were both young, just trying to figure out life. She was from a native background and had grown up on the reserve, but she'd moved to the city, and that's where we met. We started seeing each other, and before long we had 2 beautiful daughters together. We were just kids ourselves, really. I had a couple of jobs, she was at home with the girls, and we struggled like a lot of young couples do. Money was tight most months. Rent, bills, diapers, it all stacked up fast. By 2005, we were renting a small house. It wasn't much, but it was ours. 2 bedrooms, a little yard in the back, old wood floors that creaked when you walked on them. I remember the walls were that kind of beige that looks like it used to be white a long time ago. The house was always a bit cold, but it was quiet. We made do. Our daughters shared one bedroom, and we had the other. At night, when the kids were asleep and the house was quiet, that was sometimes the only peace we had. Around that time, her youngest brother, Clinton, came to stay with us. He was only 16. A good kid. Polite, funny in a quiet way, always respectful. He was taking a break from life on the reserve and wanted a change of scenery. I liked having him around. He helped out with the kids, watched TV with me, kept to himself mostly. He'd sleep on the couch in the living room. Just a teenager trying to figure out his path. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night for no reason. The house was dead quiet, but something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I felt uneasy. I got out of bed and walked down the hall toward the living room. Clinton was still asleep on the couch, lying on his back, blanket pulled up to his chest. And then, out of nowhere, he sat up. Not like a slow waking up movement. He just jerked upright, eyes still shut. He didn't say anything, didn't look at me. And then he started howling. Not screaming or crying, howling. Like a wolf. It was deep and raw and didn't sound human. I just froze. It wasn't a sound I'd ever heard come out of a person. It felt ancient somehow. Animalistic. It lasted maybe 15 seconds, and then he lay back down like nothing had happened. I stood there in the dark, trying to understand what I'd just seen. I told myself it had to be some weird dream. Maybe he was sleepwalking or having a nightmare. Teenagers go through weird phases. But it unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. 2 nights later, Clinton surprised us. He said he wanted to take us all out for dinner. Not just a fast food meal either. He wanted to go to the Keg. I remember raising my eyebrows. The Keg isn't cheap. I asked him if he was sure, and he just nodded and smiled. So we all went. The kids got dressed up. My girlfriend curled her hair and put on some makeup for the first time in weeks. Clinton wore a button-up shirt that didn't really fit him, but he looked proud. We sat there at that table, eating steak and sipping pop, laughing like a real family. I remember looking across at Clinton, and he was smiling, but there was something in his eyes. Not sadness exactly, just something I couldn't place. Like he already knew something we didn't. The next morning, he was gone. I thought maybe he had walked to the store or gone for a smoke. But a few hours later, we got the call. Clinton had died in a car accident on the highway heading back toward the reserve. Just like that. One day he was buying us dinner, the next he was gone. My girlfriend collapsed to the floor, sobbing. I just stood there in shock. We couldn't understand it. He hadn't said goodbye. He hadn't mentioned going anywhere. The funeral was held on the reserve. It was my first time going there. Her family was crushed, especially her older brother, Joe. Joe was the tough guy of the family, always the protector, but that day he was broken. I watched him hug Clinton's tombstone like it was the last thing holding him together. He didn't want to leave the gravesite. He kept whispering things to the stone, rocking back and forth. I gave him space. Later that night, the community gathered around a fire to honor Clinton. The fire was big, tall flames licking up toward the sky, surrounded by friends and family. People shared stories about Clinton, cried, hugged, passed around food. I remember sitting quietly, just staring into the flames, letting the heat hit my face. And then I looked up. There was one black crow circling above us. Just one. It flew in slow, tight circles above the fire. I thought it was strange because I didn't see any other birds in the sky, not even far off in the distance. Just this one. It flew around us for a while, then finally flew off toward the trees. I didn't say anything about it. Maybe it was just a bird, but it felt like more than that. We went back to our life in the city, trying to heal, trying to move on. But a month later, another phone call came. Joe had been killed. Same cause. Car accident. Same stretch of road near the reserve. It was unreal. 2 brothers, gone just weeks apart. My girlfriend crumbled. She wouldn't get out of bed. She barely ate. When we went back for Joe's funeral, it was like déjà vu. The same tombstone hugging, the same sobbing. Except this time it was her clinging to Joe's grave the way he had clung to Clinton's. I stood there holding our daughter's hands, trying to stay strong. That night, they held a fire for Joe, too. And I swear, when I looked up into the sky, there were 2 black crows flying in circles above the flames. Again, no other birds in sight. Just the 2. They didn't land, didn't make a sound. They just circled. Something in me shifted that night. I wasn't a superstitious guy, but I couldn't ignore the pattern. Clinton howling like a wolf. The last dinner. The dreams. The birds. It felt like something was moving around us, just outside our understanding. A couple months passed. Life got quiet again. Then one morning my girlfriend sat up in bed, pale and shaky. She said she had a dream. In the dream, our house burned down with all of us inside. She was crying when she told me. Said it felt more like a warning than a dream. Said she needed to get out of the house. So she packed up the kids and stayed with her friend across town for a night or 2. That night, I ran into my old high school buddy Tim. We used to play music together, and since my girlfriend was away, I invited him over. We jammed for hours, laughing, drinking beers, playing guitar loud enough to shake the windows. It felt good to blow off steam. Tim left late, and I crashed on the couch. Next morning, I got up early and headed to work like usual. About an hour into my shift, I got a call. My house was on fire. I didn't believe it at first. Thought it had to be a mistake. But I raced over, and there it was, our house, completely burned to the ground. Police tape everywhere. Smoke still curling up from the ashes. It looked like something out of a movie. Everything we owned was gone. Clothes, toys, photos. Everything. But my family wasn't inside. If they had been, they'd be dead. That dream saved them. After that, everything started to fall apart. My girlfriend couldn't take it anymore. The grief, the fear, the sense of doom. She moved back to the reserve to be with her family. I got custody of the girls. It wasn't easy, being a single dad, but I had to stay strong for them. Eventually, I met someone new. We got married, and the girls split time between our home and weekends with their mom on the reserve. In December 2007, just before Christmas, I got a call from my ex. She wanted to take the girls for the break. She sounded different. Her voice had this shaky edge to it, like she was scared or hurting, but trying to sound normal. I told her I'd think about it, then hung up. An hour later, I got another call. This time from her sister. She'd been killed. Car accident. Again, she wasn't wearing her seatbelt. The only one in the car who died. I had to tell our daughters the next morning that their mother was gone. I don't know how I got the words out. I remember their faces, the way they cried, the way their little shoulders shook. I'll never forget it. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. The funeral was cold. Snow falling lightly over the fields of the reserve. As we were leaving, I had this feeling wash over me. I knew, somehow I just knew, what I was about to see. I looked up, and there they were. 3 black birds, circling the sky above the fire they had lit in her memory. No other birds. Just those 3. It wasn't random. Not anymore. I knew it then. It was them, Clinton, Joe, and her. Together again. The months that followed were hard. Grief comes in waves. Sometimes I could smile, other times I couldn't breathe. Then one night, my new wife and I were lying in bed talking about the trial of the drunk driver who had killed my ex. The local paper had been covering it, and I mentioned one of the articles. My wife rolled her eyes and said something that made my stomach turn. I don't know why you care so much. Your ex was a bitch to you anyway. I didn't say anything, but it stayed with me. It hurt, because no matter what happened between us, she was the mother of my children. She deserved respect. The next morning, I walked out to my car, and what I saw made me stop cold. My car was covered in bird shit. Not a few spots. I'm talking about layers. Like 50 birds had all taken aim at once. I looked around. No trees. No birds in sight. None of the other cars on the street had anything on them. Just mine. It wasn't normal. I stood there staring at it. I don't talk about it much. Not because I'm scared of it or ashamed, but because it's not something people really understand unless they've lived it. My family's always had something different going on. It's not everyone, just some of us. My dad, my grandma, my uncle, me, and one of my cousins. We don't see ghosts walking through walls or hear voices in the night. It's more subtle than that, like something just under the surface of life. Like the moment before thunder, when you can feel the pressure change in the air, and you just know something's coming. It happens maybe once every couple months. Not often, but when it happens, it always feels the same, real. Like something cuts through the noise of normal life and taps you on the shoulder. It's always personal, always comes with that same heavy sort of clarity. And the thing is, it's not something we chase or try to bring on. It just shows up, when it wants to. There are a lot of stories. I could fill a book with them, but two of them, two in particular, stick with me. One happened to my dad and me a few years ago. The other happened when he was a kid. They're different stories, but I think they're tied together in some way. Not just by the family connection, but by whatever this thing is that runs in our blood. The first one started on a cold morning. My dad was getting ready for work. He works early, leaves the house before sunrise most days. He always showers first thing, gets his head together under the hot water, wakes himself up. That morning, he told me later, while he was in the shower, he started getting flashes of a man, dressed in full military uniform. Not a moving vision, not like a movie. Just these still images in his head, coming fast and sharp like old photographs. No sound, no explanation. Just this man, a war vet by the look of it, standing there in his dress blues. Hat on, medals pinned to his chest. Just looking ahead. He said it happened more than once. He'd soap up his hair, rinse it out, and then bam, there the guy was again. Then he'd shake it off, tell himself it was nothing. Maybe something he saw on TV last night, or a face from a dream he didn't remember. He got dressed, got his coffee, got in the truck like always. But the flashes didn't stop. He said they weren't constant, but they came in and out, like waves. And there was something else, something physical. A weird pressure in his thigh. Not pain, just pressure. He said it felt exactly like when you've got a thick wallet in your back pocket, and you forget to take it out before you sit down. That solid, immovable weight that digs into you, just enough to feel off. He kept checking his pants. Nothing was there. No wallet, no phone. The sensation wasn't going away. It wasn't painful, just weird. He tried to shake it off. Drove to work. Tried to get focused. But the uniformed man kept flashing in and out of his mind. And the pressure in his thigh stayed. That same day, I was going through my usual morning. Nothing strange happened when I woke up. I wasn't thinking about anything heavy, just trying to get moving. I had a little time before class and figured I'd run a few errands, grab coffee. But when I got in the car, I had this weird feeling. Not in my head, but in my chest, just above my heart. Not like a heart attack or anything scary like that. It didn't hurt. There was no pressure, no shortness of breath. It was just a feeling, a pull. That's the best way I can describe it. Like a pull on something deep inside me. Not physical, but not emotional either. Just there, present. I remember putting my hand over it, like I was trying to figure out if I'd dropped something heavy on myself and forgotten. I sat there in the car, engine running, just holding my hand over my chest and thinking, what the hell is this? It wasn't bad, just strange. Unsettling in a quiet way. Like someone was trying to tell me something, but without using words. I ended up calling my dad. I don't remember exactly what made me reach for the phone. We don't usually talk during the day unless something's going on. But that day I felt like I needed to say it out loud to someone. When he answered, I told him about the weird feeling near my heart. Not expecting much. I thought maybe I was just being dramatic. He got quiet. Then he said, I need to call Grandma. That's all he said. I didn't ask questions. We've done this before. When he says that, it means something happened. Not just a coincidence. Something real. He told me later that the moment I said heart, he knew. Because the medals he'd seen on the uniform in those flashes, they were pinned right above the heart. And that pressure in his thigh, that felt just like where someone would carry a wallet. He said he didn't think of that until I called. He just knew something was lining up. Something was asking to be seen. We called Grandma on speaker. She answered in her usual calm voice, but I could tell she knew something was up. My dad didn't waste time. He just said, "Were you touching anything today? Anything related to your dad?" There was a pause. I'll never forget how quiet it got. Not even breathing, just the low hum of the phone. Then, finally, she said, "Yes." She told us she had been going through an old trunk in her room that morning, one she hadn't opened in years. She said she didn't even know what made her open it. Something just pulled her toward it. Inside, she found a box wrapped in old cloth. Inside that was her father's wallet, his military service ribbons and awards, and a photo of him in his full Air Force uniform. The same uniform my dad had seen. The same spot above the heart where I'd felt that strange sensation. The same area of the leg where he always kept his wallet. She hadn't told anyone about it. Not a soul. She hadn't even taken the items out of the trunk in decades. We didn't really talk after that. We didn't have to. We just sat with it, let it settle into the space between us. Not scared, just quiet. There was a sense of peace to it, in a way, like something had come full circle. Like he, my great-grandfather, had just wanted to say hello, or maybe remind us that he's still there, still watching. The second story's a little different. It happened long before I was born, when my dad was a kid. He shared a basement bedroom with one of his brothers. 6 kids in the house meant tight quarters. The basement was partly finished, old wood paneling, low ceilings, shag carpet. It always felt a little colder down there, even in the summer. There was a TV room next to their bedroom. My grandparents would sit there at night, watch the news or a movie, unwind before bed. The kind of setup where the kids would go to sleep first, and the parents would stay up a little later. One night, out of nowhere, my dad woke up screaming. He was maybe 9 years old at the time. Not just scared, but shaking, crying, completely inconsolable. My grandparents rushed in, trying to calm him down. He was curled up in bed, sobbing, could barely speak. When he finally did get the words out, all he said was, "They all died. Everyone. Off a mountain. Help them. Please. Someone help them." That was all he could say. Over and over. He didn't know who they were. Didn't say any names. Just kept repeating it. They all died. My grandma stayed with him the rest of the night. Held him until he calmed down. He didn't sleep after that. Just stared at the ceiling, eyes wide open. The next morning, she opened the newspaper while drinking her coffee. The front page showed a picture of a train derailment in the mountains, somewhere in South America. A passenger train lost control on a high curve. It fell off the tracks and plummeted into the ravine below. Every single person on board had died. The article said there were no survivors. Hundreds of people. Gone. Just like that. No one in our family had been on that train. We didn't know anyone in South America. But somehow, that night, my dad had felt it. Felt it so clearly that it pulled him out of sleep and sent him into a panic. He was just a kid, had no frame of reference. He wasn't dreaming about trains or mountains. It just showed up, raw and real. Stories like that, they don't go away. They stick. They sit inside you. You can't explain them, and honestly, we don't try to anymore. We've all just accepted that this thing, whatever it is, comes with our bloodline, like brown eyes or a stubborn streak. I've never tried to control it. It doesn't feel like something you can summon. It shows up when it wants to. And every time it does, there's that same quiet recognition, that same strange peace. Not joy, not fear, just a deep, still kind of knowing. My dad says his grandma was the same way. She'd get that look sometimes, like she'd already seen the end of the story before the first chapter even started. My grandma tries not to talk about it much. It's too personal for her, brings up too much of the past. But I can tell when it happens to her. She gets quiet, reflective. Her hands will hover over objects longer than normal, her eyes kind of unfocused, like she's listening to something nobody else can hear. It's not about seeing the future. It's not about talking to the dead. It's about connection. That's what I've come to believe. Deep, honest, blood-deep connection. Between people. Between generations. Between moments in time. I don't need to understand it. I don't need it to make sense. All I know is that it's real. It's happened too many times, to too many of us, in too many specific ways, to be a coincidence. And when it happens again, and I know it will, I'll listen. I'll stop what I'm doing, and I'll listen. Because sometimes you don't need words. You just need to be still long enough to feel the pull. To know when something is trying to reach you from beyond memory, beyond understanding. And when it touches you, even just for a moment, it leaves something behind. A trace, a thread, a presence you can't explain, but you know it's there. like pressure on your thigh, like a whisper above your heart, like the sound of voices on a mountain you've never seen. We don't talk about it much, but we always know. It was 2002, and I was hitchhiking across the US, going wherever the wind and my thumb took me. I was 24 at the time. That summer, I had heard through the grapevine about a rainbow gathering happening out in Missouri, deep in the Mark Twain National Forest, just outside of a little town called Ironton. I'd been to a few gatherings before, never anything huge, but always good people, open fires, potlucks, drums in the night, peace signs, dogs running around off leash, and the sort of freedom that only exists when you're nowhere near pavement or clocks. I'd caught a ride with a guy named Travis, or maybe it was Trevor. I honestly can't remember anymore. He drove an old, beat-up Dodge, then that rattled like bones in a bag every time it hit a pothole, which was often. We'd been on the road most of the day, stopping here and there for gas station food and a quick smoke in the shade. I think we made it into the hills around 11 p.m. It was pitch dark by then. The moon was thin that night, and the stars overhead were clear and thick like spilled salt. We turned off the main highway onto this narrow state road that supposedly led us into the forest toward the gathering. That road was barely lit. No street lamps, no traffic, no signs really. Just dark trees pressing in from both sides, tall and unmoving like they'd been watching travelers pass for 100 years. We'd been told there were stone cairns, stacked rocks, discreet and subtle, marking the turnoffs to the seed camp, but in the dark, they were impossible to spot. Even with the van's high beams cutting through the night, everything looked the same. Walls of green-black trees, dense brush, and shadows that swallowed everything just beyond the ditches. After maybe 15 minutes of creeping along and not wanting to get completely lost, we pulled off the road onto a wide patch of gravel next to a clearing and decided to wait until morning. I stretched out in the back of the van while Travis slumped into his sleeping bag up front. No street sounds, no distant engines, no hum of electricity, just crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves. At first, it felt peaceful, but maybe an hour after we laid down, we started hearing this sound. It was faint at first, so faint that I thought it was just the wind twisting through the trees, or maybe something creaking in the van. But after a while, it became unmistakable. It sounded like children. A lot of them, laughing, yelling, squealing like kids do when they're running around a playground. The kind of high-pitched, chaotic noise that comes from pure energy and too much sugar. At first I thought it might have been people from the gathering who had already set up camp and had brought kids with them. It wouldn't be unusual, but it was well after midnight by this point, and the sound kept going. It didn't drift like normal sound does. It didn't get closer or farther away. It just stayed out there in the dark, somewhere off in the woods, always the same distance away, like it was surrounding us but never coming near. I sat up a few times and peered out the window, but I couldn't see anything. Just black trees swaying against a darker sky. I didn't wake Travis. He seemed out cold, and I figured I was just overthinking it. Maybe there was a house out in the woods I couldn't see. Maybe it was a weird echo from somewhere miles off. My mind flipped through explanations until I fell into a fitful sleep, waking now and then when the sounds surged louder. At one point, I swear I heard what sounded like a jump rope hitting pavement, like a slapping rhythm, soft but steady. But there was no pavement out there, just dirt and rocks. By dawn, the sounds had stopped. The woods looked the same as they had in the dark, thick, overgrown, and absolutely still. Travis yawned himself awake, and we climbed out to stretch and piss on the edge of the ditch. We didn't say much, just gathered our stuff and drove further down the road until we finally spotted one of the cairns we'd missed the night before. We followed a barely there trail into the woods until we reached seed camp. It wasn't much. Maybe 12 or 15 people had already arrived, scattered tents and tarps tied off to trees, a makeshift fire pit in the center. Everyone was chill, friendly, the kind of crowd that smiled with their eyes and offered a bowl without asking if you were hungry. We spent the morning helping set up shelters, gathering fallen branches for firewood, figuring out a gray water trench, that kind of thing. One guy was trying to rig up a camp kitchen using cinder blocks and driftwood. Another group was clearing brush to make space for a drum circle area. I settled in fast. Those early days of a gathering always felt good, like everyone was putting down roots together. We built something out of nothing. Around the second afternoon, a few of us decided to go exploring. There were 4 of us, maybe 5, wandering off into the hills to look for deadwood and maybe stumble across a fresh spring. Missouri in the summer is sticky, dense with green. The air felt like soup, and every time we moved through brush, we kicked up the smell of wet leaves and old earth. We followed deer trails and dry creek beds, checking under fallen logs for mushrooms, snapping dead limbs off standing trees for kindling. At one point, someone shouted that they found a big flat stone perfect for sitting on, so we all clambered up a hill to check it out. That's when we found the foundation. At first, it didn't look like much. Just some rectangular stones half swallowed by the forest floor, with a few iron rods sticking out like broken ribs. The house that once stood there had long since rotted away. Whatever would remain had been overtaken by moss and mold. Trees had grown up through the space, thick trunks splitting the footprint of what had once been rooms. You could sort of make out where the corners had been, where a wall might have stood, but nature had done its job, swallowed it all up. It was eerie, sure, but in the way all abandoned places are. There was no real path to it. No driveway. No mailboxes or fences. Just this silent ruin, tucked deep in the trees, hidden from the world. We poked around out of curiosity. Someone joked about treasure, old tools or antique bottles, something cool we could bring back to camp. But there wasn't much. A few rusted nails, a piece of rotted out door frame, bits of shattered porcelain, maybe from a sink or a toilet. Then one of us found a shoe. It was small, like really small, meant for a kid. The sole had cracked open, and the fabric was half consumed by dirt and mildew, but it was unmistakably a child's shoe. A few yards away, we found another, then another, all different styles, all in different states of decay. Some had buckles, some had laces, some were brightly colored with cartoon characters barely visible on the sides. The kind of shoes you buy for toddlers when they're too small to care about fashion. We kept walking the perimeter, and that's when we noticed them in clusters. Shoes everywhere, some lying out in the open, some half buried in leaf litter, some poking up through the mud as though trying to escape. Then someone found the garbage bags. They were black, torn open by time and animals, full of shoes, just shoes, no clothes, no tools, no bedding or household stuff. Just dozens, maybe hundreds, of children's shoes. They were damp and moldy, some hardened by exposure, others still soft like they'd only been thrown out recently. A few were even still tied together, laces looped like they'd just come off a store shelf. But others were caked in what looked like dirt, and, I don't know. I tried not to look too closely. It felt wrong. We didn't talk. Nobody said anything for a while. We just stood there, staring at this pile of tiny shoes in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by thick forest and silence. Eventually, we left. No one wanted to take any of them back, even as a weird trophy. Something about that place was off. I don't mean haunted or cursed or anything like that. Just deeply wrong. Like a wound that the forest had tried to cover but hadn't quite healed. Back at camp, things moved on like normal. More people showed up every day, and soon there were over 100 of us. The drums started at dusk and didn't stop until near sunrise. Potlucks fed everybody. Dogs barked and played. There was music, poetry, impromptu workshops. On the surface, it was beautiful. But for me, the shoes stuck in my head. I couldn't shake it. I didn't tell most people. What would I even say? It would just turn into some rumor, maybe a campfire story. A few nights later, after one of the evening circles, I sat with an older woman who'd been to dozens of gatherings. She said she'd been coming to that forest since the late 80s. I asked her if she ever heard of anything weird out there. She looked at me for a long time before answering. Then she said that decades ago, there used to be an old homestead out in those hills. A man lived out there with his wife and kids. Story was they kept to themselves. No one knew much about them, and then one year, they just disappeared. People assumed they moved away. She said that sometime in the late 70s, local hunters started finding stuff out there. Bits of clothes, broken dolls, but no one ever followed up. It was just one of those things that faded into rumor. She never mentioned shoes, but I didn't press her. The gathering ended like they all do. People drifted off, returning to towns or the road. I caught a ride out with someone heading west. Before I left, I walked back to that foundation one last time. I don't even know why. Closure, maybe. I don't know what I expected to find, but the shoes were still there. Damp, moldy, dozens of them scattered like they'd grown out of the ground. I didn't take anything. I didn't touch anything. I just stood there for a long time, listening to the wind in the trees, trying to understand how something so awful could just sit out here, unnoticed, for so long. I never went back. Never told the police, either. What would I say? That I found a pile of shoes in the woods? In the middle of a national forest with no clear evidence of anything except time and decay. I was probably in 7th grade when this happened, 13 years old, give or take. That weird age where you're just old enough to think you're smarter than adults, but still stupid enough to do things that make you realize how much you don't know about the world yet. My best friend at the time, I'll call him Jake, lived out in the country, about 10 minutes outside a small town, but his house might as well have been on another planet. His family had a big property, wide open front yard, a gravel driveway that snaked all the way up to their house, and then pastures and woods that stretched out behind it like something out of a postcard. We used to spend weekends at each other's places all the time, but there was something about his place that always felt more like an adventure. That night, we were hanging out in his room playing video games, talking crap, throwing snacks at each other, just doing the usual middle school sleepover stuff. At some point, one of us, probably him, got the idea that we should go out and wrap houses. You know, toilet papering people's yards, trees, porches, whatever. We thought it was hilarious. We had done it a couple times before in our neighborhood, never got caught, and we felt like pros at it. That stupid, invincible feeling you get at that age. We asked his dad if we could go out. He was sitting in the living room watching TV when we asked. It was probably around 9:30 or 10 p.m. His answer came fast and sharp. No, not tonight. He didn't really give a reason, just said we needed to stay in and not leave the house. He even got up and locked the front door. Looking back, that should have been the end of it. But it wasn't. Jake wasn't the kind of kid to take no for an answer. He had this defiant streak, especially when it came to his parents. They were strict and old school, and I think sneaking out was just as much about getting one over on them as it was about wrapping houses. I wasn't as bold as him, but I was also too much of a coward to say no once he got an idea in his head. So we waited, played more games, waited for the house to go quiet, waited for his parents' bedroom door to shut, waited for his younger sister to fall asleep. Just waited. Sometime around 1 a.m., we crept down the hallway in our socks, carrying a giant black trash bag filled with rolls of toilet paper. We had it all planned out. Go down to the road, walk a few blocks to this kid's house we didn't like from school, do our business, and be back before anyone noticed we were gone. His house sat at the top of a long gravel driveway, maybe 150 yards from the road. It curved gently through the front yard, with trees and bushes dotting the sides and a porch light that we were careful to avoid. The night was heavy with humidity, and the sky was overcast. No moon, no stars, just a low haze that made everything look like it had been dunked in dark water. The gravel crunched softly under our shoes, but we tried to walk light, keeping low, glancing back at the house every few steps. By the time we got to the bottom of the driveway, I was sweating from nerves. Not because we were about to vandalize somebody's house. That didn't even register as wrong to me back then, but because of how quiet it was. No bugs, no frogs, no wind. Just that sticky, late summer silence that feels unnatural out in the country. We hit the pavement, just stepping onto the shoulder of the road, when Jake suddenly froze. "I hear a car," he whispered. I hadn't heard anything at first, but then I did. That low, distant hum of tires. Growing. Approaching. We didn't waste time. We jumped down into the ditch on the side of the road and hit the ground hard, the grass tall and prickly against our faces and arms. The black trash bag crinkled as Jake pulled it down beside him, and we both lay there, hearts pounding, eyes straining to see. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a car sped past. It was going fast, probably doing 60, and it looked like some kind of small, dark sedan. No lights inside, no obvious markings. Just a blur of headlights and the hiss of tires before it was gone. We stayed down a few seconds longer, listening. Nothing. The sound faded. Jake stood up first, dusted himself off, and pulled the bag up. "Let's go," he muttered. But then he stopped again. His head snapped up. "Shit," he whispered. "It's turning around." I followed his gaze and looked down the road. Far away, barely visible, I saw the glow of red brake lights. Then the car started to swing left in the road, an unmistakable U-turn. It was coming back. We dove back into the ditch, this time lower, trying to squeeze ourselves flat into the grass. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I'd puke. It didn't make sense. Why would someone turn around on a country road in the middle of the night? They couldn't have seen us, could they? We were wearing dark clothes. The ditch was deep, and it was practically pitch black out. No way. But the car came back anyway. Slower this time. It passed us on the opposite side of the road, creeping by like it was hunting something. The headlights rolled over the grass across the street, lighting up the trunks of trees and the edge of someone's barbed wire fence. I barely breathed. I could hear Jake breathing next to me, short and fast, like a panicked dog. The car kept rolling, and for a moment I thought it was leaving. But it didn't. Jake reached over and grabbed my arm, hard. He peeked up over the lip of the ditch again, and I saw his shoulders tense. It's coming again. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to believe it. But I turned my head and saw it too. Those tail lights once again, red glowing orbs in the black, doing another U-turn. It came back slower this time. It crossed to our side of the road. This time, it rolled by even more deliberately, like the driver was searching for something. The window was cracked open on the passenger side, and I could hear a faint hum, like a radio maybe, or the wind dragging through the car. Then it stopped, right over us. Not beside us, directly over us. The car idled there, engine low and steady. The headlights lit up the ditch across the road, casting long shadows into the woods. We didn't move, didn't breathe. I couldn't even blink. I just stared straight ahead at a clump of grass inches from my nose, waiting to hear a door open, waiting to hear footsteps, waiting to hear anything. Then it slowly started rolling again. It drove a little farther, maybe 30 yards, then stopped again. Waited. Then it moved on. But it wasn't gone. It came back. Again. Same pattern. Slowly creeping. Stopping. Then looping around. It happened at least 2 more times. By then, Jake and I were completely frozen, paralyzed by something we hadn't felt before. Not fear like being scared of getting in trouble. Not fear like a movie jump scare. This was different. This was animal fear. Instinctual fear. Something wasn't right. The last time it passed, it went a little farther down the road than before. We watched it go, saw the tail lights dim in the distance. We didn't wait this time. We jumped up, dropped the trash bag where we stood, and ran. We didn't speak, didn't look at each other, just ran. Sprinting up the gravel driveway was harder than I expected. The sharp stones slipped under our shoes, kicking up and crunching loud in the night air. I kept glancing back, terrified I'd see headlights pulling in behind us, but the road stayed dark. We got to the porch, yanked the front door open, slammed it shut, locked it, then locked it again. We turned off the porch light, crept into the living room, and sat on the couch trying to catch our breath. I remember my shirt clinging to me, soaked with sweat. My mouth felt like sand. I thought I was going to puke. Jake turned off the video game TV, then shut the blinds. We just sat there, wide-eyed, waiting. Then I looked through the side window by the front door. At first, I didn't see anything. The gravel at the bottom of the driveway was barely visible in the dim light from the porch. But then my eyes adjusted. The car. It was sitting at the end of the driveway. Lights off, just idling. I remember that exact moment. My blood went cold. It wasn't headlights this time. I couldn't see it clearly. But the outline was there, unmistakable. A car just sitting there. Watching. Waiting. We didn't talk. Just stared. We moved away from the windows, pulled the curtains tighter. We grabbed what we could, plastic baseball bats, a couple old hockey sticks from the garage. We shut off every light and stayed in the living room, backs to the wall, weapons in our hands. I kept imagining what I'd do if the door handle turned, if a shadow crossed the window, if someone knocked. I didn't sleep. I don't think Jake did either. We just waited. Eventually, maybe an hour later, the sound stopped. We didn't hear tires, didn't hear the engine pull away. It just wasn't there anymore. We stayed up until the sun rose. The first crack of daylight over the trees out back felt like someone lifting a lid off my lungs. The fear didn't go away, not completely, but it eased enough that I could breathe again. We opened the curtains slowly, cautiously. No car, no sign of anything. Just the gravel driveway stretching down to the road like always. We never told his parents. Never told anyone, actually. We just carried it. I think we were too scared of getting in trouble. But deep down, it wasn't about the wrapping houses or breaking the rules. It was something else. To this day, I don't know what that car was doing. Maybe it was some drunk looking for a driveway he missed. Maybe it was someone messing with us. Maybe it was a neighbor who thought we were stealing or tagging mailboxes. Maybe. But the way it circled, the way it stopped over us, the way it came back, again and again, in complete silence. I'll never forget how that felt. And every time I think back to that night, the sweat, the smell of crushed grass, the itch of panic crawling up my spine, I remember the way it felt to see that car just sitting at the bottom of the driveway, waiting in the dark. And I'm 13 again, staring out a window, gripping a plastic. It was late fall during my sophomore year of college when it happened. The days were getting shorter, and the nights felt colder, darker. Heavier in a way I couldn't explain back then. I had two close friends who were into urban exploration just like I was. We didn't really care for bars or loud parties. What we liked was the quiet thrill of stepping into forgotten places, the kind of spaces that had been left behind and locked out of memory. There was something about old, abandoned buildings that pulled us in. We had already explored a couple old train yards, a closed-down hospital, and an ancient brick factory that had been gutted and left to rot. But none of that prepared us for what we found that night. I don't remember exactly who brought it up first. One of us had heard from a friend, or maybe a post online, I can't recall, about this abandoned town in the foothills outside the city. Not a single building or a shut-down warehouse. An actual whole town, just sitting there behind a fence, empty and dark. Supposedly, the place had been fenced off years ago and just left to decay. There were rumors about it. Weird ones. Stories of squatters, strange figures seen at night, unexplained noises. But nothing concrete. Of course, we didn't believe any of that. It sounded like a perfect place to explore. We planned it for a Friday night. We waited until late, almost midnight, before heading out. We wore black, hoodies, jeans, gloves. Nothing flashy, no bright logos. Just in case someone spotted us, we wanted to blend into the dark. We packed flashlights, extra batteries, a few bottles of water, and headed out in my friend's car. The drive up to the foothills was quiet. No one talked much. There was a sort of nervous anticipation in the air. It wasn't fear. Just that strange feeling you get when you're about to step into something unknown. We didn't drive all the way to the site, obviously. We parked off a narrow road maybe a mile away. You learn quickly that you don't park too close when you're exploring off-limits places. People notice cars. Cops get called. So we parked down a slope off the road, behind some trees, and made the rest of the way on foot. The road we walked was completely dark, no lights anywhere. It cut through the trees and curved slightly uphill. Every step we took was loud to us, gravel crunching under our shoes, branches snapping underfoot. We stayed quiet, barely speaking. It wasn't until we crested the top of the road that we saw the place. Not the buildings, not yet, but the fence. A tall, chain-link fence ran along the edge of the hill, topped with barbed wire. From where we stood, we could just make out the tops of a few structures silhouetted against the sky. There were no lights, no sounds. Just whine through the brush and distant crickets. The way in wasn't obvious. We'd heard that the best entrance was a cutout section of fence hidden partway up the side of a hill, opposite a red house that was supposed to be nearby. The red house was our marker. So we started moving slowly, scanning the area. And sure enough, after a few minutes we spotted it. An old red house, set far back from the road, with a rotting porch and shattered windows. No lights, no sign of life. Across from that house was a thick patch of brush that sloped steeply up into the hillside. We knew that had to be the path. It was harder than it looked. The brush was dense, tangled with low branches, thorns, and undergrowth. Every step had to be careful, or you'd trip or slide. We didn't use our lights unless absolutely necessary. We climbed in near silence, helping each other up when the slope got steep. Finally, after a long crawl through dirt and vines, we saw it, a small, jagged hole cut into the fence, just big enough for one person to squeeze through at a time. The edges were sharp and rusted, like someone had hacked through it with bolt cutters years ago. The ground around it was uneven, with loose dirt and exposed roots. If you lost your footing, you could easily slide back down the hill. We took turns crawling through. One of us held the fence open slightly, while the others squeezed in. Once we were all through, we stood up, brushed off the dirt and leaves, and looked around. And that's when it really hit us. We were standing in the middle of a ghost town. Not a fake one or some tourist thing. A real town that had once been alive and was now just empty. Cracked streets ran between rows of buildings. We saw what looked like a small market, maybe a general store, a gas station with rusted-out pumps, houses with sagging roofs and windows blown out. Further back, we could make out the skeleton of an apartment complex, 3 stories tall, weathered and dark. Everything was quiet, completely still. Not even wind here, like the air was thicker somehow. We didn't speak. We just started walking. We headed for the apartment complex first. It was the largest structure and seemed like the best place to start. The walk there was short but eerie. Every step we took echoed slightly off the buildings around us. The pavement was cracked and scattered with debris. Chunks of concrete, broken glass, rusted metal. We passed a few old cars, totally stripped, some flipped onto their sides. Nature had started to reclaim the place. Weeds pushed through the cracks in the asphalt. Vines clung to the walls. Just before we reached the front doors of the apartments, I heard it. A single beep. Short, sharp, electronic. I froze. It was faint, but it was there. I turned to the others. They heard it too. We stood still, trying to pinpoint the sound. It came again. Beep. Maybe every 6 seconds. Then silence. We figured it might have been some old smoke detector or electronic toy left behind. Who knew? We pushed on and entered the first apartment building. The smell hit us immediately. Mildew, rot, something metallic and old. The air was heavy. Our footsteps echoed down the hallway. We went room to room, slowly. Most were empty, just stripped down drywall and dirt. One room had a stained mattress on the floor, some broken furniture, and a pile of clothes that looked decades old. Nothing too wild, but the beeping didn't stop. It kept happening, always somewhere in the distance. Never closer, never fading. We moved to the next apartment. The front door creaked open, and what we saw stopped us in our tracks. The entire living room was filled with black trench coats. Dozens of them. Some hung neatly on the wall. Others were folded on the floor. A few were hanging from the ceiling on wires, like they were suspended in midair. There were no signs of who they belonged to. No personal belongings. No dust either, like someone had been maintaining them. The weirdest part was that none of the other rooms had anything in them. Just that one space, packed with those coats. We didn't touch anything. We just walked slowly around the room, trying to make sense of it. The silence was intense. Then we checked upstairs. One of the bedroom doors was shut, locked tight. We didn't force it. Something about it felt off. When we left the apartment, the beeping had changed. It wasn't just one sound anymore. Now there were several beeps coming from multiple directions. Some faster, some closer. We looked around, trying to figure out where they were coming from. It started to feel like we were being tracked. Every time we moved toward one building, the beep would speed up and grow louder, then stop. Then another one would start from somewhere else. We started walking faster. The air felt wrong now, like we were no longer alone. We weren't joking around or talking anymore. No one laughed. No one suggested checking out the next building for fun. We just kept moving, scanning the windows, the rooftops, the alleys. Then we saw the White House. It was old and sagging, with its roof partly caved in. But what caught our eye was what was in the yard. Leading from the edge of the cracked street, all the way up to the front door were neat, square piles of shattered glass. Dozens of them. Perfect little cubes made of broken window shards and bottle pieces. Like someone had intentionally collected the glass and arranged it that way. They sparkled in the moonlight. That's when it clicked. Someone was living here. Maybe multiple people. They weren't just camping. They were organized, watching us. As we stood frozen, staring at the glass, a blinding light hit us from the second-floor window of the White House. A flashlight. Then more lights from behind us. From the apartment. From the alley. From another house. Lights switching on, sweeping across the street, bouncing off buildings, casting long, jerky shadows of us as we stood there. Then the beeping surged. Dozens of beeps, all around, overlapping, faster and faster. Some high-pitched, some low. Some long, some short. Like alarms. Motion sensors. Devices we didn't recognize. We didn't speak. We just ran. I don't remember who moved first. Maybe it was me. But we all broke into a sprint at the same time. Our shadows danced and stretched ahead of us with every flash of light. The beams tracked us, moved with us, like we were being hunted. One of my friends fell, hard. I heard the thud behind me, skidded to a stop, turned. He was already scrambling up, blood on his hands. Didn't matter. He was back on his feet and running again in seconds. We didn't know where we were going. We just ran. We cut through yards, over fences, past rusted-out cars and garbage piles. Then finally I saw it, the hole in the fence. One friend was already squeezing through. I reached it next and turned to help the last guy. He grabbed the edge, and I pulled his arm, helping him through. That's when I saw the lights coming toward us. They bounced and flashed through the trees behind the fence. Getting closer, I dropped and crawled through. The hill was steeper than I remembered. I slid most of the way, tearing through branches, scraping my arms and legs. We landed in a tangle of weeds and dirt, but we didn't stop. We kept running, down the brushy hill, through the trees, back to the road.